stacks. So, I mean, that seems like pretty good synergy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be interesting. There's also obviously all the item stuff. We talked a little bit on previous episode about Static Shiv and Voltaic and kind of some of these new things. So maybe, unless you guys want to go into that, we probably don't have to. Cool.
I haven't seen too much on it yet, but yeah, we did talk about it, and I'm curious to see how it develops, how it pans out.
Cool. Well, let's talk about some LCS because we are deep into this episode already. The first episode or first match that we can talk about from last week was Dignitas versus Fly, where Dig did unfortunately end up losing this one 2-0.
Yeah, they certainly did, and FlyQuest looked pretty dang good while doing it. I'm definitely a big fan of the progression of this team and Griffin especially, and I'm hoping that we do in LCS games and on stage get to see his Nasus jungle bring it out as well. But honestly, I feel like they're about where we put them, you know, these kind of middle of the pack team, but definitely above like the Dignitas and disguised rosters and stuff like that. And so I think they're right on track as far as one of these young teams. It's a lot of potential and showcasing a lot of power. So if they can hone in on a couple things, like some of the team fighting and some of the mid and late game assignments, then I definitely have high hopes for them, especially by time for Worlds. I remember at the beginning of the year when we talked to Griffin, he was like, "Yeah, we're all young, you know, this team is gonna start slow, but by the time World comes around, we're gonna have one of the World spots." So he's calling the shot of being a top 3 team. I don't think they're there yet. But they are.
But they're 4th.
They're in a spot. Exactly. They're in a spot where you could see them getting there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they are definitely close. I feel like Gakkos had a really good series, which was kind of fun to see. His Investa game was pretty crazy. The Shen jungle game was cool because he played Shen, but I didn't really feel like the game was about him kind of like at all. It was kind of just there. I will say that second game felt like it should have been so easily won by Dignitas that this one was crazy for me from Palafox.
Oh my
I feel
God.
like this one
The Azir engages.
Yeah, I was getting frustrated watching it, and it was
So hard to watch.
like I just felt like FlyQuest was playing this comp that is hyper reliant on poke, right? And they're really, really have tons of front line with the Shen and the Scion, and they have to poke you down, and it just felt like Palafox was hyper fixating on going for these big shuffles where he always is trying to fly into the back line, catch the carries, knock him in, and try to get this one shot that way. But he's the only one who can hurt the front line from the other team. Like, he's the only one that can actually hurt the Scion and the Shen. And we even got a comms listen in of, after multiple times of him diving in the back line, FBI being kind of left alone, there's a comms listen of FBI saying, "Christian, you're the only one who can kill the Scion." And he's like, "Yep, okay, I'll try." So they called it out, and it's like, okay, great, they're going to change that. And then next fight, immediately goes backline again. And then they get Ocean Soul, and I'm like, well, now they have Ocean Soul. You're playing against poke comp. Literally all you have to do is hit frontline and you just win, right? Because surely FlyQuest can't just one-shot you. They should just slowly lose the fight. And then they go backline again. And it was like, oh my God, we're just so fixated on this one way to play the game that it was a tough one to watch, because I felt like that second game seemed so winnable for them. You have Ocean Soul, you have a clear way to play it. We even got the comms listen of you guys talking about how you want to play it, and then they're still just making the same call every single time. And I don't know if that was just Palafox didn't agree with that and felt like, no, we won't win front to back, we have to play it a different way, or what it was, but it was just not working out. And there was obviously some good plays on the other side too. Like, one of them, Palafox was looking for an engage onto Quad and maybe Quad and Masu coming out of the river brush, and Quad just insta-feared him as he was going forward for the shuffle, and then that completely cooked them. But that one felt like it should have been a Dignitas win, which was really tough.
That was a dirty performance from Palafox. I don't usually just say, one player lost from the game, but I think it's applicable here. It wasn't just one fight. It was every single fight. The one you're talking about where he got feared by Wei, like, Gakko's Scion was just stuck there in the middle of the entire team. You could just stab him and win the fight. There was absolutely no reason to go in there, but it just seemed like, in his mind, we see it a decent amount of Azirs. They get like the montage vision. They're like, hey man, I've never seen a front page Reddit post of an Azir front to backing. Like I'm going in kind of deal. And so he just kept doing it every single fight. And the game was won at so many different points, but he was just insistent on diving and throwing every single fight. It was extremely hard to watch. Like that was one of the worst Azir performances, just not understanding what you're supposed to do in the game. And the execution of it was just, it was such a mess.
Yeah, it's funny because there was another instance even before where they had caught Sion actually, and Sion was the kill target running like into their blue jungle, and he was like CC'd and then like rooted up and stuff, and Palafox went into to Azir sweep, not even the enemy carries, but just the Sion back who was already like pretty caught. And could just auto attack. So that one was definitely a painful because it was such a roller coaster that Dig could have won multiple times. We're in such a really good position, and then FlyQuest would win one of these team fights and come back. I remember even before they got the Ocean Soul, it had already swung back to FlyQuest, and like FlyQuest was in really big position, and then Dignitas were able to make this big play, and then to be able to get Ocean Soul, I'm like, oh my god, now Dig are back, and then that immediately gets taken away. It was like so much whiplash throughout this throughout the mid game of that actual game, because Dignitas actually started off the game very effectively with multiple lanes having really good starts. So it's another scenario where you can see Dig. I feel like so many times, and they've even won some of the games. We talked about it a lot, where the game that they took over like TL
and Lyon,
and won over Lyon, like these really good opponents, and you can see it. Yep. They like give you a ray of hope, and then they immediately like take it away. This series, of course, they did not complete it and win an actual game in the series, but they did. Get themselves almost there to be able to do it. So
I mean, they definitely should have, and it's just these are the kind of games that if you want to make playoffs, you, to be honest, can't really afford to be losing as Dig, right? They're 0-4 in series now. They have the 2 game wins. They did win 1 game against Lyon, 1 game against TL, and you're kind of hoping, okay, maybe you can build on that. Like those are clearly 2 of the top 3 teams. Now you're going up against FlyQuest, who's a little bit below them in the pecking order. They get themselves in a position where it feels like it's a pretty guaranteed 1 game. You should be going to game 3. You should be in with a chance to maybe win a series. But to lose games like that, I think is pretty heartbreaking. Especially, I mean, League sometimes is you get one real fight and then the game is done. And this game was not that. Like you actually were gifted the chance to try to like adjust your strategy throughout the fights. And you don't always have that in League, right? Sometimes it's like you have the one fight, you go in, you think, okay, I probably need to dive. And you go for the dive and it doesn't work out and you could have just fought front to back. And you're like, all right, next fight, I'm just going to fight front to back. But you never get that even chance again, right? It's just over. And in this one, they really had that chance to kind of retry it a few times and they could never kind of get it together. So definitely a super disappointing week for Dig. Obviously a good week for Fly, move them into 4th place, and a pretty comfortable win for them overall, and cool to see them kind of play some different meta stuff. One of the things we were talking about was how Gakkos had not lost on a carry and had not won on a tank. He did get his first win in a tank, but he got his first win in a tank in a game that I thought they had lost. You know what I mean? So it still didn't really change my opinion of like how they play with tanks and how they draft with some of these comps, where it still felt like it should not have worked. It did, but it kind of felt like it shouldn't. And I will say, like, his Mbessa game was he was cooking.
Oh yeah, his Mbessa game was incredible. I just want to see more carry games from Gakkos. It really feels like that is FlyQuest's best chance of winning, and it feels like when you look at the players, that's kind of what they're set up to do.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, even with the Shen jungle, I feel like Shen jungle with carry tops is just such a great combo.
Yep.
But yeah, to your point, I think FlyQuest, I didn't like the draft at all game 2. I think it didn't make any sense. They went Shen, Sion, Bard, which is 3 champions that all like kind of do the same thing. They're just low damage, tanky utility type champions. And then your carries are Poke, Varus, Wei, who don't really kill front lines. And so if the enemy Azir is not just flying into you and suiciding every single fight, I don't think you really can win fights. So I think that even though they did win the game, they probably wouldn't against a better team. And I think that draft was not that great.
Yep. Next series was Shopify versus C9, which C9 2-0'd. We had a lot of, we had, well, 3 kind of in a row of pretty one-sided series. C9, again, looked pretty dominant. This one did not feel very close.
I predicted the upset. I was saying, every time it seems like all the games are going to be stomps, they're not. And that was wrong. They were all stomped. Yeah, I don't know. They didn't have that great of a chance of winning Shopify, but, I was just thinking maybe some magic would occur, and it didn't.
No, we keep waiting for the magic, because a lot of these players we always talk about, they're the wild card, Yeah, they're losing now, but they've had some upsets, and they have had in the past upsets versus Cloud9 specifically, as Energy and stuff like that, and it just really did not happen though. I feel like both top lane and also bottom lane, like Seos was having a tough time. Fudge really had a rough time. He got solo killed by Cassante before Cassante even had ult.
Yeah,
he just pre-6 just walks down the Rumble versus Cassante matchup. I feel like that is egregious. And
Blabber was kind of owning too.
Yeah,
that's the game.
That was one of the biggest, just absolute jungle domination games. It's just doing that late invade on the Raptors. Blabber genuinely told me about this. I don't know if it was last year or beginning of this year, but basically just said with Ambessa, she's really good at that. This was before Q nerf, but I guess, if the other jungler is weak enough, you can just do it anyway. You just auto it a little bit more, and then you double Q it. And I do think Contracts didn't react properly to it, but I kind of feel for him. It's like when you're in those situations, you pretty much have no options for what you can do, and the other jungler can do anything he wants. And then if the other team is also not opening themselves up to plays, which in this game, it's like the bot lane is an Ashe, just map hacking you repeatedly with Hawkshot, and then top is a Cassante who's somehow winning his lane. It was a pretty cursed game to be Contracts, I think.
Yeah, I mean, those situations are really hard, right? Where it's maybe your best option is just to instantly give up the Raptors and then go somewhere else and whatever. But like a lot of people end up contesting, and then you lose anyway, and then you're kind of even more behind. So it is tough, right? And I do think it's nice to see a lot of junglers, getting better and better at these kind of level 1 invades and these level 1 plays, realizing that teammates can't just sit around and defend the entrances anymore because minions spawn so fast, right? So I feel like it's kind of more abusable in a lot of ways than it used to be in some matchups.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've had a lot of good jungle focus. Top lane to me is the thing that's getting like stratified. I feel like the bad top laners are looking real bad, and the good top laners are clearly delineating themselves from the competition. So I wonder if that becomes like less or more important with the new season slightly changing. Like team fighters are gonna be like punished less, and a little bit less for the split pushing. But I feel like having a good top lane is quite important.
It's
for
really
teams
important
right now.
And I mean, it's also one of the things when you talk about, even beyond these teams, when you talk about just the top 3 in general, it's like you talk about Lyon, about Cloud9, about TL, and I think Dokla's kind of sticking out for the bad reasons amongst those 3 top laners, right? Thanatos and Morgan, I think, are looking a lot more lane dominant and kind of making less mistakes and stuff. And so that's the thing where it can become an issue. In some of these playoff matches where it's like maybe they're going to make plans around some of it. But I agree. I mean, we know players can always step up and change how they're performing, but it does feel like the bottom couple top laners right now are like, there's like a huge gap between the top laners that are performing the best. And we're seeing that like where it's like whether it's like a lot of solo kills or just some people getting completely blown out, people losing their towers in isolated matchups, people picking the like winning matchup and then losing plates and stuff and getting pushed in. We saw a lot of that this weekend. It does definitely feel like there's a big discrepancy right now. Even amongst top laners where you expected them to be really good coming this year, like Fudge last year to me was a top 3 top laner. I don't think he actually won All Pro, but to me I think it was like Thanatos and Bwipo and then Fudge. And this year he has not seemed to be able to find that form. And kind of same with Dokla. I feel like he's struggling to split a lot more than he did last year.
Yeah, Dokla at least he had a good Rumble game in the other series. The next series we could talk about the Lyon versus Disguised series. And Dokla did his Rumble game was good. He got a solo kill himself, being able to jump on that Aurora.
That was a sick solo kill. The one on
soon-
Castle. That was. It was. I don't think most people kill there because I mean obviously Castle is a very good laning player, but just the timing of which he did it, it just left Castle with no options. Just like right when he hit 6, just.
Castle also was 1 minion away from getting 6, and I think he was trying to stay around a little bit more because he thought that the minions were going to kill off, the last minion, but he didn't get it, and he just ends up getting cooked. I mean, I agree, it was a really nice solo kill from Dokla. The previous game was very much the opposite, where he got the most slammed 1v1 by Jace. I actually feel like Sion and Jace is a pretty good matchup, where it's like, okay, you're getting bullied a bit, but you kind of withstand it, and then you stabilize. He like lost his full tower without jungle intervention pretty fast, and was down like 40 CS or something. Like, he got blown out.
It was real bad. I think it was 150 to 100, like with turret dead. Jace is up almost 2K and just completely isolated lane, no interference whatsoever. So I don't know. That kind of thing is pretty rare to see, especially with a champion like Sion, who he's pretty hard to punish. You know, if he gets ganked a lot early and somehow ends up really behind, it could happen. But that's Korean Jace. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what can you do?
I feel, it's like one part, some of it's like, yeah, you can give some responsibility to Castle for like in the Jace game, for example, he was camping in side brush. I mean, they had no frontliners to kind of hold positions, so maybe give him a little bit of forgiveness. But there was a play where they were setting up, I think it was just around Dragon. Either they had pulled Dragon or they were about to. And he was in that side lane line brush, right? And they were the blue side team, so he was like on the opposite side of the map. And he was in that brush. And I don't know if they got eyes on him or if they just guessed that he was there or he had shock blasted out. I can't remember the exact situation. But he just got picked in that brush, died basically instantly for free. And then that felt like, okay, now his lead was starting to go away. Dokla got some kills in fights and got some gold, and then all of a sudden the lead didn't really matter at all. And it was kind of reminiscent of the game where he played against Impact, where he was playing Aurora, where he got like 1 million solo kills and then went to the fights and just couldn't really find anything to happen. And it's tough because it's like you can't really blame Castle because he's clearly looking like the best individual on his team. But also maybe he's putting himself in positions where he shouldn't be, or maybe he's trying to like do too much because his team's behind. And everyone feels that position sometimes, where it's like if you're playing solo queue or you're playing whatever and your team is getting blasted but you're having a good game, and you kind of sometimes then feel like, okay, I got to do something, and then you just like colossally int and throw away your lead too, because you like try to pull off a 1v1 dive that you wouldn't normally do, or you try to 1v2 in a spot where you're like, all right, I got to do something good here, and then you just give your lead away too.
Yep. I give Castle a pass on a lot of it just because of the team situation, like you said. Obviously, you don't want to be making those mistakes, but I get the pressure. If you feel like you're going to lose if you don't go for the overplay, you just go for the overplay, and as the name suggests, it does not work out most of the time. Because it's hilarious to look at the score lines for the top laners after this first game. It's like Castle 0-3-2 Jace, Dokla 2-0-11 Sion. It's like, wow, that was a nice Sion game. But if you look at the actual lane, it's like, man, if the rest of their team was playing on that level, this game would have been over so fast.
Yeah,
and they were getting ahead too. Like the rest of DSG's Akali was pretty fed. If Inspired hadn't been, basically finding him and like marking him in multiple of these fights, I feel like Inspired did a bunch of work this game. To make sure that Lyon were still able to 2-0, still able to win. Because this one, I actually thought this was the better. It definitely looked better for DSG than the other one. I think the second game was pretty quick and pretty stompy.
Yeah,
if I recall. And so this one actually felt like, ooh, they're dangerous. Like Castle's gigafed. This tower's gone already. He like took the whole top side.
Yeah.
It's just that then he went to the dragon fight. Like he died quick and early, and I still felt like, oh well, like this Akali's got some threat, and they have Nocturne. Akali Nocturne dive like. They could like really pressure, but I don't know. Inspired was just like finding them, and like he's like, I don't care about these solo laners. I'll go kill them myself. Like my solo laners can't do it. I'll go do it, and he would just like seek them out for the team fights. He found the Akali wrapping around on one of them. They kill him off, and then all of a sudden. Douglas like, yep, see, I'm Sion, I'm tank, and we're playing and we're winning the team fights, and it's a GG.
I feel like Inspired does this way better than any jungler in the league, and I don't even think it's
Mark
close.
the enemy biggest threat or whatever.
Like he is so good at playing. Like he puts himself in a position where he has so much farm that he actually can 1v1 the enemy solo laners, and B, he's so good at actually marking them, finding them, and knowing when he's in a position where he can actually just 1v1 these carries. Like I was trying to think about when the last time I saw a game in the LCS that was like this dominant from a jungler where they're like taking on the 1v1 with the soul laner who's super fed and just beating them. And the last time I could think about it was Inspired also against Dignitas when Photon had his super fed Kennen and he was playing Pantheon and just found him on like every engage. Photon's trying to flank and Inspired just finds him and forces him to use the alt 1v1 or kills him or pushes him back or whatever. And this was the same thing. Like his positioning every time, he understood exactly where the Akali could be or where the Jace could be. He knew that the only way they're going to lose the fight is if they get through him onto Berserker or Isles. And he knew that it shouldn't be the Sion marking because the Sion wasn't that strong at that point, and maybe they could just ignore him or get past him. And it's like he's getting in there, he's finding Call Me, finding Castle, winning the 1v1, or forcing them back, or chunking them out. And it's just like he changes games in a way that I don't think a lot of other junglers do in those situations. It's just he shows such a good understanding of his own strengths on the champion, but also exactly how the opponents are going to play the game and when he can win those 1v1s.
Yep.
Shout out to Isles for me for this one also.
He was smurfing.
I thought Isles, ever since lock-in playoffs, he's been playing really well on multiple style champions. The like watershed moment was, I feel like, the Poppy game last split in playoffs, but he's been extremely good on these enchanters. Berserker's given his Berserker style complimentary interview. He's like, yeah, I can trust Isles now. Don't worry about before. But it really does show. I feel like the couple times that Berserker died, he was like flashing and dashing away from Isles and stuff like this. Isles played this game really well. He was definitely doing his Lulu duties very well, and he was a big part of shutting down the enemy solo lane carries as well. We're talking about Inspired, but I think it was the first Dragon fight when the Fed Jace was really a question of is it going to have a big problem. Did have a really good polymorph and wild growth. So I think Isles, who as the player on this roster that was least hyped when it was formed and announced, has been performing real well.
Yeah, Lulu's always funny to talk about, like Lulu mechanics, but like his wild growths are super well timed all the time. Like, he's interrupting people's dashes with the wild growth as they're going in. He's perfectly layering it with people's CC as their stuns expiring. Like he's really good on that champion. And
he's also his positioning, and he's like using his body. He didn't die a single time this game, by the way. Berserker did. Obviously, they're oftentimes all focusing, throwing everything at the Yunara to try and kill him. But I remember the 2v2 kill down bottom lane that was just isolated 2v2. Isles was, up front, and he takes his big chunk, and he's like running away from the Nami ultimate just as long as he possibly can, and flashes to the side. He doesn't waste like his shields or wild growth or anything on himself. He's confident in his flash to be able to save all of his spells for Berserker to make the turn on the all-in and kind of like Isles uses his own body as bait. And I don't know, he's played the line quite well, so definitely props there as well.
Yep. Last series was TL versus Sentinels. Game 1 was a Giga Stomp. Game 2 started like it was going to be a Giga Stomp, and then Sentinels came back, and we actually got a pretty exciting series.
That game 2 was a movie. That was so funny. I like the all chat between Yon and Impact, where Impact's playing Varus top, which is just the least Impact-like champion ever. But then they just camped him so unbelievably hard.
Did you see Golden Glue's interview when he watched him die? Like,
yeah, he's like, he's fine. He just has to blow both sums here. Oh, he flashed late. Okay.
Oh, he didn't flash.
And then literally the interview ends with him just, oh my god. Oh my gosh. and then Raz tosses it back. It was like, picks the least Impact champion, immediately dies in the most horrible way, and you're like, oh.
Yep, it was a tough one, but I mean, I will say Impact he's not
tilt
the kind of guy you will not tilt him. He could be feeding so hard, but he's not going to get tilted at least. And he was extremely behind on this top Varus. And the way he played was just so goofy. He TP'd into a fight where his team was winning, and then he just doesn't even take a kill that he could have gotten. He's just like, yeah, guys, I'm useless. You go ahead and take this one. But that's kind of the style he's always been kind of known for, right? He's like the team player. And I mean, his Varus wasn't great. He did like get the cross kill on Morgan during one of those.
The 1v2 kill.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think he did terrible by any means, but like
could have done better.
They camped him so hard. I think the first death was definitely misplay. He shouldn't have died there. And then a lot of times early after that can snowball pretty hard. But yeah, I don't know. TL was totally wilding this game, which I kind of like to some degree, where we've talked about them being like the scrim gods so much, but it feels like they're starting to show that on stage, right? It's like there was the play where I don't even remember how it started, but Yon just ended up being like behind their turret without even having that much of an advantage and just getting killed by Trundle.
Yes, really,
It was just one of those places just like, dude, what? Like, how are you even there? And so even though the game wasn't going well, I felt like they were just being extremely aggressive. They picked a LeBlanc counter into Aurora, which I don't think LeBlanc's great at winning games. Honestly, she's just a demonic lane champion. She's very strong in lane, but her ability to like contribute in team fights is just super, super bad. So it was a fun game. It was nice to see Impact get a win on the top Varus. But yeah, this game was just a total
100% career win rate on the champ.
Perfect. Yeah, it was a mess, but like Rahel's Caitlyn, my lord, that champion does some damage.
Yeah.
That was insane.
It did, because I feel like Team Liquid trolled another lead that they had gotten. They were ahead, what was it, 3,400 or something by like the 18 minutes. Like the early game, that it was like, oh, this might be a 2-0. TL are popping, like Jose's making plays. I feel like Jose has been absolutely smurfing. And he was being very aggressive with the Xin and making a bunch of plays. But then it was like, oh, TL death here, TL death there. I think this is a classic for them at this point, where it's like once like someone dies and their team tempo of like who's resetting when and who should be on the map playing aggressively or getting vision when, they like all get so desynced when one person dies or one thing goes wrong, that like there's gonna be a couple more other extra like free-ish kills or people get God, or before they like reorganize themselves and like fully get whatever their system is back in place. And Sentinels are a team that have shown great tenacity and coming back from positions where they are down and shrugging off some early deficits if you do mess up, and if you're not going to be able to end out cleanly and punish you well. And I thought they did that really well this this game. You're talking about Rahel's Caitlyn. Yeah, this was a true new season 7 item AD carry, headshotting people for 60% of their HP, like very, very big damage and very big range. And this was a really fun game. The middle game, I guess, that Sentinels did win to push it to game 3, but TL locked right back in the next one. And Jan had his Lucian game, which was quite impressive again too. So I think that bodes well for TL. That Jan to me feels like back. I was a little worried for a few games there. TL didn't seem, it was like, wait a second, like they fully rebuilt this whole roster around Jan and Core JJ, and they weren't performing at the very beginning there, but does seem like they are warmed up back in.
I wanted to give a shout out to Huhi too, because I feel like Huhi is playing insanely well in most of these games. To me, he's been one of the best supports in the league. I feel like even in that game too, his Bard was a big reason why they were getting like every single kill. Like he was 17 out of 19 KP that game, and was to my recollection like a big part of the top lane play that started to bring them back, where they got up and they killed off Morgan and as well killed off Jose after it.
He went to Rome with Hambach because Jose was getting really far ahead with all the kills, and Hambach Trundle was like, "Come with me, buddy," and then he's like magical journeying him around and stunning up the Xin and stuff for him. So 100%.
I just feel like Hui's having a really great season, and obviously Mike go a bit under the radar because, you know, they're like the 5th place team or whatever. But I think he's playing really, really well. And it was interesting hearing people talk about them on pros because Core JJ was on there and Al's was on there, and Core was like, yeah, they're with, like, I think every player on our team is individually better than them, but like they were talking about how Sentinels has a clear way that they want to play the game and being pretty complimentary just about the fact that they like understand their win conditions, they play towards them, they don't give up, they're able to like find ways to actually, you know, play the game even from difficult spots and stuff. And it was funny when Raz was like, yeah, Sentinels has been doing really, really poorly, and I was like, huh? Like, you know, he didn't even realize that they were low in the standings because he was saying he thought they're one of the best teams in the league. So this is a team that definitely could push up. And yeah, I think Hui's a big part of that.
Yeah, I like a lot of the listen-ins we've gotten from Hui, where, you know, like the biggest one was like the Anivia game where I thought he was trolling when he was just saying, it sounded like such cope to me. He was saying, you know, oh, it's just like, don't worry about it. The game's sake, guys. We're just one fight from winning.
They were down 7,000 or 8,000 gold at that time.
They were so behind. And I'm like, okay, that is just the most cope calm I've ever heard. And then they ended up winning one fight and winning the game. I was like, damn, I guess he was right. It wasn't cope.
He had the vision.
Yeah, he knew. My bad. Yeah, and also from TL, I like seeing TL play really aggressive like this. I think that they're super fun to watch, and that my impression of them so far has been like, I think they're the best team at playing with a lead because they just are so aggressive and they push it so hard. I don't know how good they are without a lead though. I think their mid game, especially when they're not ahead, feels pretty sketchy to me. It feels like, you know, they've been in winning situations so often that they know how to do that. But sometimes when they're not ahead enough to just sort of like force their will upon their opponents, they're more inclined to make mistakes or just take fights they don't win or get caught randomly because the opponents have more options. And so it's nice to see them sort of like pressing their limits. And I'm just interested to see how they adapt because I think, you know, once they play against like the other top teams or, you know, say they do go to Worlds and play against stronger opponents, like you do need to be able to play from ahead and behind. You can't just always win laning all the time against everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I did like when they've talked about wanting to play more, like you're saying, aggressive and action packed, and you know, more kind of LPL ideology, basically, of creating your own wins. But sometimes, if you're super far behind, you don't have the option to create your own wins. So yeah, you also have to be accustomed to maybe a Sentinel style where you're controlling until an opportunity presents itself.
Yep. So we have 4 games this weekend. Saturday's looking, I'm going to be honest, like some pretty one-sided series. We got C9 Dig and then TL DSG. I think pretty much everyone is going to predict the same way on these ones. Sunday, I think we have some closer ones. Lyon versus Sentinels. Yes, Lyon, I think, obviously, like, you know, is way above them in the standings, but just based on how people are talking about Sentinels, and obviously, you know, and some of the online competitions that's going on, they're doing a lot better. So
I think the Fly SR that day also could be close because I feel like those are both they're around middle of the pack right now. The feeling I would assume for everybody is probably generally FlyQuest above in middle of the pack of Shopify, and Shopify on the lower part of that and maybe dropping down. But like Meteos has been saying, we're still waiting for that Shopify magic. Maybe it drops this week. Their schedule's been pretty tough.
Exactly. Their strength of schedule, that's what I was going to say. They've lost 6 games in a row. Not matches, but games. But they played Lyon, C9, TL. So that is as hard as it gets. So we know they're clearly not as good as the top 3. Yeah. They beat Dignitas before that, so we know they're not at the bottom. So the question is, like, where are you in the middle of the pack? You know, and you need to pick up another series win or two if you want to make playoffs, right? Because top 6 makes playoffs. So they're going to have FlyQuest, DSG, and then Sentinels left, I believe, is they're going to be their last 3 opponents. So they have an opportunity to move up the standings quite a bit if Shopify can actually get it rolling. Like, this is going to be their chance. But I mean, it's a 7-week regular season, right? So we are more than halfway through it now. These games are starting to become pretty important. TL can lock upper bracket with their win over DSG, which I'm assuming they'll be able to do. And then, you know, Lyon versus Sentinels becomes pretty important. If Sentinels wants to actually have an opportunity to get into the upper bracket, they're going to need to start picking up some wins. You know, you need to be able to guarantee that kind of top 4 spot. So Sentinels, Fly, they're kind of on the cusp, you know, right now, and every series becomes really, really important.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's do predictions for all of them. How about that? Day number 1 is easy, as you said, because it's literally top 2 teams versus bottom 2 teams.
Yeah.
So everybody, Cloud9 over Dig and Team Liquid over DSG. But into Sunday, is anyone going to take Sentinels over Lyon? Any takers?
I'll go 2-1. I think Sentinels could get a game for sure. I think it's hard to predict Sentinels to win, but I do think that it could be more competitive than people are giving them credit for.
Yeah, it is really hard, especially with the 2 styles of the teams for me, because if your team, a lot of the success and what people are complimenting you on is you know how to play the game your way to your win conditions and you're controlled and maybe you get behind, but you never give up and blah, 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 blah. Well, you're playing against a team that has inspired on it and leads those types of controlled games.
And has a good early game.
And he usually gets his way if it's going to come down to that. Even if they don't have a good early game, as we saw before, like his solo laners got blasted.
Yeah.
And they were still able to win through the team fights in the mid game, even being super, like, I don't know, Dokla, how much gold he was behind, but it was significant. And that team was still able to find that win there. So I just think the matchup is probably real hard for Sentinels as far as the style, even though Sentinels deserve a lot of credit, I think, for how good they have been.
I'm also just interested in the top lane matchup, like A, because I think these are 2 top laners who have been very good but are struggling a bit right now. But B, I'm also curious, like, is Impact just going to keep playing the style that he's playing, or is he ever going to go back to tanks? Because he is playing all kinds of different stuff, and he has 0 games of Orin, Sion, or Cassante, which just seems wild to me, because I would think those are some of his best champions. Other people are playing them, so they obviously can be played in the meta. And a lot of pros, we'll talk about Rahel and how good of a carry he is and how you can kind of play around him. And so it feels like that is an obvious thing that they could try. So I'm kind of curious to see if they ever will go back to that, or if they have decided, well, Impact has decided, or the coach has decided, no, tanks suck, we shouldn't play them, or if they're saving for playoffs or what. But I just think that's kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, and to be fair, because you're referring to like the main tanks in the meta, he did play his Shen and his Galio, type things. But yeah, the Cassantes and stuff like that for sure is what you expect. But if he's playing versus Dokla, Lyon definitely are not afraid of giving Dokla a counter pick. And if you have like 2 top laners trying to play like some range tops and carries up there,
and you can give him the camp treatment. You can do what they did to him.
I think a lot of people would take the Dokla side of that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to go against the grain on this one. I definitely favor Lyon. Their laners just seem stronger in general. Like top's close, but I think Saint and Berserker, have done a lot better than Sentinels carries. So it's possible. I don't think it's impossible for Sentinels to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if they took 1 game. I would be surprised if they took 2.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to either have to be like some crazy draft gap or just some play just goes horribly for Lyon and they just fall behind and can't recover kind of deal. But I think if it's a standard game, Lyon's pretty solid.
What do we think about the Shopify series?
I wanted to ask, is everyone taking Shopify? Because I still don't want to take Shopify.
No, I tried it last week at someone else's turn. Somebody else's turn.
I saw what happened to Meteor, so like, I didn't see anything in those games that made me want to do it more. Definitely not. Especially after the Gakkos and Bessa game and the Fudge just kind of getting run down in his games, I was like, ooh, I think FlyQuest, like I would not really be surprised, even though I was talking about, ooh, it's kind of cool. They're 2 middle-ish pack of teams. I would not be surprised if Fly 2-0s like smashes them, runs this series, but I would be extremely surprised if SR did that. I think if SR wins this series,
I wouldn't be shocked if they won, but I would be shocked if they stomped them.
Exactly. If they win this series, I think it's
competitive.
Either 3 games or it requires some like comeback or Contracts has to steal some Barons or something. By the way, we've like had this prepped graphic for years where Contracts has stolen the most Barons in the history of the LCS, but we never get to use it because he hasn't stolen another one since we made the graphic.
Come on, Contracts.
But he has the history of stealing major objectives. And he's had some really big games. I feel like even this split, but they lose. As Pantheon one comes to mind. So, maybe it's in the cards.
Poppy game too.
Yeah, maybe it's in the cards for Shopify, but I wouldn't predict on it.
I will say, I feel like if Contracts has the kind of game that he had in that Pantheon game or the Poppy game, like if he has those games that result in losses, I feel like those could be wins against Fly for sure, right? Against TL and C9 and Lyon that did not result in wins, but those, I think, those teams clearly look better than everyone else in the LCS and on stage. So I do feel like if Contracts has that kind of performance, and he had really good series in his first series that they won, and then he's had some really good games in some of the series that they lost. So I do think that there is a possibility here of Contracts being able to take over. And yeah, I'm not.
Problem is, he's a jungler, and I favor all the lanes of FlyQuest. Literally all 3 lane matchups.
That is a problem. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think mid lane to me is the maybe closest one. Obviously, Zinni hasn't had like the best debut or whatever, but I think there's a lot of potential there. I think potential is kind of like the key word for me with this team. Because I think Shopify on their best day beats FlyQuest. If they're not having a great day, maybe they don't need to be on their worst day. But I think all the Shopify players like have the potential to just have these just really insane overperformances periodically. But that's not guaranteed, and we haven't really seen it. So yeah, I'm gonna say Fly.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Well, that is going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment. Maybe leave one for Mark. He said he'll come back and answer some questions if you have some questions for Mark Z.
Or you could say, don't come back, Mark.
That's a statement, not a question, but you can leave it.
True.
Yeah.
And he probably will ignore it.
Yep. All right. Well, LCS returns this Saturday, May 2nd at 1 p.m. Pacific as C9 takes on Dig. We'll see you there.
o fluxo estão estabilizados. Meu Deus. Trigger tomou muito dano, mas ele devolveu. Chegada do Carioca pra pegar o Val. Ele não conseguiu a eliminação. Pit tá no meio de todo mundo. Veio o demônio da cambalhota. É o diabo.
Bot por conta desses dives, né? Você usa o push e tem dive no top. Olha o Zente de
Vamos ver
novo.
o sequestro. O Zente de novo posicionado. Vai jogando o mapa inteiro. O Diego contra 2 jogadores. Ele pega o primeiro abate. Agora tem que bater no bardo. Que tenta a jornada. Ele é perseguido.
Vocês teve o Blue roubado. Enquanto a gente vê, nesse momento, o Gigo ele já tinha dado recal. Ele tá de gota, né? Ele já tinha dado SB. Mas o Chino deletou ele, cara. Ainda deu um
O Snacker agora vai ser obrigado a se defender sozinho por ali. Flecha perfurante! De Barão é difícil demais defender. Olha o céu. Vai pro engage! Foi pego! Entrada no top love! Consegue segurar agora o céu. O foco na devolução pra acabar! Kane vem pro triple. Tem mais uma sequência. Não, Kevin roubou! Teve o roubo do Kevin F.
Shields are there. They can't knock down FBI, but Gecko's on the top side. Flash back from Photon is not enough.
You were right about your Nautilus.
Oh, I was?
Yeah, look, Nautilus tier 1 all time, #1 in deaths, 31,000. 7,000 deaths ahead of Alistair, but he's only 11th in deaths per game.
Thanatos is about to try to give Budge another death, chasing after him here in the 1v1, and he just claps him. Z9's not going to let him take this without a fight.
Yeah, Seraphine ult
APA
is up.
slithering forward and Blabber into the back line of the public execution here at the very start. Thanatos ready to jump in right behind him. It's a C9 dog pile. Blabber goes on a killing spree, and Shopify Rebellion are dead.
Role quest already complete. Dejeon taking a fight here onto Isles. Isles has got to be careful. He's going to flash out of there. Look at the wild
That's
growth.
cool.
Knocks them both up, and Lions has no flash and no chance to survive. Berserker and Isles with the big outplay.
How many curtain calls does he land? So he gets 2 Qs off, lands the root, and then just opens up, and now it's about, can you dodge? No, no, no. Yeah, I mean, yes. And then no.
Rymer on the side, looking to see if there's an opportunity here. If Saint goes aggressive, they might try to look for this, and now he's going to clone forward, trying to look for him. There's the Emperor's Divide, knocks him back. The fate is sealed. Calmy's incredibly low, and Saint is just going to take him down. Doesn't even need his jungler.
See how it goes.
Take it away, great.
Is he fine? He's fine. He has burned 2 suns. Oh my god, he didn't flash. Oh my god.
There's the response.
葵被变羊，葵要死了吗？葵开一个 W 减减伤害还可以，但是 Tyrion 怎么办 ？Tyrion 死了，原来已经疯掉了。这个时候，
这赛元现在顶着他在往前站。
哦，
求求你阻止我！
防御塔比你们5个打我有感觉。
哎呀，
一个
绕
绕后，有没有5杀？有没有5杀呀？排死了一个。虎哥不是故意的，我看到了。虎哥，他原地 B 就回了。
哎，下面卡赞被看到了，
他甚至还要打，他再把阿萨姆给拿下了，但是自己也死了，像个回身在。太有路子了，阿萨姆闪的没用啊，推到水上一样的。
他选择直接反包一波中路，但是又被对面给看到了，闪现硬座接魅惑，但是骇谷中森打了很多的伤害，伤害应该差一点点。瑞纳尔也一丝血被小 B 给死了。大家这把蛮王是没有带疾跑的，其实挺容易被拉住。
要被顶进塔前扛下塔，
交闪现再拍晕。打一道没
鲁斯没蓝了，
嘎拉没蓝亮，再往前追着点。但这样的话，嘎拉应该是跟对面互换了，换还换不掉，最后那下 A 不出来了。这样梅口再拉开，他反手一勾，硬2连换掉了对面的泰坦。但这样佳琪每吃2颗头啊！
一箭超远距离的箭，有没有
机会
命中？精准命中！这里直接举 ，Kill， 差一下闪现拉开。
就差一下呀，
但是有飞呀！再来看一下这一波风力的，哦，这是前面一波的剑。
这一波开疾跑直接1W 之后 ，K2 这边愣住了，直接没有反应过来，会有危险。
虽然这里直接摸野上来黏住后亚，再拍
一
下，差一下，直接打出他的蛋。
但后续的伤害够吗？一马上好了，再接
一下，直接 solo kill，
有点没反应过来啊。然后杰克一个 AQ 确实直接终结了。
前方有埋伏，闪现过来，他的视野盲区，再等到顾问过来 EQ， 反而是 JK Love 阵亡了。坐车过来，这条龙不想放，小天被墙阻碍住了，但是他闪现过来抢下了这条最关键的龙，但是 自己被压制了。不过旁边有风云的大招保护，第一时间并没有阵亡，而且竟然进去了直接角落对方的战场。哥哥闪现出来还在输出，这一波并没有能够留住哥哥。
切入啊！
哇，这波小黑
NIP 这边完全想象不到怎么去应对。
一滴血，龙要 run 吗？还是要停手？这里，哎，哥哥还在输出，哥哥直接打出了2个人。这一波的进场，龙抢到了，
龙抢到了
啊！
这波
打工，
先锋团兰博看看能不能参战吧。又是一剑
什么马
好
塔
一个
飞剑
嘎啦！哎，嘎啦你太狠了，两边大爷都来了。来一剑，哦呦，中了，扑过去了，那需要死了呀！哇，这一剑，乱的一个前期的节奏。狂想曲忽然往中路射了一把魔法水晶剑，被秒弹也换掉了一个小卓，大的又活了呀！这么大了走出来，肚子又被 Q， 那得有金身呐，那得有金身，身后也没金到。啊，但这种实在没办法了。 能扛住，回家第一波还就补到人类有9刀回，技能挂到，哎，要杀了阿普。
There is a fight brewing as Citrus has perhaps gone a little bit too far, not respecting the level 1. Lovely play there over the wall. RS gets himself first blood. Draktar's now low, needs to keep fighting, keep trying to heal off that passive. Gets another one. Fisher's going low. They're desperately just trying to trade.
All the advantage. They got the time. It's spotted out. Kiaya going to make a desperate play here. Pops over the wall.
They don't get the steal on the Baron, but they do get the immediate kill onto Woody. It's a double Aqua Prison as well. This could be Gun finding their way back in as the GA's been immediately popped. Fisher's been caught out, has to go golden immediately. RS in the middle of the enemy team. It's not where he wants to be. It's Kakun will go down. He's desperately kiting away. Can he get away from Momo? He cannot. The damage is gone. Draktar throws the Q into Narnia, and Garm will be wiped. Looking at it as well, he has multiple good ones. It's Kiaya going in. He heard us talking about him. The wallop lands into the big rock. Momo Kingslayer able to get a lot of health back, just constantly trading. One more auto will do it.
Man,
okay.
no, just walk.
So he says hello, but he doesn't like the tone of his voice. So he brings him back, and yeah, let's have a look at how this one, because Chica starts low, just drops Tibbers, immediately chunks Powered out. I think that was a bit of a, hey, I'm trying to get tempo Tibbers, but in the end, they don't have a setup on bot. Oh, hang on.
Oh my god, he can't do it. We saw this exact play the other night. It was the exact same position.
Just solo kill.
Oh, the pack is going to jump back up. Pop 9 is low. There's a beautiful magnet storm. The damage is absolutely monumental.
Yeah, but you see, Pop 9's got the ball on him. He goes in. It's a 3-man Oriole onto good targets as well. But the follow-up's not there, and Vista shuts it down.
They can lock it down. Aria able to go godlike. He's able to hold on a little bit longer, but no. Aria wants a little bit more. It's all on Pop 9 onto the backside too. Then for sure, the Magnet Storm does it. The Cataclysm on the back. Is it going to be enough? As it is just absolute destruction.
But that Shroud means they can't trade onto Aria. He's able to dance back, and then Vista. Oh, the MVP.
You're going to see if they can come help out this team, but Vista off to the side needs to be very careful. One wrong hook does just miss the flash over the wall. It's still from DCG. Just got snatched right under their fingers. Look at this.
Literally
1 HP. 1 HP. You're joking.
Welcome to week 5 of the LCS right here. We're back here in the LCS lounge for Dignitas versus C9. And
Whoa, did they slow-mo that?
That's a nice little slow-mo right there.
Yeah, what? What are we doing?
A little nod too. We're getting nods
Honestly,
on every single
the
person.
cinematic slow-mo,
Yeah.
I'm here for.
Shades.
Oh,
It's cloudy out
everything
there,
is
by the way.
cooler in slow motion.
And it's causing a traffic jam. There are cars behind it.
I
want you to know.
liked the little bounce that
Yeah.
that Thanatos had into the slow-mo walkout.
I think I want to see more fast to slow walk-ins.
Yeah, we
Because
need-
they
we
didn't
need
do
to mess
anything
with
special
this.
aside from wearing sunglasses.
Yeah.
But that was the
But
coolest
it looks
intro
so
we've
much
seen.
cooler.
It did.
I just realized I need more stuff in my life edited. Just any like small edits because suddenly just a drastic upgrade in everything that we've seen just off of just the slow-mo.
Well, standings here, Cloud9, Team Liquid, still undefeated in match score. Haven't played each other yet for obvious reasons. Lyon, their only loss is against
Cloud9,
aforementioned Cloud9 or Team Liquid. They'll play each other next week. And then we got a big logjam between 5th and 7th place.
Now, what's going on over there?
There's a
Lots of losing,
logjam,
Raz.
but like I do want to point out Sentinels have taken, they've had a lot of like 1-2 series, so their game score is actually still close to 500. Today, both of those top teams play, C9 and Team Liquid Alienware, or the LAW.
Yeah, TLAW.
The LAW, which DSG is going to be facing later on.
The LAW.
Yeah, exactly.
They're running from the LAW.
Hey, magic can happen. Don't count them out just yet. Also, the
you
prophetic
did?
words of Core JJ is giving me belief in Dignitas. Okay?
I will say, Raz walked on set and he was like, something magical is going to happen today.
Something beautiful.
I don't know what that means.
Don't count them out. Just, in fact, because you're counting them out, they'll win even harder.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
what my predictions.
Yes,
forward
I'm
to
sure
seeing your
your
fantasy
predictions
team.
will reflect
A reminder, tickets still available for spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena. High chance C9 and TL are going to be there. Can't guarantee it, though, legally. June 13th to 14th, scan the QR code or head to Ticketmaster.com to get your tickets today. And speaking of which, the Caster Fantasy League took an interesting turn last week, Raz, didn't it?
Oh,
Because I happen to
God.
remember Raz being in a good spot in the standings.
I was in a great spot.
Yeah, but now I see you over here, Raz.
Yeah.
You're not good.
Yeah.
In the standings.
I'm in the same spot.
You're down. I mean, so technically, like, I'm third to last and you're second to last, but let me draw your attention to the points. That's almost a 40-point gap.
Whoa.
That's insane. That's
Okay,
insane.
you know what though is still bothering me? I'm gonna call this man out every week
Yes.
for having Liam, our stats guy, auto draft for him.
In fact, I'm calling for a disqualification.
So hold on.
I'm actually like, I'm not
No,
sure
no,
if
no,
people
no.
can tell, but it actually does tilt me because I want to win.
So it doesn't tilt me because, Emily, if you wanted Liam's help, he would have given you an auto draft
but I
too.
don't want
but
help.
you didn't ask
I
for
want
it.
everyone to play the game by picking from their brain.
The game is about
Clayton knows.
using all information
I've
available
talked
to
to
you and picking the best possible fantasy roster, which is what Clayton's doing.
Drew
I mean,
Levin, he's duo
that-
boosting up
Yeah.
to the top. He's
Also,
literally
then
being
now
duo boosted.
Liam essentially has 2 teams, right? So he can say he essentially is. This is basically Liam.
Yeah, what happened to his actual team?
So Liam's actual
actual
team
team,
is
I
like,
think, is
I
in-
think it's here. It's between you and me. At this
Yeah,
point.
it's towards the bottom.
But at least I would love to see
Azael, by the way, is living and dying with Sajed. He's had Sajed 3 weeks in a row, and he just isn't willing to drop him because he feels like he's due. I
That's
don't
why
know
I'm
if he,
happy.
That is not how probability works.
if he has him again, he's just going to keep staying at the bottom. Either way, the reason we're doing this is not only because fantasy fun, but it's because the loser at the end of the regular season is going to have to wear clown makeup, which is applied by the winner of the show.
Which is why
during
I
the
want to
playoffs.
win, because I want to apply insane clown makeup.
We are 2 spots away from Emily being able to put clown makeup on Raz, but this is my roster for today. I've decided to take some risks.
Oh my
So
God.
I went 5 TL.
Wait,
I said
everyone keeps doing
I
this.
said multiplier
That's not a
bonus.
risk. That's what
multiplier
Raz
bonus
did
be
last
damned.
week.
The only multiplier I get is a 5%er from an arrow on Cloud9. I just didn't have enough confidence in the matchups that I see tomorrow. I
Yeah.
didn't want to pick
Yeah.
any DSG players, I didn't want to pick any Lyon players because they've been inconsistent. And then the FlyQuest Shopify matchup scares me, so I'm just all in on today.
Meanwhile, I've moved away from your strategy because I've had Team Liquid like 3-4 weeks in a row.
So now only almost all
you
Team
last
Liquid?
week,
Almost
yeah.
all, exactly, except this time around I have Rahel and Hui because I think that series is going to be a bit of a bloodbath versus Lyon.
Sentinels Lyon,
And,
risky.
and you're putting so much gold towards bot lane, surely it's going to be a positive. And now I have enough gold to not have Swiffer, the Dignitas coach. So now I have Revan. So I actually think that's going to be good. And as a reminder for Shopify Rebellion, the last 3 weeks have been up against Team Liquid, Lyon, C9. They're not as bad as you think. All right? Not as bad as you think.
I actually changed very little because I couldn't see reason to change a lot of these, but I did end up getting the bonus by locking in a narrow. Isles was actually my top scorer last week. He got me he got me so many points. Quid was kind of a letdown, but hopefully he does better today.
And you got Griffin on the Pantheon. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. I see it.
I've kept Griffin on Pantheon for 2 weeks now.
You're getting a lot
Got the multiplier last week. It was pretty good.
Yeah, you can join the fantasy. You can make your own fantasy team, lcsofficial.gg. Also, self-call out. You can join the JLXP Fantasy League, where currently only like 370 people are beating me. So that number's down about 200 from last week.
Yeah,
so
I'm falling.
I'm on the right up.
I'm falling.
Yeah,
have a good week.
Raz was one of those people who plummeted.
I've almost got 1,000 people in my own personal league, which is cool.
This
Either way,
is self-promotion. Get this guy.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest fantasy
I don't
leagues.
get anything other than more people beating me by promoting it. So there's that. We have a big patch, though. We're on live patch. There's been a lot of changes. We have a board of patch changes where this is not all the patch changes, but the way this is going to work is run up, grab the change you want to talk about.
Emily just already wants to.
I just want to talk about.
Look at how many notes she has.
She has a lot of notes.
Okay, that's because I don't
This whole
trust
book
myself.
is notes.
I don't trust myself, and I like writing stuff down to remember things. I think it actually works really well with my brain. Anyway, this item is broken.
Yeah?
Static shiv.
Yeah, it basically creates anything with on hit now a ridiculous like Ouroboros chain effect.
Yeah.
Where you can get so much damage to multiple targets off of Static Shiv. And the thing I really wanted to talk about is Static Shiv with Senna, because we already knew that that was like a really good early item for her.
Yeah.
But now it is absolutely insane just with her like Q and passive. But then on top of that, I know Raz, you really want to talk about the Voltaic build as well. But with Black Cleaver, it makes her an absolute monster.
Yeah, you
and
know what?
we have some Senna players, specifically FBI, in this league that I think are really going to be looking at, and it maybe will warrant a ban in today's series.
I'm taking it off of Senna. I just wonder about the AP now added onto it, because it was an amazing Senna item before. Probably still going to be nice now. But the champions you see in front of you, Quad and Quids, the QUDs.
Well, hold on. What are they playing?
They're playing LeBlanc.
Okay.
And you can see what matchup they're going into. And the main takeaway is they're playing LeBlanc with, like, of course, Energizer passive. You're getting both Voltaic, Cyclo Sword on top of the Static Shiv. This is a build that has happened ages ago. And I love how there's like different variations the moment you go into third item. You're seeing like the Gunblade that was there for one of the QUDs. I'm pretty sure that one's for Quid. And then you're seeing like the RFC itemization that's going in later on. And this is the most annoying build that you saw for LeBlanc earlier on. I think it was like 8 years ago. A lot of the times, you can just play on side lane and you're insufferable. You're just unmoved. And even with this itemization right here, some of the Doran changes, the Doran items, like adding this in, so then you get like 12% attack speed early on in laning phase, has been really a big boon, I would say, to early laning phase with attack speed champions.
Can I explain what's going on here with these LeBlanc builds, though? Because essentially, Cyclo Sword allows your on-hit effects to apply on ability usage.
Yes.
So LeBlanc can dash in. She could actually just land 1 Q on you, and that's going to then do the Static Shiv proc, as well as even a Trinity Force.
Exactly.
On hit.
That's where the Triforce comes into play, because you are also now stacking in a Sheen proc alongside it. It is the most, I think, annoying idea for a build. And so even though, as you can see, I have it there for the LeBlanc pick, because I genuinely think that's going to be seen in competitive play, there's just a lot of picks that are actually terrorizing solo queue at the moment.
I was going to say, I want to slap one that
But like Teemo's one that I think is like seeing a lot of play with Static Shiv.
Teemo on hit is insane. I want to do this.
Go for it.
Because I believe it was the G2 Nord support, Takimo, Guess what?
Brom Q.
Brom Q and passive absolutely messes you up if you go this build, and Bloodsong, I believe, was the one he tweeted out. It's a bit of a meme build. I don't actually expect to see it in competitive, but it is like raising through certain solo queue.
If I see my Braum with those items, I'm literally just reporting him.
Yeah, I think I'd report that until. The thing is, a lot of this is still unexplored, so I'm not entirely sure where to go.
Yeah.
But like, I think mid lane Ezreal is still going to be potentially weak early, but has a bridge to being effective.
Yeah.
Because not only can you do this, but you're also, with AP ratios, unlocked to go double tier Ezreal again.
Yep.
With the Manamune and the Seraph's Embrace. So you can have a build with kind of like this stuff, maybe even Spear of Sojourn when you hit near max items, and you become pretty obnoxious and do a ton of damage.
It's actually so funny. I feel like, because I check in on the pro Ezreal builds because they've all been kind of cooking.
Yeah.
And it is just disgusting. They're all trying different builds. Yes, double tier is one, but there's always a concern that you're scaling too heavily and that you will not be able to finish your second tier. So they're either going towards Gunblade themselves, or they're going towards like something, just another AP item, like a Horizon Focus as an example.
Yeah.
So it just feels like, because of the fact that you're getting AP scaling on now your Q, the W is getting higher, your ulti, yes, it's a small change, but the fact that you are now going to be able to clear out waves pretty easily, I think it is just a wholesale better Ezreal.
It's a choose your own adventure on Ezreal for sure. I don't know what build is going to catch on yet. Another item that I think has a lot of potential, maybe not for pro, but definitely in solo queue, are these puppies.
Yes.
The Gluttonous Greaves.
They were, I want to say, already built in LEC this morning.
Yeah, so they're pretty cheap,
yeah,
which is one big effectiveness. They're only like 50 gold more than the cooldown boots. It only starts with 4% Omnivamp, but then can get up around 10% if you get a bunch of takedowns. So to me, the reason these can be potentially game-breaking is there are a bunch of classes of characters that didn't have access to sustain that can quickly gain access to sustain at a low price point, as well as having an early power spike. So I was seeing Nemesis play this on Vladimir, who already has sustain, and he was just turning the sustain up to 11. So I think these, in the right circumstances, can be really actually turbo broken, or can be useless if you're not stacking. Because of the stacking component, they're less worrisome in pro because you're not going to hit it as fast, but I still think we'll see them.
That's why I think it's a little bit of a bait, even though tier 3 in mid lane is incredibly strong, and you'll be able to see like Silas picks with it where it makes a lot of sense and you're not wanting to go towards defensive boots necessarily or offensive boots. But a lot of people are thinking, well, can you go like range carries mid? Well, you still want Berserker's Greaves, and I think a lot of situations where you're like an Aatrox, you still want armor boots because I still believe plated steel caps are strong.
Right.
I think the Doran's shield item, this is an interesting discussion. Doran's helm. Because Doran's shield is now being contested and being compared to it. Doran's shield may still be good in the early laning phase, but this scales really well. Like the conversation around Doran's blade having 2.5% Omnivamp and this also just having straight up great like defensive stats makes it so it's like, yeah, just play your lane better, and you now just have this item as you go on in the lane. Now, I want to just say rest in peace for Phase Rush, because Storm Raider Surge is the replacement for it. And Phase Rush was actually, people will look back on Phase Rush and say that was one of the strongest keystones in the game. Because I'm so sad now that you look at Ryze and you're like, damn, what do I go with Ryze now? I guess I go Deathfire Touch.
No, you go Storm Raider Surge, because Ryze can still do damage and proc the move speed.
That is very true.
You just have to be able to proc it instead of getting it automatically.
Phase Rush Tank Maokai, they're the ones that are really...
Yeah, but in your early laning phase, like you're not going to think if you're going to do enough damage, and then it was just very cheap. And of course, I just want to give a big shout out to Deathfire's Touch. A lot of mages are
already been nerfed.
Oh, nice.
Already been nerfed.
Good.
Yeah, already got hotfix nerfed.
That's a dub.
Yeah. Also,
Shyvana, we're never going to see this, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, we saw that.
Throw Udyr away too.
We saw it.
That flew way too fast. You're going to take someone's head off with that, Raz.
There's another one.
Wait,
Braum, don't want to see that one.
Yeah, you're not going to see that one. I do think the changes to Zeri are interesting.
Yeah, but do you want to see it?
No, but I'm not a Zeri player. But her E, the changes to her E, there's basically a cooldown increase, but now the cooldown refresh applies on everything, which is actually pretty insane. I do think the first time they changed Zeri a while ago, when they changed her R and made it even more explosive, I think really locked her into that, like, I'm going to go into team fights. I'm really bad early, but then as soon as I get in, I just explode everyone. I do think the changes they made across the board should help her laning and actually get back to some of the crazy move speed, attack speed Zeri that we saw initially on release.
Yeah, the
I don't know if
auto
that's
is nice
good because I don't know if people want to see that again. And I don't think it's as dramatic as it was on release, but I think these changes finally do put her in a little bit better situation laning-wise. So we might see her in more compositions earlier on in Fearless.
We have a lot of Zeri players.
Yeah, the low-key change that is going to be great is the 50 added range to her auto. Even though she's a Q-based champion and there's an increase to her just her raw AD stats, yes, a decrease to her scaling stats on her Q, but I still think it's going to be good early. So we might see something.
The 50 added range, that's actually a lot of range.
Yeah, so that might be nice for her.
Yeah. On the topic of the patch, moving towards the games today, Dignitas had a support who didn't like playing Enchanters.
Yeah.
No.
I feel like he still doesn't like playing Enchanters, Emily.
No, because, okay, so my thing is Dig should just throw out the current meta if they want to win. I feel like they look so much better with Ignar on melee supports, and I think it allows him to lead, like, physically as well as, like, in comms, right? So this was from his interview last week on stage. It was a big Enchanter meta, and I was practicing only Enchanters, but I feel like the meta is shifting towards melees right now. Whether that's true or not, the fact that he feels it, just play melees. Like, when he plays Alistar, they look so much better. I think some of the changes, like, they pulled out the Senna Alistar to win. Like I already talked about, Senna with the current static Shiv is busted, in my opinion. I do think it should earn a ban against Dig specifically because FBI is so good on it. But then this is back.
We got stats on it now.
Yeah, we brought it back. Thank you for Liam for pulling these stats in terms of engage on Enchanters. So Ignar on engage, much higher win rate than on Enchanters. And like I said, I think it's really just that you can lead by example in game in a lot of these skirmishes and team fights where everyone follows up with something that's very visually intuitive, like Alistar. And in comms, what are you laughing at?
Don't say it, Jet.
I find it funny that Buff Doge is still sub 50% win rate.
I knew you were going to
My man.
He can't choose how well his teams do, okay?
You blame his teammates.
Yeah.
It's still so much better than on Enchanters.
I wasn't gonna bring it up, but the percentage comparison is significant.
It is.
You know why Doge is so buff?
Why?
You want to know why?
Because he's Alistar?
Because he has to carry his teammates. That's what happens here. You got to put. That's
yeah,
a lot of
it's true.
The
It's
traps.
true. On Enchanters, his teammates.
Yeah,
this makes sense.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah, he's been on bad teams.
Yeah.
And he Okay, good job.
See, there we go. I got you,
Thank
brother.
you, Rez.
I got you. But like, and it is a very, very interesting conversation because like in that same interview that you pulled from, like he talked about how he felt as though he was unpracticed or like with the engaged champions, but it didn't look like that at all. It didn't look like that at all. So I would love to see that style of play from Ignar. But that being said, we've got Kobe standing with Palafox for an interview. Check it out.
Diablo 2, but hello, yes, we have Palafox here with Dignitas. Unfortunately, the 0-4 Dignitas, that is at the bottom of the standings. What has the team been focusing on, and what have you been focusing on personally?
I think we've all just been kind of focusing on like team fighting and just making sure we're connected and just in the right spots because I feel like a lot of the games like that against like TL and Fly, we've been in positions to win, but we kind of just like stumble at the last step. Like, I don't know, last week my Azir game was a little bit suspect, but yeah, you know, sometimes the clown comes out.
Yeah. You've played a lot against APA, and in the past you've even had like some good counter picks versus like, you know, his Ziggs, the LeBlanc that you pulled out. Is there anything maybe even on the new patch that you've been toying around with? Some special stuff for APA?
The new patch kind of just came a little bit fast because we were still scrimming on the last patch for half the week, so yeah, it's been a little bit interesting. But you know, I do feel like we've been playing better together, anyways. So,
I mean, like you said, you have taken some individual games off of some of the top teams. Cloud9, of course, one of those top teams that you need to because you got to start getting some series wins. Yes. You know, are you going to be able to take them down? They're at the top of the standings at the moment.
Of course. I mean, I don't think there's I don't think there's one really good team right now in NA, so of course we can.
Doable.
Yeah.
Winnable. Winnable, Lounge. Take it away.
It's always winnable. It's
I love
always
it.
winnable.
I love it.
I appreciate that Palafox agrees with my parody argument of like, what, 3 weeks ago now? 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, they've only won 4 weeks in a row.
True.
Yeah.
Hey, to Dignitas, hey, we're taking a game off Team Liquid. We're taking a game off Lyon. Every game is winnable.
He took accountability for the Azir game,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
I was very curious about that.
Yes.
He clearly saw that Azir game differently than the viewers.
Yeah.
When he was in the game.
Yes.
But afterwards, it's good. And I just love, as a 0-4 team, he's just like, yeah, nobody's good. Like, we can take out anyone.
Yeah. The idea of only scrimming half the week on the new patch is interesting. Because it's like, damn, that's a lot of information to take in with very limited time.
This is a massive patch.
Yes, it is. And you're going up against a pretty heavy opponent. And I wanted to talk about Cloud9 just a little bit, because what we saw from them last week, to me, is scary. Yes, you're working on your team fighting versus a team that's incredibly good at team fighting, and it's only getting better at certain aspects of the games, like their early level 1s. Now, something I want to focus on specifically is their level 1 play that they had in Game 2 versus Shopify Rebellion. Big thing to look at as you check in on the minimap. Yes, we're stacking the line bush. NB, Mbessa's on the top side of the map. So already we have a really interesting play. In the Vulcan interview, he mentioned the idea of trying to be active early. And even though the changes early in off-season made it so level 1s were very scarce, that has made some people comfortable. Zinni, you're getting a little bit too comfortable. You're about to check in this bush, and going into an Ashe that has chased down, and a Seraphine that has double E is going to be incredibly difficult. And so as we play this through, Zinni is going to immediately get caught. Seos and B-Boy can wonder if they're going to be able to follow up and support this. Maybe Seos can stop them and provide pressure and be a body block immediately. Two things happen that is incredibly bad. You don't have Ghost, you don't have Flash. You lose that in the level 1, you're incredibly low, you now need to base. Into a counter matchup, APA's classic Cassiopeia. You've just lost lane, mister. And you continue on. Now Seos, who is trying to support him, used Aftershock here, gets chunked to half HP, beginning of the laning phase. So now your bot lane is incredibly low, you just used heal, your mid lane is already over. APA kind of already had referenced that level 1 as a major reason in an interview of why he just won this lane. But it's not over yet. You thought you were already done with the level 1 contracts, now has to deal with the early invade, the classic Raptors fight, and he gets level 2. Blabber now gets level 2, and he can basically play off red here. So not only is mid lane screwed, not only is bot lane screwed, because as an MF and Nautilus, you have hello, how you doing, HDMI setting? Let's just continue on with this. Not only is your mid lane screwed and your bot lane screwed based off the fact that MF and Nautilus naturally want to skirmish to be able to get a lead. That cannot happen anymore. And then you look at your jungle and say, he is now completely behind against Mbessa. That is just a level 1 play. So everyone, even though the game starts very quickly now, you must be open and to the idea of an invade screwing you over.
I like that clip because it shows how dominant the level 1 of Game 2 was, which ended up being a stomp.
Yeah.
But does that actually make your perceived strength of Cloud9 a little bit lower? Because we remember that they stomped them.
Yeah.
But everything went well in that level 1.
True.
They got Flash and Ghost with their 3-man invade on the rise, and Contrax's game was over based off of what Blabber did to him level 1. So if you just have a neutral level 1, suddenly the game's a lot closer.
True. It changes the context a lot, right? You're right about that. But I think it's scarier only now because you're like, this reminds me of 2016 CLG, a team that was invaded constantly. In fact, when they were scrimming, they would scrim invades just to be able to have a better idea of okay, for this game we can do this invade. So now it's we are never safe in a level 1, and so now we have to be playing consistently cautiously. Blabber, who is already one of the best junglers in the league, is somebody that's now I have to worry about. Everyone's worried about a level 1, but now how creative can they be in their level 1s? So I agree. It might change your view on how games could have been if they were normal, but now you must never assume you're going to have normal games.
Yeah, the invades are getting really interesting. Vulcan has also been playing really well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is funny that of all the players that have been spamming enchanters, Vulcan has been the enchanteriest. A guy
enchanteriest.
We used to think of him as this Alistar engaged player, Alistar Rakan, maybe Bard. And he can still do that, but his enchanters have really taken this team dynamic to the next level. He hasn't died since week 2. He's had a 2-week deathless streak.
Yeah, and I mean, I think even when in the earliest parts of the season, specifically the Lyon series when they dropped a game, but also a few other series, it felt like Vulcan was just so solid and so steady. Like, he's never been someone that I think has had a bad game, like all split, which is kind of insane in terms of how consistent he's been.
Yeah.
Which I guess is reflected in his current deathless streak, which is best in a 4-game streak in Tier 1.
The 7-0-70 goes
yeah,
to show how strong
that's
those games have been.
ridiculous. It also shows how much he's participated in C9's success, right?
Yeah.
Like, he is a part of a lot of their kills from level 1 that you already pointed out, Raz, continuing forward. And I actually think he's been their most consistent and best performing player across all of C9 series.
God, I feel like he often is, and that's the one thing about Vulcan during a regular season that I really enjoy. If it's like Bard and Alistar, he's going to be extremely impactful nearly every game. And in this one, being able to see him perform as well as he is right now in an Enchanter meta, that's always going to been the asterisk of, oh, now you're forced to play like Lulu or Seraphine or something like that. Seraphine is a little bit of a cheat just because you can still find a way to engage, so you still feel like a little bit an Alistar. I flash ultied in a different direction. I started this fight. But with like other enchanters, it's usually something that you give an asterisk or a concern about for C9. Not anymore. If you're going into a best of 5 in playoffs time, you're going to have to be concerned about a wide range of champions, and I think that is really concerning. Vulcan has been a real star, and if you're thinking about now early all-pro votes for supports, he is definitely my number 1 support right now.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 in general is in a really strange spot, though, because they had hit a low that they hadn't hit for a couple of years after losing in lock-in playoffs and then having their America's Cup experience. And we talked about how much they said they were struggling in scrims continuously, how much they were arguing. It does currently seem like that is leading to some of this improvement, but you always have to balance that with, since they are now no longer struggling, does that lead to a sense of complacency that won't get them to where they want to be in the end? I'm jumping the gun on this conversation.
I know what you mean.
It's not going to be on the dig, but this is what everybody's thinking with Cloud9.
It is. It is a weird situation.
Yeah, well, and it's also, they can't prove it wrong until they make playoffs and win, right?
True.
Because, like, I feel that even going through the regular season, if they do super well, there's going to be a huge subsection of the fan base that's going to be like, well, we're just waiting. Oh, yeah, we need to watch out for
crazy
playoffs.
high.
Yeah, but there is a matchup that will start or continue to start the positivity for Cloud9.
What is this, Raz?
What have you cooked
Every
up?
week we had a new image and a new idea about Dignitas. At least they could give you one good game with that one big punch. But it is only getting worse for them ever since. Like right now, the record is pretty poor. But if you look at since 2020,
is that real?
That's real.
Wow.
That's the matchup.
27?
That's a single game that they were able to get against Cloud9 since then. It's been really tough. And when you're going up against Cloud9, son, like it's such a tough matchup. It's such a tough matchup that they declined to comment on this matchup. They don't even care anymore. But for Dignitas, they have some hope. Core JJ predicted us to win, so we really are the favorites. They feel like they're the favorites based off this prediction that's happening here with Core JJ. You seem to have your jaw a little bit too wide open.
27-1 is what's getting me.
Yeah.
I don't care about 0-4 versus 4-0. I care about 27-1 since 2020.
Crazy.
That's got to be matches.
That's a game. That's a game.
One game? It's games?
It's games.
Oh my gosh.
It's not looking so good. It's
Wow.
not looking so
That's
good.
a Raz stat.
It was that
That's an
lopsided.
amazing Raz stat.
But the thing is, you only need one. Oh, you need
two, Raz.
Yeah,
you need two.
You need to get that to
two more
3.
But you need one game for hope, all right? It starts with one to be able to create that hope. When we talk about dream fights, sometimes it's about just being able to visualize it in a dream that you can take a game, maybe 2. And so it is tough, I will say, but if I'm listening to Emily Rand and Emily Rand tells me,
No, I told
What is
you
Emily
we're all
Rand
going
voting?
to.
If we're playing the numbers, Raz, it's 27-1.
What are you voting? You are also 2-0 Cloud9.
yeah, I woke up
Why
from
are you
the dream.
throwing me under the bus?
I woke up from the dream. But you're the one that told me, don't pick the meta, give me Alistar.
That's how they win.
I mean,
that's
listen.
the path towards winning. If they're going to win, I feel like that has to happen. I still think C9 are the significantly better.
The patch was 3 days ago. Maybe they found some dark tech. Maybe Ignar FBI play something crazy. Zven and Vulcan. Vulcan's been amazing, but they haven't been dominating lane. That would be the path. APA's had some fun games. Palafox has traditionally done well against APA. That would be what happens, but it's 27-1. C9 dominates the regular season. Dig hasn't won. C9
but you gave
won.
me hope. You're giving me hope. You know what? I'm looking at the beautiful mind of Palafox. Give me something and start the games.
Hi, I'm Dignitas. I'm just a normal, regular, professional gaming team, just like everybody else.
Flying with colors and wildflower paint.
I'm in the LCS. I have my dream job, and I get to play in the best League of Legends league in North America.
You say you miss me in the lavender light. It's just a sign of the times.
Life is great, but it hasn't always been easy. I still haven't quite been able to win a match just yet. And now, well, now I have to go up against Cloud9, the best, most popular team in the LCS.
Dancing with others and whispering my name.
Everyone wants to be just like C9, and I'm just a regular team trying to live out my dreams of winning it all while having a great time with my friends.
Flying with colors and it's not the same.
C9 and I haven't even played each other since last year, when they picked me on purpose and then beat me 2-0. Still, I have a different roster now, including players that used to play for their amateur and academy teams. I can't help but think, what if I win? What if I'm more than just a regular LCS team?
Just a sign of the times.
I don't know how it's gonna go, but there's only one way to find out. It's time for Dignitas to be more than just a professional team. It's time to be myself.
Now we're flying with colors, bleeding into the frame. Dancing with others and whispering our name.
What if it's different this time?
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 5 of the LCS. It is a day of yellow and blue, as later on, Disguised is going to attempt to take down Team Liquid Alienware. But before we get to that, we've got ourselves some Dignitas versus Cloud9. I feel like everybody's expecting this one to go exactly one way. C9 have been at the top of the table, Dignitas have been at the bottom, and they're going to have to bring everything they've got if they want to pull off the upset.
Now that you mention it, I think the blue teams versus the yellow teams is a little unfair, Flowers.
Yeah, it seems a little bit lopsided.
Cloud9 and TL versus Dignitas and Disguised. People might be in accordance which side they think is going to win these ones, but that doesn't mean upsets don't happen.
You got to play the games.
They said winnable out there.
Got to play the game.
Cloud9, of course, at the top of the standings as RTL 4-0. Dignitas at the very bottom at the moment. However, Dignitas have been able to win select games. We keep bringing this up because they have been able to do it. They got one off TL, they got one off Lyon. Just got to string those together, Flowers, in a series.
The problem with winning one is you got to win two. See? A little bit of math.
But in order to win 2, you also need to first win 1.
All right, a riposte I see. Mr. Fiora player over here. All right. Well, let's see what Dignitas are cooking here. You were talking to Palafox, I believe it was earlier, and he was talking about how the big patch was kind of a mover and a shaker this week because they were having to scrim on the previous patch for the first half of the week. Then it drops. Now you're on the new one. So
Yeah.
I'm curious, when there's this big of changes in the game, the ability to adapt and adapt quickly is even more important than normal.
And it puts on showcase the value of your coaching staff and your analysts. I've always really liked, ever since we made this change to play on live patch, how it really does reward teams that put effort in trying to figure out what is going to be strong, because I feel like that's very relatable for the everyday League of Legends players that are competitive. You're always trying to find out, what should I abuse on this new patch so I can climb rank?
What's the secret OP?
How can I steal some LP before it gets nerfed by Riot? And one of those is Seraphine Flowers. This is one that I had on my list. This was not on the lounge list, but Seraphine got one of the most OP changes, which is not necessarily fully documented, where she doesn't have to hit the center of champion models anymore, and it can just hit on the edge. So it's really, really easy to get Seraphine's damage out now. And I feel like she is super even more OP than previous. She already was a power pick, but on this patch with that change, I think she is even more valuable. So I think Cloud9 got the better part of the breakup here.
Yeah.
Obviously they got
the girly pop breakup.
They did get to choose, so it makes sense that they would get the better part because they got the pick first. But they did get it, and they paired the Seraphine with the Ezreal. That got the AP ratios as well. So maybe we'll see some alternate builds here. From Sven. Maybe not. Maybe just go with
Could just be standard stuff. You never know. But all right, so we're through the first half of the draft. It is Orianna, Pantheon, Bard, and now Xin Zhao banned out by Dignitas. Varus, Anivia, Karma, and Aurora banned out by C9. And we've got our bottom lanes fully decided with the Ashe Lulu versus Seraphine Ezreal, that powerful Seraphine that we're talking about. Jarvan locked in for XU, and APA piloting the Annie in this one.
Okay, so they've got their hard engage, they've got their poke damage. Looks pretty good for Cloud9. On the side for Dignitas, also very straightforward, very good. Annie is a champion you can punish with Jarvan. And Ashe arrows, we've seen with the prevalence and the rise of Ashe, what percentage do you think of the arrows in the first 14 minutes actually go mid lane? I'd say more than 50% of the arrows.
Yeah, I feel like you see it a lot. She recalls and then just shoots it straight down mid.
I think that they're always just taking shots at the mid laners with the early game Ashe arrows at the very least. Annie, of course, with your speed boost, if you have your shield ready, you can make it a bit easier to dodge. So we'll see about that, but they continue down the line here, take out some junglers from Blabber. Blabber has a very deep champion pool. He's not worried at all. I'm quite sure. He streams very frequently and streams all kinds of different champions, and he is one who does jump on new patches very, very quickly and really enjoys the theory crafting aspect of League of Legends. So I'm excited to see what Blabber does pull out with the Xin and the Nocturne both kind of taking the hit there. They could definitely do with some better frontline and some more engage along, so it's not just the Annie on their side. But Dignitas here, nothing out of the ordinary, Flowers. Your Spicy Hot Pot, your Jarvan Rumble combination, and guess what? Seraphine and Annie are both great targets for that. Seraphine is inherently quite squishy, and definitely would be a very good target for that. Jarvan Ultimate, you can go unstoppable, make sure you can get to her and lock her in place for that Rumble Ultimate. But Cloud9, no surprises yet. Thanatos goes with one of the two main tanks that you pick into Rumble.
Yep.
The Ornn further engage we are looking for in the further front line.
Yep, I always like to see an Ornn into a Rumble. Generally, as soon as that Kanik Rookern comes online, you don't really have to worry that much about Rumble anymore. What is Blabber going to settle with? It looks like we're getting Wukong here in the jungle. Final pick for C9.
There you go. Rounded out with some beautiful team fighting. Very big team fight jungler here. Cloud9. This draft to me feels like Cloud9 are saying, we are a better team than you, so we're going to scale into some really easy 5-on-5 team fights and make sure that we kind of guarantee our win that way.
Meanwhile, on Dignitas, what is our final choice? Okay, the Hui for Palafox, pick number 5.
Okay, it's got good range. So you can have good isolated matchup here versus Annie, but when Wukong hits level 6 and Annie is level 6, that is a recipe for flashes and kills. So we'll see. Got to stay safe then, but definitely has lots of good range that can follow up on Jarvan Rumble combination. So some pretty good synergies on the Dignitas side as well. And we got some Palafox standing up. Let's get some blood flowing in the legs. You know, Flowers got a little warm-up routine.
Ready to go.
Here we go. I like it. Focus up, everybody. Focus up. We got a possible upset on our hands here.
All right, Dignitas.
Game
let's
hasn't
see
started,
it.
so it's possible.
If Dignitas manages to take down Cloud9, that will be so insane for them. For this team that, like you're talking about, has managed to win games, individual games, but they just haven't been able to put the pieces together and secure a series win yet. And now they're going up against top dogs in the league. It is a challenge. The gauntlet has been thrown. Dignitas must step up because C9 is going to look to just walk themselves straight forward into a 5-0. They would love to have that still unblemished record going forward. All of our analysts predicted 2-0 C9 at the top of the day. What about you?
They did. If I was theoretically to predict this game,
okay, theoretically,
yeah, I might also be a Cloud9 2-0 win.
I mean, not even theoretically. I'll predict a 2-0. We don't have a fancy graphic with mine on it, but I'm predicting the same thing. Dignitas is going to have to seriously spoil some people's expectations here. So let's see how our opening is going to start.
Okay, so they actually did one of these common openings a lot of times now with the new season. Hold on, we got a comms listening.
Hello, hello? You think C9 is thinking they're gonna stomp us today?
Did I think they're nervous, bro?
You think so?
I actually think so.
Well, I'm nervous too.
What are you nervous about, bro? What are you nervous about?
The wrath of Sven.
Sven doesn't seem very wrathful.
No, he's chilling, bro. He's having a great time.
I do like that though. X's like, yeah, they're nervous. Because honestly, if you were to get upset by Dignitas, yeah, you'd have to answer to Dominanero, I would think, in the the Cloud9 review room. But let's see what they can get done in the early game. What I was about to talk about was a very common strategy now with the new season and the game starting so much earlier, is all these mid laners opening to bottom lane to walk through and see if they can get an early trade for a lot of these, you know, poke heavy, harassment heavy bottom lanes where we're seeing this like arms race bottom lane of, you know, laning power, and it doesn't amount to anything this time around. Of course, we saw like the end of it where APA is trying to walk back to mid lane, but that was about it. And Palafox tried to get a little bit of harassment, but APA doing a good job pushing up and dodging some spells here for the trade. Nice little electrocute trade for Palafox there as he walks forward into it.
And you can see both junglers,
APA, excuse me.
Both junglers started in their top quadrants here in this first game, so both of them clearing through their second buffs right now, moving towards the bottom lane. I'll be interested to see if they want to try to make any sort of a play happen, or if we're just going to get the full clear game.
Yeah, definitely full clear game looks very good for Wukong, for Blabber here especially, and since they did have the ward on Raptors, they knew that it's also the exact pack there for XU, but a standout player for Cloud9 Flowers. We are a 4-game deathless streak for Vulcan. And funnily enough, he has not been voted player of the game for any of these games. Very suspicious.
Who's been voting on these?
Interesting.
These guys might be bums.
We did go investigate, though. Our stats guy, Liam, went to APA's Discord talking about Vulcan, how well Vulcan's been doing, and how crazy his KDA is and not dying. And APA was like, he's a KDA player. This guy is always trying to bait other people into dying by playing Bard and telling them, if you take the Bard portal into the fountain at the end of the game, I'll take it also. And then he just never takes it.
Well, he's not on the
Scandalous.
in this one. We'll see. Maybe he can bait people into a crazy Seraphine encore or something like that.
Go walk in front of me into the fountain so I can bounce my ult off your head.
Exactly. Be the conduit.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the vessel? That was the word that Azael wanted to. Or was, no, was it Jet? Somebody was talking about vessels.
So the vessel would have to like contain it and kind of take it forward. I think we still got to workshop that.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll see if he can hit any big ultis as we go further into the game right now. But so far, no plays being made by either side. The full clear game is the name of it here in the jungle. As you can see, Blabber back out onto the map, clearing through his Raptors here for the second time. XU's going to be doing just about the same thing. Both of them had very similar first recalls, first purchases, so really not a whole lot to write home about in the first 5 minutes.
Personally, I like Conduit the most.
Conduit? Oh,
yeah,
Conduit's a good one.
For someone you bounce a Seraphine ult off their head of your teammates.
Yeah,
because they're conducting, it's, you know, the electricity of the ultimate further. Similar principles.
I was with you until you're just talking about Seraphine electricity. I don't know about that one.
Gotta plug your mic in somewhere.
Yep, all right, fair enough. Gotta make sure you got a battery for your
Seraphine Ezreal on the bottom side. Poke damage doing pretty well. Pushing again here on the reset. Nice little farming for themselves so far.
Ignar.
Okay.
Popping the heal there. Sven and FBI trading back and forth pretty heavily. Sven wants to go in. Ignar has to use both summoner spells, getting away for now. C9 still hanging around, but a nice gank comes in from XU. Immediate wombo combo for the first blood, and the Jarvan is on the board. Nicely played from D.
Really good vision toggle by the observers too. We saw XU as he was kind of finishing and walking over and just slipping in for a lane gank into these volatile lanes, Flowers. This arms race of laning power that has occurred in the bottom lane. It is very effective when your support is able to bait out the flash and, use his flash to trade really heavily. If you have that type of communication with your jungler, hey, you know, I'm in the area, I'm on the way, trying to look juicy. Sometimes people refer to it, trying to bait them, you know, trying to get a heavy trade, and then XU goes in there with the EQ flash to make sure that, oh, the ward had just expired too. Wow, that may have given Cloud9 some false sense of confidence, but Ignar did blow his flash there to get away, and since they knew he can just go for it, EQ flash to get the knock-up and close the distance. Nicely done from XU.
This is what I would always, when I was playing solo queue games, I would always tell my teammates, make him think you're stupid.
Yeah.
Go just do something silly. Do something silly. Meanwhile, back over here in the mid lane now, APA could be in some trouble. The Spiraling Despair brings him down to 150.
And you say that because you know me, I'm your teammate, I'm not stupid. But I could make them think that I am.
Yes, pretend, make believe.
Yeah, pretend that you're really bad at this game. It's gonna take a lot for me to do that, Flowers.
Make them wonder why you guys are even queued up in the same match together.
Yeah.
Pretend like you're 600 elo lower than you're supposed to be.
Oopsies.
My bad, guys. Well, Dignitas is going to be happy about this early start here. Back over in mid, like I'm saying, it was very low for APA, but not actually enough to threaten anything lethal. Still has the flash available on the Annie. Considering all our solo laners are now level 7, I'm looking forward to seeing when we're going to have more plays being made.
Okay, well, no flash still on Ignar and no flash on XU. And sometimes we do give extra, you know, credit for even if you happen to have played poorly, but it ends up baiting someone in. It's like, oh yeah, meant to do that the entire time.
For sure.
All along, for sure. But because of it, and the push down here, still going to be able to grab Dragon, and level 6 for Blabber Wukong. Level 7 there for XU ticking over. And so junglers are fairly close in experience with a very slight lead there for XU as Blabber has to finish his Gromp. Will he be able to finish the Gromp in time? Looks like he's going to get there just as XU walks by.
Ooh.
And he yoinks it!
Nice from XU, stealing that one away. Keeps Blabber at level 6 here on the Wukong, so XU has a decided advantage, but APA can rotate over if XU overstays his welcome.
But he has to wait for another charge of Smite if he wants to really go for that blue. Blabber doesn't have his charge, but it's coming up fairly shortly.
The battle for the blue buff. Both sides sending reinforcements, but it looks like C9 is going to retain control for now. The attention towards the blue buff, however, did allow Dignitas to get the wave crashed into the tier 1 turret, and you could see FBI taking the first plate.
Yeah, extra plate money, drop a couple CS there. You're going to draw a little bit of attention further into the jungle from both lanes. Slight collapse. Meanwhile, rotate on up to the grubs. Tibbers dropped again, get the push, get a little chunk. And everything's staying pretty calm aside from the early flash on bottom.
Okay, Grub's being picked up. Xy's in charge of that. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ignar taken very low, down to about 50 HP. Got to be careful on this one as Blabber arrives into the fight. FBI trying to get something back, but it will not work. Blabber picks up the kill, and C9 make their way onto the board.
As every bottom laner always said, bot lane is jungle diff.
Yep.
Your jungler
All
comes
the laners
down.
say that.
Yeah, no, literally.
Bot lane is jungle diff, mid lane is jungle diff, top lane is very jungle diff.
I mean, honestly, even junglers love saying that too, as long as you're the one doing the diff.
Yeah, if you're the guy that's doing way better, it's like, yeah, this whole game was a jungle diff. Don't worry about it.
You get one gank bot for Xu, kill. One gank bot for Blabber, kill. I like it. Some parity here.
Yeah.
Even though we have first place team versus a last place team. So our early intro of the possible upset on our hands still very much alive.
It was Dignitas to strike first, remember. C9 keeping things nice and competitive. And right there, we were talking a little bit about this back in draft. You mentioned how Ornn is one of those 2 tanks alongside Cassante that is very frequently picked into Rumble. It's not like he counters Rumble, but he survives just fine. And then once you get this item, thank you, MasterCard, Koenig Rookern just makes it so easy to trade back into him. You don't really feel that pressure anymore from the Flame Spitter.
Yeah, I mean, it's universally so good. Double AP lanes, kind of like you're setting up there just as the Landry's getting finished. So Thanatos is up in CS as we get another jungle fight over the Gromp.
Yeah.
Gimme.
Xu really wants these Gromps. He is constantly trying to keep the pressure on Blabber whenever he's clearing through this part of the jungle, just wanting to make his presence known, have a little bit of extra pressure on the map, and it is making C9 respond. Sven and Vulcan have to be hyper aware of what Xu's doing, making sure that Blabber can continue his pace, continue his own tempo. Xu will now head back into the red side of the jungle for Big Dig.
Yeah, honestly, good attempt. I like trying to keep using the pressure of your pushing bottom lane to invade on Grops. Even though Xu didn't get this one and Blabber does get the smite on this one, you keep up the pressure and you also let your bottom lane keep, poking under turret and trying to play for some power plate money because you're keeping track of the presence of the Wukong in addition to looking for the steal here with your kind of aggressive placement. But off that Gromp and off the farming here for Blabber. Now he's up to the Trinity Force on Wukong. So Flash and Trinity Force and Ultimate is the Wukong recipe for success here in the mid game.
So where do we want to see him take that?
Personally, I like playing to either Seraphine ults, Ornn ults, or Annie ults. So Flowers, that is
you
all
can kind of go
lanes.
Anywhere. That's you kind of just said pick your destination. Go on vacation anywhere. It'll be great. Xu once again trying to invade though, contest some of these jungle camps. Blabber will make sure that he secures the large chicken as FBI and Ignar continue running the show down here in the bottom lane. Vulcan and Sven firing back. Injured health bars on both sides. Maybe bottom lane is the destination.
Maybe.
Everybody's looking pretty gankable.
Vulcan down here, we did say, still deathless in his 5th game, doing very, very well for Cloud9. He's a huge fantasy points earner as well because of the stats, and we'll see if it continues in this game. Seraphine, of course, a fairly squishy champion, and Dignitas comp definitely are built to punish a low mobility kind of squishy support. But Dragon stacking is still been going quite well for Cloud9. They have the reset from Sven. He came back with his Trinity Force, so Cloud9 ready to fight this. APA on Brush here.
Yeah, Dignitas on the approach, though. They don't just want to let this one go for free. Keep your eyes on Xu. APA immediately with the engage. Chunks the Jarvan down below half HP. The Dragon still very low, but not dead just yet. Xu falls first. APA taking the kill on that one as the Drake does go C9's way. It's a 1-for-1 so far. FBI looking for a little bit more. Sven very low on HP here, and the Severing Bolt secures it. Nicely done. Dignitas are going to get a 2-for-1 in the fight.
I like the killer instinct here from FBI to just keep the chase up. He pops his Ghost. He gets the Lulu speed up. chases them down with the slow. So 1 dragon for +1 on kills, Flowers. It's still pretty worrisome for Dignitas just because Cloud9 teamfight is going to be so good later on, and them building towards a Dragon Soul might be very difficult to deal with. Even Chemtech Soul, some people don't like it, but it's quite good with Seraphine on your team. So APA, the idea, he wanted to go for enemy jungle early so that they could get extra pressure on him, and the Dragon down there still with 900 smites for both junglers. They were able to kill XU before it got down, or excuse me, 1K. Now it is, before it could get down to the 1K smiteable range, and so Cloud9 focus on killing enemy jungler. They do that, they get the dragon, but giving over some extra money here into the hands of the Hui, into Palafox himself.
Yep.
Pretty nice for him, and he's going with the new boots in addition to his Blackfire Torch being completed. So if you can stack those things up, will be quite nice for Dignitas, for Palafox. He is about the gold lead himself. The 1,000 gold lead is basically in the hands of the Hui power.
Yeah, top lane and jungle, pretty much non-existent differences between those roles. Bottom lane, you've got about a 1 kill gold advantage for FBI over Sven, but also the same the other direction for Vulcan over Ignar. So it's up to Palafox. Can the genius midfielder pilot this individual advantage into some big plays for the team? Right now, C9 is going to go ahead, start up. Nothing. Dignitas are the ones taking the Rift Herald first, as Thanatos down here in the bottom lane, just going to keep on farming, get this thing shoved up. Photon using the equalizer to clear out the wave as Blabber wraps around, but Photon does get back in time. Won't find himself ganked here just yet, but considering C9 is overloading this bottom side, top side of the map, Rift Herald free and clear for Dignitas.
Yep, going for a trade here. Nice weak side rumble play as well from Photon.
Yep.
As you shout it out, clear the wave, buy some extra time. So that buys you another 30 seconds. Every little wave here, and immediately going to drive the Herald into mid. Nothing really is there for Cloud9 to be able to stop them. So Dignitas just pushing this gold lead ahead very nicely. First tower is so nice once again on this season. So nice little balloon snowball here for Dignitas.
I mean, honestly, first 16 minutes of the game, you're up 2,000 gold over one of the undefeated teams. I feel like this is a great first 16 minutes for Dig.
Certainly is. And Palafox, when I interviewed him, he did say the team was really focused on improving their team fights from the previous week. He also mentioned his own Azir play from last week. Quite obviously, very well aware of the improvements necessary there. So Dignitas, I think, heads are in the right place, and they have the capabilities this game. Ashe, Arrow, and Jarvan, with Jarvan Ultimate, they have the ability to continue to force the fights on their terms. It's just that you always have this in the back of your head. A team fight later with a Seraphine and people getting Ornn upgraded items fairly shortly as well for Cloud9 provides a lot of value. And Thanatos already has his own upgrade, and so he's going to be able to hand them out quickly. APA, though, might be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Ignar and XU looking for an angle here. APA going to continue trying to walk back to safety. Does avoid the initial Jarvan combo. Still trying to escape the pressure coming in from Dignitas, but XU's ready to full send it, and he takes the kill immediately before C9 can do anything in response.
Ignar just going to self-ult as well, make sure he doesn't give over a counter kill. Nicely done. Dignitas, play after play after play, Flowers. They really have been in the driver's seat. If not for the early dragon stacking for Cloud9, they've really got it under control. And Cloud9 have to start being a little bit careful too with their mid tower down. The reason it's such a big focus, you lose a lot of control for both sides of your jungle, and XU's still camping on the bottom side of the map. Thanatos is quite tanky though, so.
Yeah. The dragon spawning in less than 10 seconds now. Equalizer still down, Cataclysm still down. Dignitas really does not want to allow C9 to make it to Soul Point.
And they're at a really good breakpoint right now, where Palafox was able to finish his Horizon focus, so 2 item power spike for the Hui, and nobody on Cloud9 is up to 2 items for this dragon fight, so it's a really optimal time for Dignitas to force the fight. And Cloud9 look like they still want to keep on the early Dragon timer anyway, so they're going to bully their way in. They have Annie and Ornn. Can they get someone to wrap around? Because those are kind of short. Oh, teleport top. They're giving it away. So Dignitas make the call. Fine, we are leaving.
I mean, they have no ultimates. The only ultimate available is Palafox. Everybody else still has a little bit of time left to go on the cooldown as APA makes the engage. Big ulti there with a Palafox, and the shutdown comes through for Sven. The Fed Hui dies immediately. C9 moves to Soul Point. FBI has to flash just to make sure he doesn't fall as well.
Oh, wasn't the call for sure just give this up when you're teleporting your Rumble away from it?
I mean, it has to be.
They were sticking around. They wanted to, get some poke or something, and Hui just full comboed the Wukong clone. Blabber had pretty good reactions, and Blabber just clones forward past the Dragon. And APA is like, oh, great, I'll wrap around and get a kill while you guys are watching our Dragon. So this definitely puts a wrinkle in the master plan of the Dignitas upset. Yeah. So we're going to look at it again. So as we see wrap around here, he's going to try and go for Blabber. They have vision on him, but Blabber is ready with the clone. And so he just clones away from it, and then APA is there with the punish. Also, just great angle and snipe here from Sven, and flashing over that wall is not going to get you to safety because Sven had the angle for the Ezreal ult here. So that just turned this game from a lot of good moves had been made by Dignitas for the first 18-ish, 17, 18 minutes for them. That one, it puts so much pressure, though. I mean, Dragon Soul going to be happening really early. As we said, the Ornn upgrades going to start coming through, and so the team fight does get a lot more dicey for Dignitas now that they haven't been able to keep up their momentum.
And I feel like moments like that so often define top teams versus bottom teams, right? The bottom teams can get individual leads. They can build themselves advantages in the game, but you've really got to be able to lock in those clutch moments. And right there, that was a big fumble from Dignitas. Again, what you pointed out with, as soon as the teleport happens, why are we still hanging out around here?
I mean, he thought, oh, maybe we can get this super, super lucky optimal play where I burst Wukong and you put a ton of maybe they thought they could actually kill him, and then there's a chance that you randomly steal the Dragon. Regardless,
feels like a lot of ifs.
Obviously not ideal for them, and so Cloud9, what seemed like their plan is in full motion here. They're
Ooh, XU, immediate flash. Cataclysm comes out, but where's the rest of the team? XU just gives it away mid lane.
Well, they did send the Rumble ult. That was in the picture. They did the spicy hot pot, but that was all that was about it.
Definitely did not feel fully organized there.
They didn't have the rest of the damn.
I'm really curious what the communication was like in that moment, because XU clearly wanted to full send it, but everybody else just was not present.
Yeah, and honestly, maybe you can look at the comms, but I would say if you're the one forcing it, yeah, even though you're like, oh, well, the Hui was all the way still back in our jungle, I'm just one that I'm usually like, well, if my... yeah. I mean, why do we even talk? We should just let APA do it for us. There you go.
Even by APA standards, that's pretty toxic.
So I was about to say, in that case, I would put the blame on the one who's doing the flash engage, because you kind of got to do your last second checks. You're like, oh, all right, I'm gonna do my snap engage. Where's all my people at? Where's my damage? And so the Hui was down here when he did that, and so he was coming this way, but Rumble, of course, could cast the ult, but they didn't have the full weaponry available.
Nope, they certainly did not, and now there is less than 60 seconds on the clock until Dragon Soul arrives. If C9 gets this, it's such a massive power infusion. You already mentioned how, yeah, Chemtech Soul is generally not one of the ones that you would be excited to see, but you've got a Seraphine, you've got a strong front line in the Ornn and the Wukong. This is still going to be just massive up and to the right in terms of the power graph. I'm concerned for Dignitas.
Valid, sir.
Yeah.
Valid.
Yeah.
I'm here to validate your feelings and concerns.
Thank you. I feel validated. I feel vindicated.
And
I
it's gonna-
feel seen. I feel heard.
I think everyone is going to be right there with you for the next 15 seconds here leading up to this dragon. Let's see if there's any poke damage done.
Yeah, the Ornhorn has already been summoned. Thanatos with the flash. They're full sending on to FBI, and he's already down. Blabber's going to take the first kill. As XU is about to die, he tries to escape, but APA still has enough damage to take him out. It's a 2-for-0 for C9. One of them's the enemy jungler. Sven nearly getting caught on the very back end of the fight, burning low from the equalizer, but not quite dead just yet. Sidesteps the Severing Bolt, hits him with the Papega Frog, eats some honey fruit. C9 are chilling.
Good emote casting.
Yeah, it's important.
And I don't know if it's too mean to say, but it's like, that's how you do a mid lane engage right there. That was just sick from Thanatos. He sees the angle here onto FBI, and they just CC lock him. FBI, let me look at the, let me rewind it a little bit. Did his flash might have had a couple seconds left on the cooldown. Sometimes, yeah. Oh, man. I'm going back through it now because like the flash is up now, but it still had a little timer of flash cooldown left on the Ashe, so that is good flash timings from Cloud9. You know, this is one of the basics of the game at pro level, but like keeping the good flash timer, and then Thanatos says, great, we have, 15 seconds to work with, no flash on this Ashe. He's right against the wall. He's gonna stay against the wall. Goes with the ult into the flash. Really good little combo there from Cloud9, and as you said, an easy soul.
Yeah, they've got the soul. They've got Ornn items coming in all over the place now. You've got the upgraded one for the Ornn himself. I believe, hold on, as soon as our scoreboard comes back here in just a second, that the Muramana for Sven is also upgraded. And then Trinity Force for Blabber. FBI going in, trying to find the damage here onto the Ezreal. Can't quite kill him just yet, and the Seraphine keeps him alive yet again. C9 trying to fight back now as Blabber is shut down. Photon's going to take the first kill, but Thanatos on the left side of the fight is a problem. APA wrapping around from behind, finds the angle. Photon barely staying alive. Dignitas getting away for now. It's a 1-for-1 FBI for Blabber.
Okay, what can they do afterwards here? No jungler for Cloud9, but they still have the Chemtech Soul, and they can push in on this tower. Sven is right back up to full health almost. And they're going to be able to get the tower in the aftermath as well. Chemtech Soul, that damage reduction really helped there. Yeah. As he was burning down, and they turn it around for the counter engage. But here's another look at it. And I've liked FBI this whole game. Has had a pretty good eye for setting up a lot of these aggressive plays. Puts a ton of pressure on Sven, and with the Rumble ultimate, they get his flash out too. Actually then tries to follow it up, but they couldn't get back to Sven, and Blabber goes for the counter engage to kind of sacrifice here and keep the pressure off Sven, and then with Vulcan and Sven in the back line, sustaining through this, they're able to work it forward. Thanatos has just been a monster.
Yeah, this guy's one of the top performers in the league for a reason, right? It just feels like him and Vulcan specifically have stood out to me so much over the last couple of weeks of Cloud9 games. And now it's C9 setting up shop here in the top side river, looking around the Baron pit. Thanatos, he'll get back out of the brush. He's not really super concerned about the little rumble damage.
If there is some hope for Dignitas here, well, no arrow now and some poke damage being sustained here by XU. But there's no flash on Sven or on Vulcan flank.
Yeah, APA over the wall immediately just drops the combo onto Palafox. True Shot Barrage rushes in right alongside the Ornhorn. XU now going to be the next target. He's stunned up inside his own Cataclysm, staying alive for now, tries to flash away, but it will not work. It's a 1-for-1 as APA also falls. Dignitas seeing if there's anything else they might be able to find here, but C9 are going to exfiltrate.
Yeah, good damage still from Dignitas over the wall here. Hwei damage is able to pop them. Wait a minute.
Sven, he's playing on the edge there a little bit, FBI. Okay. I'm curious if we're actually going to see this get full sent or not, because I feel like neither side really wants to go all in here.
Yeah, FBI does have his ghost pop, so he's trying to make use of his speed. He's dodging a lot of skill shots here, but he doesn't quite have his IE done.
Yeah. Okay, Photon stepping up, takes a bunch of damage. Sven has to arcane shift backwards, keeping himself alive for now. True Shot Barrage goes through. Nice charm to FBI. Blabber takes the kill with the enemy AD carry down. C9 is on the attack. Tries to use the smite there. Blabber cannot quite catch up to Photon though. Blastcone's gonna guarantee the Dignitas won't lose anybody else, but that's another kill for free.
Another kill, chase down. They also have plenty of vision secured over the Baron, so after resetting, they can get right back out to this area of the map. Still, there's a top outer tower, so maybe push down on top side first. But things looking very good here for Cloud9, of course, with this Dragon Soul. Dignitas, though, props to them, but for keeping the gold fairly close at the very least. Even with the Dragon Soul going over to Cloud9. And now the IE is done for FBI. It's definitely going to be difficult for them, but still keeping up a lot of the damage output.
And I want to check back in on something we were talking about at the beginning of the game, because Vulcan has still not died this game, and he has 100% kill participation with all of them being assists. This is a perfect support performance thus far as Dignitas arrive to the topside river. They want to try to answer the Baron attempt coming out from C9. Baron down to about 3,000 HP. XU wants to go in, look for the angle here with the steal, but FBI is already down to 1/3 HP. Blabber goes on a killing spree. XU is dead. Thanatos getting a ton of damage from the focus fire from the Ashe. Manages to get himself away for now. Sven still firing. Equalizer's not going to get anybody, so C9 will take 1 kill plus the Baron.
Okay, some control there for Cloud9. They stopped the Baron damage at like 2.7 thousand here, so XU not able to finish it off or anything. Goes in, wants to be close enough for a steal, but does not get low enough. Nice little focus there from Cloud9. They just turn on him, take out the enemy jungle, secure the objective flowers, and they still got that top turret afterwards as well, so progressing the game quite nicely towards Dignitas' turrets.
Yeah, and here's the problem, Mr. Kobe. XU's still dead for the next 5 seconds. That's about the same amount of time till the Elder Dragon spawns. If C9 gets an Elder Dragon, with Dignitas not being able to do anything about it, I feel like the game, it is well and truly cooked at that point.
Yeah. All right. Cloud9 cooking all right. What can they do with it? Now trying to move some of their vision over towards this area by the Elder. Blabber going to push on bottom too, so the Baron buff for 1 split for Cloud9. Going to keep the pressure up. Bot side turret also going to take some damage. Nice little chunk here. Yep. Blabber gets some plate money as well.
Arrow hits Blabber. Follow-up from XU is there. Blabber already down to half HP. Drops the Cyclone, trying to get himself away to safety as the rest of C9 swoops through. Equalizer dropping over the top, but Blabber's still staying alive for now. Pressure into the back line from Thanatos with a nice 2-man knock-up. It's a double kill for APA, and Dignitas are scattered. Photon cannot get away from Sven. One more auto attack's going to take him out. Killing spree for the C9 AD carry. I don't even think we're going to need an Elder Dragon on this one. It is a 5 versus 2, and C9 are kicking in the doors to the base. Bottom inhibitor already gone. Nexus turrets under fire. APA and the rest of C9 found it all too easy to end the game right there. As soon as Dignitas went for Blabber, they did not have enough gas in the tank. Game 1 goes to C9.
Yeah, you saw all the long-range nukes from Cloud9 just taking out the enemy Ashe. FBI doesn't get to move, and all these bombs come flying over the top. Cloud9, cool, calm, and collected, are going to take game number 1, and Vulcan still deathless!
Still deathless!
0-0-13!
Craziness! Lounge, how are we feeling?
Can Vulcan die?
Can he die?
I don't think he can.
I don't think so. But they're going to focus on objectives. This is an objective-based video game. And that's kind of how they won.
Objective at this point.
Yeah,
How does C9 always
objectively
beat them?
not dead.
In various different ways, but in this game in particular, I want to focus on the objective control. So first Drake, even though XU did get the kill on Sven, Blabber focused on the first Drake. So pretty simple, first Drake.
All right.
Second Drake, where is C9 with the setup of this Drake? They're already here, so they've already moved into river. They have some vision. Bot lane is getting pushed so they can join. And Dig is they're honestly just late to the objective. So a lot of times you would give this, but instead they think they're not going to kill it fast enough. Maybe we can fight. Here, I'd say there's a mild miscommunication between APA and Blabber where APA goes in for the fight, Blabber doesn't. But it's because Blabber is focused on the objective. Wins the smite as XU dies, even though they technically lose the fight, and the gold gets a little dicey. Next fight, more objective control. But let me point you to the mid lane here. FBI probably wants to have his item for this fight because when the objective is up, what does he do? He doesn't focus on the objective.
Oh no.
Where's C9? They're on the objective. Palafox wants to be on the objective. Unfortunately, he objectively ults the clone.
Oh.
So that hurts his chances. APA finds the engage, and he ends up getting one shot. But look where the team is. FBI on mid, Ignar in base, Rumble on top. They are not on the same page whatsoever.
Oh,
They
Rumble's
lose
on a
yet
different objective.
Another objective.
Ah.
They have different objectives.
Different objective.
Yeah. Objective is turret, objective is Drake.
Objective is Phantom Dancer.
Last objective, as the objective is spawning, C9 just objectively decide to go for a fight. So technically you could say they're going for kills, but this is based around securing the objective, which is about to spawn. They find a nice engage with Thanatos, ulting 2, landing the knock-up, essentially getting the full one-shot onto FBI. And by the time XU engages, the fight is already over. They lose 2, and C9 is able to secure... What is it, Emily Raz?
The objective.
The objective,
I
thank
was,
you,
I
we're
was
learning.
gonna say the other thing.
the
other thing, like the other main differences
And then
between
Baron.
the two, because like Dig did get Rift Herald, right? They
Yep.
focused down mid. Like that was their one run of objective focused play that looked good. But even then, when you're comparing like different setups, like going into that 4th Drake fight to get Soul, they already had their vision down.
Yeah.
APA pushed out that bot wave to set up for it, right? So like they forced Dig to respond to that, then Digger grouped in mid. There's a really nice engage from Thanatos. He's like, again, like small shout out to him. He's improving in these team fights on tanks, becoming like a much better team fighter than he has been previously in his career. And so it's not just about like, oh, they're focusing objectives. It's that their setup was so much better, even when Dig were getting objectives.
I wonder what Inero is saying at this very moment. Guys,
But
I
then
think we
you
could have
also-
gotten the objective a little
yeah,
faster.
you also
They
do
probably
have this,
weren't that
which
happy
is
with that
just
game
like,
for what it's worth.
Yeah, this is the big one.
Yeah, they got the 4 Drakes, which is why they won, but I imagine they're not that happy about they died to an early gank.
Yep.
FBI or Palafox was like 1,000 or 2,000 gold against the Hui. Thanatos was on tank duty. Like they
Yes.
won the game in a convincing way.
Yeah.
But Vulcan's not going to be thrilled about that. They didn't win lane. They kind of just grouped
Yeah.
in around objectives.
And then after the Drake fight, in which Dignitas ended up winning the fight because like Ash was chasing them down, and that was like some miscommunication because like Annie looked for an engage, like APA thought he found something, but they weren't really supportive. Like it's one of those things where like they were definitely not always on the same page.
Yeah.
And if it was against a tougher opponent, they probably would have lost a game like that if you lose a gold lead to Dignitas. That's going to be a tough one.
And small things for Dig, like they did have some windows bot lane. I thought FBI still played like pretty well. Obviously he was targeted in the mid to late game team fights because he was kind of their primary carry, but they had some really nice, like that bot dive. There was a fantastic Rumble equalizer and to combo with the Jarvan there. Their initial 2v2 bot where XU then did a lane gank was really good, but it's just that C9 sees the map overall, like as you already showcased, chat, so much better.
Who got player of the game?
It says Vulcan.
It says Vulcan in the prompter.
I'm wondering, I'm not
Who voted?
disagreeing with apparently everyone
You are-
else.
you
are
you
clearly the
disagreeing.
one disagreeing with everyone.
Are we getting a little enchanted by his deathless streak?
I got charmed.
You got charmed by his
I've been
deathless streak.
I got
Understood.
Yeah, I got charmed by his.
Okay, supports don't get enough love.
Yeah.
Vulcan has been playing great. Okay, I'm wrong,
I like,
Chad.
okay, I will say I like the shout out to Thanatos.
Chad,
though,
I'm
'cause
wrong.
I,
I
did
shouldn't have
think-
voted for Blabber.
I did think his Orin team fighting was
We could have had a unanimous vote.
We could have.
Yeah.
Boo this man.
This still counts. There's no unanimous counting. Like it's just
The audience
Vulcan
agrees
wins.
with us.
Mm-hmm. That's not in the eyes of the fans. You messed it up.
Yeah, it's true. I did, but it didn't affect the overall results.
Fair-
It's as if I didn't vote. As we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
They're cautious, no? If they give angle. I mean, I'm ready to fight. No, Jarvan, that's someone else. Yeah.
They're looking.
Hui ulted, Hui ulted.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah. Wait, no flash. Nice, guys.
Okay. It's already good.
Really good, really good.
Let mid,
I'm
let mid.
Azir wants to be ulted, guys.
Okay, I'm looking.
Fighting. He wants to do some.
I
Nice flash.
E.
Yeah, nice. Back. Nice. They're both carries flash.
Yo, Phil, can you stay with me? I'm bashing.
All right, shopkeeper time. What are we doing for this build?
First pick, 564 miles of range.
This should last us a while. What's next?
Lane economy is key.
Okay, how about 30 miles to the gallon then? It's a high tempo pick.
we can't neglect power. How about 329 HP?
We can buy one more item. What about vision? Map's fully lit. We're not missing anything.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
And Rez, hey, support means support. No running off this time.
That was just a one-time thing!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide, are you? They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. After the games today, make sure to check out the C9 Kia Champions Arena, where C9 and Team Liquid Alienware will team up in an ARAM Mayhem show match. Watch the games on the Cloud9 Twitch or YouTube channel after the LCS wraps up later today. But before we get there, we still have more League to play right here at the Riot Games Arena. First game, honestly, I thought those first, 16, 18 minutes looked pretty good for Dignitas. They were up to a 2,000 gold lead. They didn't have early dragon control, but then it was a couple of mid-game blunders punished by C9, and Dig just couldn't get their footing back.
Yeah, they really got to have better coordination in the mid game for sure. They talk about their team fights, but they can even get there for the team fights. To even be able to first to be able to execute in the team fights, you need everybody to be present.
Yeah,
and be on the same page of what you want to accomplish in that fight. So we're gonna see if they can have a different story here in game number 2. As you said, a good opening of the game though.
Yeah.
So good early levels, good early ganks, and some decent plays there. So Let's see if they can keep it together. Honestly, to me too, I thought FBI was playing the Ashe bout as well as he could for a good portion of the game. When you're playing against Ornn ult, Seraphine ult, Ezreal ult, Wukong coming to flank you, like you have no mobility yourself, right?
Plus an Annie.
Yeah, and he was still finding opportunities to go like aggressive on Sven and stuff, and trying to use his ghost to dodge stuff. So we'll see about this one. But Cloud9, they feel comfortable. You gotta, I have to imagine. APA feeling pretty comfortable himself. As you said, they're gonna have a show match afterwards as well. And Dom's gonna play in it.
Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Bring him back. That's a throwback.
It certainly is.
It's crazy to think about because I've been watching this game since forever. Back when you were a player, but there's people who probably weren't even around for the I Will Dominate era.
Yeah, we throwing way back.
All right, well, Dignitas, they're just gonna have to figure out how to keep these early leads on track once they get to the mid game. The two big things that I think about from game number 1 that felt like the roughest water for Dignitas were Photon teleports top at the Dragon, and they still end up trying to pick a fight, find an angle, do something there, when it felt like, okay, we should just wash our hands of this, go home.
Yeah.
And then the mid lane engage from XU, nobody else on the team was ready to follow up. Those two things, that really stands out to me.
Coordination, Flowers.
Yes, that's what we need. Everybody's got to be making the same play, making the same call, having the same read. Hopefully, we can get there. Because, man, we're over halfway done with the regular season.
You don't get a lot more chances.
Yeah, single round robin, you are playing 7 series. That's it. This is series number 5. And going 0-5 is rough, brother.
Yep. 2 of the teams not going to make it into playoffs. And you want to get in. All right. Brush it off. Focus up, everybody. Here we go. Game number 2, Fearless Draft. See what sort of fun we can get up to this time around. Not really anything changed since the last patch. The new season stuff didn't really affect this game at all.
Nope.
We did see the new boots. Palafox got the new boots.
The red ones, I don't actually know what the name is yet. But just came out a couple of days ago, so I'm still doing my memorization.
Yeah, it did not actually end up mattering at all.
Yeah, the red shoes did not carry. All right, we're into the draft. Let's see what we get. C9 chose blue side here in this one. And now we've got the Azir, the LeBlanc, the Nautilus all banned away. Meanwhile, it's Dignitas removing the Orianna and the Karma.
Okay, so with Ashe Seraphine gone, with Ezreal Karma very, very gone. I mean, Varus is still up and available. Some Caitlyn lanes, Caitlyn Bard or something like that. See if we can get some. I mean, are they actually just gonna let it go all the way through here? Then there's a lot of laughing going on. They did ban Palafox's LeBlanc. Maybe that's what the laughing is about, because last time around, or quite a while ago actually now, they let APA have his Ziggs, and Palafox was like, yeah, nobody counterpicks this guy. They're always like, oh, APA Ziggs is crazy, and they slammed him with the LeBlanc counterpick into his APA Ziggs. So maybe it's time for APA Ziggs this game, because they protection banned Palafaker's counter LeBlanc to it, which was successful when he played it versus them last time. But Dignitas also did give up that Varus that we were talking about, and the Ziggs was their final ban. So since you see the LeBlanc ban, they're like, all right, fine, no Ziggs.
Yeah, we know what you're trying to do.
He doesn't have any other counters. But that does mean, because they opt to ban the Ziggs, they give over the Varus.
Yeah, very powerful pick in that one. The response from Dignitas is going to be a Lucian and TLAW first and second pick.
Interesting here. FBI Lucian. He has had some good ones and some blooper ones. So
some blooper ones. I like that.
There's been a wide variety. Big variance there. So let's see what it is this time around. Nocturne, though, I think always quite good when you compare it. Whoa, there we go, with Nico.
Okay.
Engage. You turn out the lights and you get this crazy engage. Very difficult to deal with. Nico already is kind of hard to keep track of and gets these crazy snap engages, but with a Nocturne on top of it as well. Good team fighting, and then also Nocturne can put a lot of pressure on these side lanes. assuming that Dignitas are going to try and play the map here, since they mid-game you rotate your Lucian into the mid lane and you get your TLAW making TLAW wall plays around the map. So Nocturne, very good kind of global answer there.
All right, let's see what we get here in the second half of the bans with Lucian, Nami locked in versus Varus and Nico. I'm curious what our solo lanes are going to shape up to be. There also is always a possibility APA is one of the players who can do Nico mid, so that is also always potentially there, although I am expecting it to most likely be bottom.
Yeah. Well, Ryze is still up and available. They could do the Ryze into TLAW as well if APA wanted to dabble there. Of course, the Orianna has been banned most frequently, so still not going to be able to have that option. And Dignitas honestly not really even concerned with any of the answers here into TLAW. They're going to opt to ban, the Rakan, and so like you're saying, they're giving credit to APA's ability to play the mid lane Nico, and honestly his preference also, not just ability on the champion, but it's definitely one of the ones that he does really like playing into the mid lane. So they're accounting for the flex pick.
While on the C9 side, going to ban out Pantheon. First one of their two here in the second half. Ambessa, last ban of the draft for Dignitas.
Okay, no Thanatos Ambessa. That is definitely a good one. Very big carry potential. And the Mr. Thanatos. I mean, Nefuria is Cyclo Sword. We haven't seen a Cyclo Sword yet, but the new Voltaic is quite powerful, and Nefuria is a good user of it. So, kind of do like the Nefuria ban. A little bit of a new season, new patch ban. If we can try and draw some threads here.
Yeah, come to some conclusions.
We get the classic, with Pantheon and Nefuria both taking the bans. Oh, actually, they're not going for the Vi-TLAW combo.
Kind of surprised.
So they're not going to get the super easy point and click combination, but can still go for good Xin angle here. Into the Varus is pretty good.
Okay. Caitlyn going to be picked by C9. So that is looking like top lane Varus.
Okie dokie. That's not the flex that we were most focused on.
No.
But is a popular one.
Yep.
And Thanatos, with the flex being revealed already, means it is technically a blind one, assuming the Galio is, going to go to APA and they're going to swap the Nico down to Vulcan. But, I mean, they could swap it the other way if they want, but it's basically a blind Varus as the flex was revealed here. And so Photon's pick of choice into the Varus is a Jax, which if you do get junglers up there, you can definitely put a lot of pressure. But if the Varus gets to build up his own lead, and you get to the points where it's like, oh, Varus has steel caps already and has this really, has good levels into some of the base abilities already, so you can play off your base damages. The Jax all-ins can start to lose some of their power. So I want to see how early both junglers would influence that top side. And of course, APA, since he does have the Galio, also has the option of going up there. Nocturne Galio, great at making those roams, similar to TLAW.
Yeah, Nocturne Galio is some scary stuff when they get involved. Paranoia plus the heroic entrance coming down right on top of it. All of a sudden, the situation can go from a 1v1 to a 3v1 very quickly. I did like the early game in game number 1 from XU. Remember that he was the one who got first blood. He was constantly invading Blabber, trying to steal Gromps, trying to steal chickens, making the pressure of his bottom lane feel felt by the enemy jungler as well. Unfortunately, like we saw, it fell apart in the mid game, but hopefully he can repeat his early game success in this one and just have a better transition to the rest of the phases.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, his bottom lane is going to be playing into a Caitlyn Nico here, so they might not have the same pressure.
Yeah, Caitlyn Nico can be some pretty scary stuff. You get caught by one Tangle Barb, all of a sudden there's a snap trap right below you, that gets armed, headshot comes in right after. Not a good combination.
Oh, and they lost the war over the brush ward. Sven and Vulcan were able to auto down the Dignitas ward that they put in this middle side brush here. And so they gain the extra advantage.
Okay.
Second trinket used already for the bottom lane here. Both Ignar and FBI using their trinket wards and just being able to get the most defensive one.
All right, early battles for the vision can determine so much about the overall state of the lane. Remember that in game number 1, we did have our junglers both starting on the top side of the map, pathing towards the bottom. This time around, not quite the same story.
Yeah, and with the pushing assumed bottom lane on the other side, since like we're talking about with the Caitlyn Nico, they're going to have advantage. Blabber says, fine, it's my turn to do the early invades. And so Blabber, right after his Raptors, he walks over a ward, you know, because the defensive Dignitas ward is there, and since they're kind of expecting this. But so he walked over that ward. Thank you, observers. Bottom side is trading very heavily, though.
Yeah, Vulcan down to 200 HP. FBI down to 300 himself.
Oh, they're
C9 hits level 2.
Yeah, you saw the blast going over. They're going to try and chase him out. Palafox is taking time away from mid to do this as well. All right, that is going to give over the mid push here to AP8, who's going to be able to shove this cannon wave very quickly. Punch that cannon minion, make sure he gets it. And they basically chase Blabber out of fully splitting the lane here, which I think is quite good to do versus Caitlyn lanes. You don't want Sven and Vulcan to have a fully split jungle where you let Blabber take over the entire blue quadrant.
Yeah.
So that they know, like, oh yeah, we have super good vision. And so here we go. This is what we're talking about, Flowers. Time is running out for Dignitas as we approach playoffs. Now, these odds that you're seeing up here, you know, the odds they just showed, the odds if they beat Cloud9 or if they lose Cloud9, obviously drop down to like 13% or whatever there if they end up losing this series. But it could be even less. Though when they calculate those odds, like for stats, they're assuming, oh, it's just the number of scenarios that still exist where you get in, and they're assuming like, oh, it's like 50, every game is 50-50. But if you're actually looking at the games and you're like, does Dignitas really have a 50-50 chance versus like Cloud9 or something, and you think it's a slimmer chance than that, then even those numbers might actually be a bit lower in reality.
Well, those numbers, even as they're presented, are very scary stuff.
Yeah.
Winning puts you at a 26, losing a 13.
Not a lot of scenarios.
No.
Where you're getting in.
That is some dicey stuff. Dignitas are going to need everything they can get if they want to stay in contention for making it to playoffs. XU thinking about invading the enemy chicken camp, but he's spotted out. Blabber is not going to allow this.
He's thinking the same thing. All right, well, good little defense here from Blabber. Not going to let XU get away with it and chase him off. I mean, XU will be a little bit delayed, so he's still gonna be a couple camps behind here, and it's a nice little defensive cross there from Blabber to make sure he can secure his Raptors as Palafox.
Ooh, nice flick there from Palafox, forces APA to have to flash in response, but it was Palafox who also had the flash first after APA got the better of him in that trade. So both mid laners vulnerable without the flashes now. Nice bubble lands from Ignar. Vulcan down below 300 HP. Got to be a little bit careful here as Sven does fire back into FBI's health bar.
Yeah, trading very heavily down here, and the CS has been very competitive, so FBI and Ignar doing quite decently for themselves, making use of that Nami sustain the entire time, and now the burst damage.
Yeah, FBI is going in. Sven and Vulcan got to be respectful here. Flash out, XU wanting to show up down here in the bottom lane, try to find that first blood again. Won't quite land it, but now that's a lot of vulnerability on the C9 bottom lane.
And XU does invest a lot for that. He didn't go for his Krug, so he hasn't been clearing.
Now here's the consequences of the earlier flash for Flash. Blabber shows up mid lane, and it's all too easy for him and APA to find a first blood on Palafox.
Yeah, I mean, you summed it up perfectly there with the flash counts, right? Sven had flash still on bottom side, so trying to go for the lane gank and you know, gank down there. They just get his flash, not a kill, right? And mid lane had been traded, so no way for Palafox to flash out. Galio, one of the biggest strengths here for the champion, is always the gank setup. And with Blabber having his flash to close the distance as well for the Nocturne, nice setup from APA. I feel like he just so frequently excels on these setup mid laners, and now he's going to go for a top side.
Yep, there's the heroic entrance right on top of the 1v1 underneath the turret, but it's APA who sends himself into the grave. They still get their mark. They'll take down Photon as the wave gets eaten by the turret, but now Palafox is coming in to try to turn this into a 2-for-1 affair. Thanatos still trying to get all the way back out of here, flashes away from the seismic shove, sidesteps the threaded volley. Thanatos gets away.
Exu is just not farming, bro. Like,
no.
He keeps trying to trail to these plays, and that was a long sequence of him walking. Okay, so in the end, it did cost Thanatos his flash. You know, Thanatos uses his flash to get out of there, but Blabber continues to farm away here, and the Nocturne will get to the level 6 first. So you have to think this Nocturne, wow, all the solo laners, well, both solo laners on both sides have no flashes, no summoner spells. So Blabber might make another visit to one of the solo lanes here if they're trading fairly heavily with the Nocturne, you know, ultimates and level advantage. And that could be a little bit rough. Talia's definitely the more squishy one, but Photon's getting pummeled up there too. I mean, he has to play into a top lane Varus, and it was a top lane Varus that, as we were talking about from Champ Select, like, was not harassed by enemy jungle or anything early on because, yeah, there it is!
Yep, and immediately Blabber just arrives into the top lane, point blank, piercing arrow straight to the face. Blabber will take the kill, and Thanatos is sitting pretty in top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Photon had a play into the top lane Varus, and then Nocturne's going to have the early level lead. The ultimate goes down. Bot side, though!
Yep, APA shows up. FBI will retreat now. Piltover Peacemaker did clip him at the very end for the extra damage.
Man, Thanatos also is just keeping the wave right in front of his turrets. And he's at the steel caps. He's at the steel caps for a while, actually. So Photon's going to have to teleport back to a pushed lane, and he has to call Palafox. Yo, bro, please. Somebody help me. I need some backup. We got to push this in. Okay. Thank God.
Yeah, the farm's not looking very good up here in the top lane. 67 to 39, make it 68. Nice, got all of them. 69, easy peasy. That's just not a good situation for the Jax. Jax is normally supposed to be an 80 carry's worst nightmare, but Thanatos is resting easy.
Yeah, Thanatos, as you can see, is a monster. Bottom side, though, we're going to get a little action.
Okay, XU trying to make his moves. Ven about to fall here, even pops the barrier, will ultimately die to FBI.
Yo, nice. He even gave the kill over to FBI Lucian here.
Yeah.
Get an extra honor after the game for that one.
Yeah, get extra +1.
And honestly, they do want to get FBI up to Essence Reaver and up to, you know, some having some threat here on the map. They can get an item on him, rotate him mid. APA is closing in, though. APA flanking down here for the Dragon. It's kind of weird because nobody else is moving, and Blabber's literally on the grub. So that's a little bait. There's a little, just a little walk down, take a look.
Just mean mugging him a little bit. All right, well, the Dragon does fall. That one goes over to Dignitas. Remember that in game number 1, Dig had an early lead in terms of gold, but they just never had any control over the Drakes, and it kind of felt like they got desperate. Like, we remember the play where Photon teleports away, Palafox tries to find something around the Drake pit, gets punished instead, and I feel like at least now, we're starting off with a Drake for Dignitas, so you're not going to have that same level of pressure mounting against you.
Yeah, if I told you you're going to have to pay me 2,000 gold for that Dragon, would you still want to do it, though?
Hell no. That's an expensive Dragon.
Yeah, that's kind of expensive. And especially if you're Photon, you're like, I don't want to pay for that, man. A lot of that's coming out of my pocket. 1,000 of that gold. It's coming out of my pocket. I'm just getting shot full of arrows up here.
Yeah, it's not getting any better either. It's 90 to 54 in terms of farm now. You can see XU hanging around. Here comes another piercing arrow. Just can't even take a recall when you want it.
He can watch some minions die here. Oh, he's going to get this cannon, though, for show. XU's here to make sure of it.
All right, counter-strike immediately. Wind becomes lightning. Thanatos under pressure here as XU continues the chase. Thanatos already going to go ahead, spin the exhaust on that one. Paranoia's about to arrive as Blabber gets 1 kill, makes it an even trade here, and he wants even more. Going in after XU, but Blabber overcommits! XU gets the kill and barely stays alive.
Oh, you got to finish the job, bro. If you're going to stay in there, stay in
Full
there.
send means full.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, Dignitas, there you go. You create some action, you know, make it crazy, and They're going to be able to chop down some of that gold lead. Nice little setup there. I mean, Photon, again, it's on the cannon minion, so he went for the all-in towards the cannon dying and set up for XU to be able to follow the kill onto Thanatos. But with Blabber hovering, you know, you could see him on the minimap and Nocturne ult ready.
Yeah.
I honestly thought it was actually going to turn around better for Cloud9, but Dignitas come out ahead. Okay, so we're looking at it. Cannon's taking shots from the tower. Then Photon goes in. He gets the stun, so you can W for XU guaranteed. You can chase this annoying Varus down. But as we were talking about, the Nocturne ult being there didn't save him as, you know, it was able to break the tether on the fear. Man, Blabber really thought that last auto was going to kill.
Yup.
Tough luck.
29 HP.
Nice.
Yeah, that was pretty nice.
I mean, yeah, considering the state of the game, definitely nice for them because Blabber lost a decent amount there with the shutdown going over back to XU. So that at least cuts down on the jungle individual lead that they had going for themselves.
But the problem is, it is still a very Cloud9 favored game state. Top lane continues to be an issue as Thanatos continues to have dominance in that 1v1. Next dragon gonna spawn here in about 2 minutes, so we'll see if we get a fight over that one. Quests are starting to get completed. You can see both supports have theirs done. Thanatos already has his done up here in the top side as well.
Help me, I want a CS. So I'll push the lane and
Nope, that is a sorry lane state for Photon, man. He's just gonna have to ask for more help, and Dignitas will see.
Help is on the way. Look at that,
Okay.
4 people up top.
All right, the cries for help have been answered. FBI and Ignar will arrive into the lane. Okay, Photon tries to go all in after Thanatos, and the Varus nearly just kills him anyway. It's a good thing they sent as many people as they did.
I mean, there's also, I always wanted to see if it was going to continue because Blabber has ult, but they're not going to press the issue too far. Again, Talia's roaming over, so 4 people still here for Dig, and the rotation for Photon back down to the bottom side of the map. Unfortunately now, Photon's going to have no flash. I mean, of course, Thanatos had to use his, but with the exhaust coming up shortly for Thanatos, he could pressure another kill, and he could still just make it so difficult for Thanatos. So even though the top lane matchup is now on the bottom half of the map, it's still going to be painful for Sir Photon.
Yeah, Photon, level 9 versus level 11. Of course, he is about to hit level 10 here. There you go, quest complete, level up.
Not even allowed to look at those minions, though.
Nope.
Thanatos made him run around the block.
Nope, especially now.
Take another lap, buddy. All right, you can watch them now, at least. You can watch them.
He's got the experimental hex plate, too, so even if you try to go in after him, all Varus has to do is unleash the chains of corruption, and he becomes a monster. This is just, when does it get better for a melee champion into Varus top? Because it doesn't seem like it really gets better.
Yeah.
All right, it doesn't. Fair enough.
Team fights, maybe. We'll see. Dragon will be started up here by Dignitas.
Okay. Dignitas beginning the objective. Would love to have a 2-0 Dragon start here in this second game. But C9 is jumping in. The Drake is already secured by XU. Heroic entrance from APA. Immediately, though, they just get the burst. That was a wallop for Palafox. He wants that teleport back, man. That was not good.
Oh, that teleport sucks. I mean, it's one of those ones, too. You see your team disengaging, and you're like, uh-oh. My hands are already off the wheel. I can't stop
guys,
it.
Do you see the light shining on the board? I'm going to be there.
Where's the eject button? Where's the cancel?
The emergency.
Abort mission! No!
The emergency ejection seat as Photon tries to get away from Thanatos, but no, it's a solo kill in the bottom lane. The Varus is over 50 farm ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When's Photon going to get his Trinity Force?
Next game?
Not super soon, but it could happen sometime. He actually had to buy Merc Treads as well. He felt necessary to get this tenacity.
I'm in orange. Now if you want to go.
Yeah. I'm coming.
That's Telly to me. That's Telly to me.
I'm coming. How is it? Okay, let's go.
Rift in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna take a quick base.
Okay.
I'm on top.
Dude, he sounded so excited. He was like, "Oh, that's Talia TP!" Like a kid on Christmas. Yo, that's Talia TP right there. That's like, we got to kill after all. They're not out.
You see a box under the Christmas tree shaped conspicuously like exactly what you wanted, and you're just like, let's go. This is perfect.
I love that. They're like calm shot calling. All right, going in. You ready? We're gonna do Galio Nocturne combo. Yep, sounds good. Okay. They escape. Nope. Oh, wow! That's Talia TP. Let's go.
What is this guy doing here? Yeah, that was a pretty big blunder there from Palafox and Dignitas, and C9 are now 3,000 gold ahead, 2,000 of which is the individual lead for Thanatos over Photon. The Jax he still just has no footing in this game, man.
Help me, please. I'm level 11. Thanatos 13.
Yeah, that's...
Look how many, there's literally 4 icons up here too in the top half of the map for Dignitas. Look at that, wait, that cannon. Oh, did he get that cannon?
Do you remember?
Probably not.
Hold on, Vulcan going in, finds the Pop Blossom. Blabber's ready to follow it up, and FBI is already down. Oh no, not again! This time it's Photon arriving into the middle of everyone here with the teleporters. The Chains of Corruption find him on the very edge of the fight. Photon will stay alive, but the damage is already done. FBI is already dead, and Dignitas won't get anything back.
Counter-Strike. Okay. Driving skills here, not a lot of space to go with after that wall does get built there, so Shelly's not gonna finish the turret, but you know, I've got a suspicious feeling
that it's going to die anyway.
Cloud9 are still gonna be able to get that.
I think I agree. I think that I'm also feeling the feeling that you're feeling. That turret is most likely not long for this world. Sven has to flash away. FBI's ready to flash follow. Might just find himself the kill here onto the Caitlyn. The barrier keeps Sven alive for a little bit longer, but it's not enough. FBI picking up an important kill as topside. Photon and XU were trying to make the play here onto Thanatos, but a TP is about to arrive on the Cloud9 side. APA is there. He gets the taunt. Thanatos staying alive for now, but Photon finally gets his shutdown. Nicely done.
Okay. Dignitas here getting some money on the map. They go hard mid, they get a kill, they go hard top, another kill. Death to the 80 carries, they say. That's what the...
Oh, kill both of them.
Oh, another one still.
Yeah, but back in mid lane, now we've got a problem as Vulcan is ready to help Blabber there with another Pop Blossom alley-oop.
Yeah, did I stutter? That's the 80 carries. All of them. That includes
Everybody's
you,
dead.
FBI.
If you are an AD carry in this game, you are dead.
Fair is fair. Okay, well.
Okay, but Dignitas has both of the early dragons so far. Third dragon is spawning here in 30 seconds. If Dignitas can move on to Soul Point, that's pretty good. Pretty good.
Is very good, actually.
But I don't exactly think that Cloud9 is just going to let him do that.
No, another suspicious feeling here. Okay, IE though, pretty far still away for Sven, so at least they don't have to worry about that 2-item power spike, whereas FBI on some some cheaper items here with Essence Reaver and the Rapid Fire, you can go for these big bursty exchanges like we're seeing. You dash in, you get the Nami mandate buff on you, and get your Essence Reaver proc on them, and now is the time to shine. Dignitas starting it up here. They're down 4,000 gold as a team, but they want these dragons to continue. Look at the TLAW wall position right now from Palafox. Can he?
Yep. Let's see, XU immediately jumps in. Sven bursted nearly down to 0, but he does barely hang on. APA also has to flash away to keep himself alive. Very well done from Dignitas. They don't get any kills, but they earn themselves total control over the dragon. They go to Soul Point.
Yeah, if they had gotten, like, maybe if that was a little bit sooner and they had actually gotten the wall to come through and secured the kill on this Sven, because, you saw the ult from FBI. So close there, trying to finish off Sven, but Sven barely got to escape with his life. And so no kills to Dig. They still get the objective, which honestly is quite good for them. But nicely drawn up. Could have been a tiny bit better. Cloud9 still going to be able to take these low health outer towers. Mid one down 2.
Yeah, and Blabber's going in yet again for the paranoia.
APA arrives right behind them, but not in time to actually land anything valuable there with the knock-up on the Galio ultimate. So C9 still with a little bit over a 4,000 gold lead. Blabber still 5-1 here on this Nocturne. Has the Stride Breaker completed alongside the experimental Hex Plate. Just feels like nowhere is safe for Dignitas.
Yeah, gotta kite back towards their towers here, and they do disengage that ulti. No flash here for Ignar. I mean, Nami is definitely a kill target for sure. That is squishy, but maybe he can have some good positioning, stay far back out of the big engage, the big AoE. Dignitas had a decent look for themselves previously, and FBI's flash, you know, he's got a pretty fairly small window. Another like 45-ish seconds left on that thing, maybe even 30 or something less now before he gets full safety back. And he's kind of the hope, you know. FBI, see what kind of position he can get into. If he can get some like burst damage, you know, a little poke damage before something starts, would be really nice for them. But
it feels like he's the win con.
Yeah, they're basically waiting for Dragon Soul here. You know, Mountain Soul actually would go a long way. That extra survivability would be very much appreciated by Dignitas if they can get there.
Yeah, but the problem is Thanatos is 1,500 gold ahead. Blabber's 1,500 gold ahead. APA's 1,500 gold ahead. These leads on the top side of the map are becoming very much a problem. And I don't really know how you solve that problem as Dignitas.
Yeah, it also means Dig, like, and they're gonna have to win a team fight to be able to get some tower gold. You know, all the towers are still available, and they still honestly all have a lot of plates. So maybe they can find a world. It's just so hard to split push though, because you know the Nocturne's fed. So if they're like, oh, look at all these crystals built up on these side turrets. Maybe we can go get a little bit of money.
Get some crust busters.
We go, you know, bust some
crust
to get paid, but it's really dangerous with the Nocturne floating around between these lanes.
And this Varus now with the Dusk and Dawn completed. This guy is so much of a pain to have to deal with in the side lane.
And tanky, man.
Yeah.
A lot of health on.
Look at his health bar
on this item build.
This guy's a problem, and he's got the exhaust. So even if you find a good angle on him, guess what? No fun allowed button. This is a tough situation here, but there is now less than 100 seconds until we get that potential Mountain Soul for Dignitas. I feel like they kind of need it here. If C9 gets this next one, I don't think the game is going to be in a playable state 5 minutes down the road. We're kind of teetering on the brink of extinction right now to begin with. Dignitas really needs this drink.
All right. A lot of importance put on the setup for that Dragon then. And currently, no vision for them. And as we said, Ignar still no flash, and that's a squishy Nami, so he needs help to get vision. Ooh, Cloud9, good call. While they know Dig are feeling pressure to get vision on the bottom side to lead over to the Dragon Soul, they say, fine, the Baron's up already. You can try and go get some vision over by the bottom half of the map. We're just going to burn through this Baron, 7,000 health and just dropping. Dignitas, too late now.
Yeah, it's just a sneaky Baron. 24 minutes in, C9 get it. No contest from Dig. They were caught unaware.
They got it early enough that there's still plenty of time to Baron-empowered recall.
Yeah.
And then reset for the Dragon fight as well. Dignitas are going to try and get there first, though. With the Baron-empowered recall being used, they rotate over. They're in the river first.
Okay, Dignitas.
They really need this one, as you said.
Yup. This, especially after that Baron, this is now mandatory. They've got to make this work. Blabber forced to flash. That's a nice start for Dig.
Yeah, at the very least, they know that the Nocturne used ult to secure Baron to, you know, cut off the vision. So there's no Nocturne threat here for Nocturne Galio, but you still have to worry about Nico Galio combos.
Yep, Palafox also no Weaver's Wall available on the TLAW. Chains of Corruption find the Dignitas mid laner. Palafox nearly bursted down, but he barely keeps himself alive. APA versus Photon in the back part of the fight, but the heroic entrance brings APA into the main mix. Now C9 trying to realign their battle lines as XU stays close to the Dragon. Thanatos chunk down below half. The rest of C9 in pretty good shape here as APA continues looking, prowling, trying to find Palafox. Culling is going to force Vulcan and Sven both away as Dignitas wants to go in for the Drake and try to secure it here. XU gets the smite, and it's Mountain Soul over to Dignitas. But what about the fight after?
XU barely keeping himself alive as APA falls, and Dignitas not only get the soul, they get a +1 in the fight.
Oh, they do it, Flowers. Palafox is able to survive even after getting hit with the snipe there. Look at this, Chains of Corruptions that you called out. Thanatos hits the snipe, but they can't finish him, and he does get the combo. Then they're so spread out here. Cloud9, no damage follow-up on the Vulcan attempt on FBI's life, so they just used a lot to try and go after Palafox and then go after FBI, but they didn't get either carry. The Dragon then getting low, and they push him out on the side again. Then FBI, with the culling, forces the flash out of the Nico, which was the last like big tool that they still had, and it's just a fair smite fight. I think Blabber smited early, and then XU's able to secure it. He stays calm, and he plays the front line there as the Xin able to flash out at the end, and they get the shutdown on top of the mountain. So that's all smiles for Dignitas.
That is actually huge. The value of that soul brings us back to a very close game state now. Yeah, it still says +3,500 for C9, but that soul is worth, what was the number the Freak said? It's like 5,000 or 6,000 gold is the average value of a Dragon Soul?
Dignitas, are they good for another one? They took a game off TL, they took a game off of Lyon. Some of these top teams, Palafox goes for a wall.
Palafox tries to ride the wall, but instead gets taunted as soon as he arrives. C9 kind of just gonna shrug that one off.
Okay. I mean, IE Lucian here, 3 items for both him and for Caitlyn, so both AD carries have some good damage output if they get some time.
Okay. Well, don't forget, it's not just a tale of 2 AD carries in this game. We've got 3 of them. Thanatos up here in this top lane, still just continuing to be a major pain in that 1v1. However, I do want to go ahead and give Photon some credit. Photon and XU both, because remember we were talking earlier on at the very start of the game how XU was kind of falling behind the tempo in comparison to Blabber. He's honestly doing a pretty good job staying caught up right now. He's half a level behind, but that's really it. And Photon is now caught up to only being 20 CS behind the Varus.
Yeah, XU has been very effective, especially this last Dragon fight. I mean, you get the Dragon Soul, you secure that smite, that's like your salary for the day. Good job. It's
I did my job.
Yeah, you hit that smite. You play the front line. He didn't even die there. That was very, very valuable. Blabber now with the extra gold though does get the Guardian Angel, so you get obviously your 2 lives here for the super heavy engage. You can just Nocturne ultimate all the way in onto FBI and ensure a good Galio placement there. So that is going to be very hard to deal with, but. I mean, you even asked, when does it get better for Photon versus Thanatos? Well, it gets way better now. I mean, you honestly, you're on 2 items. You don't care about the gold lead. I'm like, oh, you know what, fine. Varus has the extra gold to buy as Seekers. You know, whatever. That can be annoying for team fights or whatever, but being able to have your 2 items on Jackson be level 16 now feels so much better. Obviously, not the ideal situation.
Right, things
but
can always be improved.
Now you're starting to feel better. And since XU has his 3 items, and he's going in on the Galio right now.
Yeah, APA finds himself in the middle of 3 Dignitas players, and I think he wants to get out of town, but they're not going to let him. Palafox takes the kill. 1 for nothing for Dignitas. They got 45 seconds. What can they do with it?
You can get out of town as long as your destination is death, is the fountain.
Is the graveyard.
You can go to the graveyard. Nice little pick on the side lane here for Dignitas. I mean, just walking up, there's you know, no vision leading up, so they just collapse.
Yeah, nicely played from Dig. We've got ourselves a really close game. Just about 30 minutes on the clock. Dignitas are looking to take their 2nd turret of this 2nd game, as they will secure the tier 1 here in the mid lane, bring that gold lead back below 3,000 for C9. Mr. Kobe, there are less than 2 minutes on the timer until the Elder Dragon spawns. Now they're trying to make a move here onto Thanatos, who might just try to take Palafox with him, but he's not going to get there. Dignitas pick up another one.
Picking them up all over the map. The double teleport, 1 on either side of you.
Yup.
So there is nowhere to walk for Thanatos. They take him down. No exhaust, no flash. Dignitas are fully back, baby.
Yeah, Thanatos losing both summoner spells and still dying less than 90 seconds before the Elder spawns. The Baron is on the map right now, and it's Dignitas just going for it. Nobody from C9 is even in the same zip code. They're just gonna get it.
Big Baron, baby. Dignitas Baron with the Elder Dragon Soul Shield. I mean, even the Nocturne, the Galio combinations are not nearly as threatening.
No.
And since Varus, top lane Varus builds very tanky, unless you're getting like headshot chained from Sven from a lot of the CC, and he's able to get a good Caitlyn combination off on you, the Dignitas members can feel very, very tanky and fairly safe. And we saw it that last Dragon fight. Both FBI and Palafox were able to survive, and that was pre-Dragon Soul Shield of being available to them. Yeah. Both of them have their flashes, and Zhonya's is on Palafox too. So they've got a lot of survivability here. Will it be enough at this fight though? Trap line looks good for Cloud9, trying to keep Dignitas on one side, but Palafox is looking for another TLAW wall. You see him in position.
Yep. And there it goes, gonna try to catch C9 on the wrong side of it, and APA is isolated. FBI kills him before the fight even starts. It's a 5v4 for Dignitas. Vulcan wants to try to turn it around here with a pop blossom, finds 3 targets, but where's the follow-up damage? XU's already on a killing spree, and Thanatos is down. FBI about to fall. Blabber goes into the resurrection, but Dignitas has already found themselves a couple of kills. It's about to be 3. A double kill for XU, and the only one left still standing on C9 is Vulcan.
Yeah, and Vulcan is gonna have a one-man army attempt at defending their base. It's not going to be easy. Dignitas, they're coming to end it, Flowers.
Dignitas is bringing it back.
Nice, guys. Good shit, good shit. I played that fight
kind of bad. Okay, they're not going for the end. Okay, we just go for a tower before the Elder.
Okay.
This way you get more time on the Elder. I was like, oh man, they're just straight going for it. Death timers are still pretty short for that, so you get one tower first, and then you pick up the Elder afterwards, so you get more time on the buff. All good, okay.
This has been a great comeback for Dignitas. Remember that 10 minutes ago, we were talking about how they've got to secure this Dragon Soul. If they don't get the Dragon Soul here, the game's going to be too far gone. XU ends up getting the smite. They get exactly what they need to, and it feels like Cloud9 has just sort of fallen apart since.
Yeah, Palafox with a really good wall here. Cuts off Galio mid-Justice Punch. Against, we're going to get multiple viewpoints here of it. Very nice slide in there, and blocks the punch. Dignitas taking him down. And the revenge of Dignitas. I think, maybe this is a little early to call, but I think the revenge is complete. When you see them dominate this team fight, they take down the Guardian Angel from Blabber as well.
Yep.
I just don't think that this Cloud9 team is going to have the damage to get through Mountain Souls from Dignitas, and they've got the Elder Dragon buff on top. Sven is going to do his best. Trapline and Caitlyn pew, but I don't think Dignitas are going to be too worried about it.
No, they are not. They still have the Elder for another 90 seconds, although the Baron has now fallen off. We'll see how hard Dignitas wants to force this issue. Trapline in mid being such a pain for them to have to deal with, but they continue pressing forward anyway.
I mean, it is annoying to deal with. You can say that again because they're not pressing for it yet. Here we go. Still have the Elder Dragon buff. So still have to be careful.
Yeah, Photon immediately diving in, wants to start this fight with a kill on to Sven. A little bit more damage, gets it done, and the Elder finds the execution. Palafox goes on a killing spree, and now Photon's only going to be halted for a moment. Dignitas continues their chase. Thanatos trying to stand and fight. He goes golden, but the Dragon's going to execute him as soon as he drops it. FBI takes the kill there. Dignitas still have all 5 alive, and they might just go for the end right here.
They're going to do it all right. Dignitas going to even up this series, Flowers.
Dignitas bringing it back in a game number 2 where they were down almost 5,000 gold. FBI gets the kill there onto Blabber. It is only APA and Vulcan still standing. Vulcan finally dies. The deathless streak is over, and Dignitas ended it. They're going to work their way through these Nexus turrets. They will make their way onto the Nexus, and Dignitas has taken us to game 3.
And it's at the hands of Photon Jax. He delivers Vulcan his first death in 5. Well, he's 6 games out. The 6th game is the last one. The revenge is complete there for Photon. Analysts, how you feeling about the series now? A little bit more exciting.
They did it.
Yeah.
They took a game.
Much more exciting.
For the first time since.
Second time since 2020.
Second time.
Updated 28-2 in their last 30 against C9.
That's a 100% increase.
I
couldn't believe it was 27-1.
Yeah.
That shocked me.
Guys, that's their one punch. Maybe they got two in them. Maybe they've been working out the left arm. I didn't have enough time to actually show you guys the left arm. It would have been a good surprise. I wanted to talk about something important in this game. Something that, was brushed on last game, was improved on greatly this one. I want to see if you guys can tell the difference. Now this one, it's a greedy 80 carry. We've seen this in all of our games.
That is a greedy 80 carry.
Very greedy, looking for that turret plate. But meanwhile, Dignitas coming back from base, double control ward in both of these. So XU is able to find this pick. So amazing. Nailed it. Sven dies here. What are they able to get off of this one? As we speed it up.
An objective.
An objective. That's their first dragon immediately. Uncontested. Nocturne is like, yeah, you know what? We're trading upsides. I'm not going to take this first dragon. Doesn't mean anything. Go to the next one. Immediately. Dignitas is on it. Got a control ward in the line bush. You want to be able to contest for this one. Guess who's not objective-minded? Zoom in. It's the Galio. He is realizing that he wants to be able to be in ulti range. It's going to take a bit of a trek. Sure, Talia's on top side. But for Nocturne, for Galio to be able to impact this fight, he's realizing, Dragon's going about too quickly down, and we want to be able to contest this. We're too late. Very tardy. That's the tension, buddy. And now we go on towards the next one, because that's now 2 dragons for Dignitas. I think the setup is pretty important because they've been able to get nice control wards immediately here in the line bush, here in the banana bush, and look at Palafox's positioning. We talk about his assassins a lot. His Talia is exceptional. Get that wall down, make it really difficult for all of Cloud9 to be able to contest for this one easily. So yes, Sven gets bursted immediately by Exude, gets pushed out. Guess who's left alone? APA has to burn flash to get out of there. And so do we chase the fight?
Raz, this is where I started thinking that Dignitas had a chance in the game. I wasn't willing to believe it because they've been so bad at team fighting, but when they're down 3,000-4,000 gold and they kind of just straight up win that 5v5, I think they got something cooking.
That was actually a perfect point. Because Vision takes care of all the gold difference that you had. The fact that they're able to nail down Sven and APA in this, and they don't chase for the fight, they go for the objective. Well done. Now, even though you're really far behind in terms of gold, and you've been getting hit too many times in the head by Varus arrows as Photon, you're beginning to believe.
Objectives.
Objective-minded. Now the problem is the major objective, the big purple worm is taken.
Turns out, not that big a deal.
Not that big a deal because they got to fight for soul.
And no Nocturne ult now.
No Nocturne ulti, so this all comes down to this. We must fight for soul. It's mountain soul. You see all members. I like this fact. APA is trying to find an angle. Unfortunately, you see a Photon in front of you, so you can't really enter the fight. Now, he does still have ulti. Now, Thanatos gets chunked. This one-man ulti from Nico comes down towards this member here, but there's no follow-up. No follow-up on this kill towards FBI. FBI able to flash up. So the problem here is for Dignitas, Palafox is extremely low. FBI is extremely low. So how are we going to be able to contest for this? I love the combination of using FBI ulti to push them off, and it's all on Smite. The Smite fight. How low do you think this one goes?
9.
94 HP. 94 HP, the Smite comes down, that's soul, buddy. So as much as we were talking about how objective-minded they are.
228 since 2020.
Yeah. So remember this. Cloud9 they declined to comment the first time around because they felt like they didn't need to. Now they declined to comment because embarrassment. They're getting thrashed by Dignitas. That's a 100% increase in the score there.
My goodness. Player of the game was a very contentious vote.
Yeah.
But it's going to go to XU. So Blabber was really far ahead in the early game. I feel like XU Xin is awesome. Emily, you voted for Palafox.
I did also vote
so they didn't get the change and wouldn't have changed the actual
Wouldn't
result
have changed the result.
at the very end. They've won a lot of their individual games on this, but I want to speak a little bit more to Cloud9. I think Dignitas correctly identified that they need to be first to the objectives, especially against the Cloud9 comp. Because the only way the Cloud9 goes in is with, there's a big FBI fan in the chat, is with the Nocturne Galio. Otherwise, they have no real way of walking in. Caitlyn, Nico, Varus, all too squishy.
Yeah.
They don't have the normal flanking Thanatos pressure that they would have, and they have to walk in with him as well. So I feel like by being first to all those objectives, Dignitas did a really good job.
Yeah, and I mean, I thought they kind of called C9's bluff at a lot of ways in addition to the objective focus, but even in the initial split map, right, that they were trying to do with the Caitlyn, they did manage to chase Blabber out of their own jungle, so they weren't able to get that lane as far ahead. They punished, to Raz's point, when Sven stepped too far up. So, I mean, they took a game.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can take the series. But a reminder for all of you before we get to that LCS Spring Finals will be at Arizona State University's Mullet Arena from June 13th through 14th. Tickets are now on sale. Head to
Ticketmaster.
Ticketmaster, or click that little QR code on your screen right now to get your tickets for Spring Finals today.
Dig is one step forward, closer to the Mullet Arena.
Can they do it? Game 3 is next. But before that, here's a look at the latest episode of Missing Ping, featuring the one and only Ignar, who's also on Dignitas.
This is Missing Ping, a League of Legends challenge show where professional gamers try and solve problems that shouldn't exist that they've never seen before. The challenge is simple. Read the note, hop into game, and try and solve whatever is put in front of you as efficiently and creatively as you can. Which pro will push the limits of their league IQ, and who's getting hit with the ping? Let's find out.
What is this?
Question mark. Hit a hole in one. Using only Poppy's ultimate.
Hit an enemy training dummy into each pixel brush.
You may place the dummy wherever you want outside the brush.
And you have as many tries as you need to complete the challenge. First attempt win. Happy golfing. Oh! I got it. Oh! Middle? Oh! Wait, what? Okay, maybe here is better. Oh! Pixel bush? Wait. I need to put here?
Yeah.
Ah. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. I got it. Ugh. Oh, what the? Little bit more. Oh. Easier than I thought. I thought it's gonna be harder, but I mean I did many times, but it was easier.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS, where we are heading into a Game 3 between Cloud9 and Dignitas, who have managed to bounce back in the second game. They were down, 5,000 gold, but they controlled the Dragons, they got the soul, and they turned the game around. So go with the Dragons, so go with the series.
Control the soul, control the game. Genius. Honestly, that has been the story for both games, though.
Yeah.
Dragons over gold. Cloud9 won in the first one with it, and Dignitas overcame an even bigger gold lead in the second one to win through some team fights. So, all comes down to how you do perform in these fights around the Dragons. Can't be just giving them up. Got to be there on time.
Yep.
Good setup. Ziggs ban here right off the bat from Dignitas, so we don't need the LeBlanc ban again, probably from them. What else can they target? Gives them a little leeway here. You can further target bot lane. And bot lane's starting to get whittled down here since all the real premier ones are out, so you know, now we're down like towards the Corki area of 80 carries and stuff. And see what we end up going with here. I also like when Nautilus lanes start looking real good, you know, when some of the enchanters are out here, some of the better enchanters start getting taken off the board, because I don't know, I just like the pace when we get the engage supports some play time as well.
I like Nautilus because he dies a lot, so generally the game is going to have more entertainment with Nautilus in it than without Nautilus in it.
Are Dignitas signaling a Vi-Ahri combination here with the early Vi pick? They're definitely going with the hard engage, so that dive comp might be, a Kai'Sa angle for Dignitas. Again, it's really early in drafts, but already when you have Vi, you have some really good point and click, guaranteed engage, so some sorts of Kai'Sa comps on their side do tend to look good. Meanwhile, Cloud9 build a Jinx reset possibility here. Never mind, they're just sifting through all the options.
Yeah,
they're weighing their options here.
Baiting us. We're just gonna get Corki.
We are in the Corki area, true.
Wait, Corki's win-loss is 6 and 7, and he has a 69% presence. He did both numbers.
It's the meme upon meme.
Both meme numbers. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but some kind of omen.
I don't think it's a good thing.
I just don't know what kind of an omen it is.
All right, well, so we are in the Corki tier. Let's see what else we got. Sejuani was pretty early here for C9 too, so does that mean we get like a, well, Thanatos actually can have full counter pick as well.
Yep, C9 going for the last pick in this draft will afford them that opportunity if they want to save it all the way down there at the end of things. Xayah Rakan locked in as the bottom lane duo here for FBI and Ignar.
Okay, so we slammed the Cassio early for APA, and then you get 2 protection bans here as well. So don't really have to worry about Rise. Man, Xayah Rakan though, that is kind of hard to deal with sometimes.
Yeah.
Split engage. But I'm thinking like Thanatos, maybe like Renekton or something, pairs with the Sejuani quite well. But since they slammed their mid already, then they could just give them a little bit of extra time. The Anivia is their preferred protection ban first for the Cassio.
I really like Cassiopeia into Vi and Rakan because both of them want to go in, and she can just puke on the floor and make it really hard for them to do their job. I really do like this pick. The miasma is super strong here.
Okay, so they're thinking the Renekton also. So Dignitas with the Renekton ban. I mean, the Gnar, he also really likes the Gnar, but it doesn't pair as well with the Sejuani that they showed really early. So Dignitas less worried about that one.
All right, one more ban to go. Second protection ban for mid lane. The Syndra banned out by C9.
Okay. I mean, I can see some worlds where you get some Syndra burst combos. By Syndra.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Pretty big damage there. A little bit worried about that one, but not super heavily. What else are we going to do up here? Okay. So maybe Photon thinking he's going to grab a tank, or they're just taking out some of Thanatos' favorite champions. But maybe it is a Photon tank angle up there, defending up the Gwen.
Well, I fully expect C9 to go with their support pick here. They already know what the lane matchup is going to be. They elected to go for last pick, so you really want to get some value out of that very last choice. So the Alistar going to be locked in here for Vulcan.
It's not Nautilus, but it's still engaged.
It is engaged. It's also an ultimate for Silas to steal.
Okay.
That's what Palafox was thinking already. Instant hover after he sees the slam on it, but kind of annoying to do that into a Casio. He said the miasma's annoying already, so definitely would be rough for him too. I guess they're still discussing it a while, and they'll grab the tank first for Photon that we're kind of looking at with the Gwen ban. I mean, building up a really nice 5-on-5 comp here for Dig. Again, so many, I mean, these games have been who's going to win the fights around Dragon, who's going to be able to stack these Dragons. So get yourself a Xayah Rakan to build around and a very beefy front line.
Yep.
Is this Gnar just a shout out to the Thanatos Gnar that we're talking about?
Probably, I would expect.
And there you go. Round out the team comp with a nice control mage, good range, good scaling.
Yep.
There we go. Instantly slam the expected Gnar, and we're going to have a pretty fair fight here in game number 3 to determine the final result of this series.
Yeah, both of these squads look like they will be happy to have those bottom side river team fights around these Dragons that have been so important in both games thus far. I just had producers get in my ear and tell me that if Dignitas wins this game, it will be the first time they've beaten C9 in a series since summer of 2017.
2017!
That was the first year that I was a professional commentator.
That was pre-COVID, holy moly.
Yeah, that is that long ago. It has been over 3,000 days since Dignitas has beaten C9 in a series.
Who's ready for history? Who's here,
It
chat?
would be absolutely crazy for Dignitas to pull that off. And it's not like Dignitas, I mean, we were even talking about it at the start of the day. It's not like this is a team that can't get any wins versus anybody. They've put up individual game wins against some of the toughest competitors in the league. They just haven't been able to get it across the finish line and win a full series. So if they could be the first ones to put a loss on Cloud9's record, that'd be crazy.
It certainly would. Dignitas, do they have it in them? They've got a good team fight. If they can get Xayah and Victor scaling,
Minions have spawned.
definitely have some good chances. Cloud9 also have, you know, like we said, pretty fair fight here. Pretty good options on their side. And I do think, wait a second, they're wrapping around on Blabber here. Level 1. Okay, nobody going to see him.
He's staying very
Nobody's
quiet.
going to get any early exchanges going on. Just the ward, and Blabber's probably going to assume.
A little bit of miscoordination there as Vulcan headbutts Dignitas away from the Foss bomb that was in the air from Sven. Gotta get that coordination synced up. FBI pops an early barrier just for the trading. Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map here in this one. Red buff for each of them.
I expect a lot of calm farming flowers.
Yeah.
In case you're wondering.
Yeah, there's probably not going to be a whole lot
We're gonna
of...
build towards the team fights.
I mean, top lane is a Scion, mid lane is Victor versus Cassiopeia.
Yeah. I mean, bot lane right now, FBI and Ignar, they have full vision of Blabber, so they know exactly the time is on Sejuani, so they can afford to go for some of these nice trades on bottom side. Vision, of course, for the other side too. Thank you, observers. A little pop up there towards the Raptor camp. And so they know the Vi is also pathing away. So for right now, FBI and Ignar get to go for these trades and harass, and they're getting some good chunks onto Sven and Vulcan, and they're really making good use of their priority on bot lane. But they also know that junglers are completely swapped in their starting locations. Vulcan was trying to headbutt the cannon minion over backwards, and so they just want to make sure that that wave is going to get annihilated, and they get their early reset off here. So all good timings here for FBI and Ignar. They get their push in, they get their early recalls off. They know their jungler pathing to the opposite side of the map, so they can get their reset. Ignar sticks around, though. He didn't take the back with FBI, and FBI just picks up his early call, and Ignar still sitting here watching, absorbing some of the he was in range for that melee minion. The first one that had died there. Get a little bit of experience during FBI's recall.
Yep. Vulcan gets a nice quick trade onto Ignar there, but as our laning phase is off to a pretty slow start, we've got Raz standing by for an interview with Dignitas coach Swiffer.
That's right, I got Coach Swiffer with me. You're saying a slow game there, but you're liking what you're seeing so far.
Oh yeah, no, I think that the later the game goes, the more favored we are, to be honest. The only questionable thing is the NAR, like how well can we answer that question? But I think the rest of it, like, we're looking pretty good. We're looking bloody great.
You're looking good. Now, here's the thing. I've been told by the stats man, 3,179 days, just like since 2017, since Dignitas won a series versus Cloud9. Of course, you're a part of that legacy. So, what's your thoughts on that? Do you think you can do it?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know what the thing is? It's like none of us thought about that going into it, but I bet that the people, like whoever it is at C9, like I think that C9 are thinking about that.
Yeah, they're thinking real hard.
I think that every play that they make that goes against them this game, it's going through their heads that they're about to lose the series, and I think that's really, really scary for them.
Now, you guys were doing exceptionally well in Game 2, and then we panned to the coach's camera. You just weren't there. Where the hell were you?
I was praying. I was in the prayer room, you know. So yeah, I was doing all right. I was just preparing the next draft because I think I was after the third or fourth Drake. I just was like, oh, okay, we've got the game. We can actually win this because the early game looks pretty dire. I'll be honest. But yeah, I was just preparing the next draft.
All right, thanks a ton for that one. As you are continuing to pray, hey, let's see what happens. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Raz and Swiffer. I like the faith to be like, okay, I can go work on the next draft now. We got the Dragons. We're chilling.
Yeah, the Dragon Soul and the Elder as well in the last game. Nicely done from Dig, and you know they're remaining calm here. Again, the Victor and the Zayat, very good. Carries to put their money in and feel pretty confident the later the game does go, as we were looking at, and so. Does set them up for some pretty good team fights, and see if we can have a similar story here. Blabber, though, down to an early dragon, drops his control ward in the pit, walked through the control ward that he had towards mid lane as well, so feels pretty good about this one. Bot lane is also pushing right back out.
Yeah, this is a very early dragon. Blabber is really taking it to heart that the dragons have been super important so far in the series.
Yeah, and he had a good opportunity to go solo it up, too. They also know that Vi has been pathing the other way, so if you're ever starting out, pathing from bot up towards top for the Vi, then your next full re-clear. Nice little opportunity, even though the crab is up on the top side. Blabber gets the bigger one.
The bigger crab.
The crab with wings?
Yeah, the flying crab. I mean, it's the same color.
Everything's
as the
really
crab.
just a crab, okay?
Yeah, it's all just different versions of crabs. Lizards is crabs, dragons is crabs.
Ooh, does he want to do a Sejuani ult from behind the Raptor?
It looks like he's thinking about it, and there it is. Glacial Prison immediately. Blabber flies over the wall, and APA picks up the first blood. It's just that easy.
Good thing we got our interview with Swiffer before.
Yeah.
Feeling a little bit less good now.
Good timing, Raz. Good timing.
After Cloud9 have gotten the Dragon and the early assassination on mid lane.
Yeah, this is just about the best start you could ask for Blabber. I have to feel like you take the Dragon on spawn, you secure not just the early Drake, but early Ocean Drake. Feels so good for all of your laners. You drive by mid, first ulti instantly rewards you with first blood for your mid laner. Everything's fantastic.
Yeah, especially for all these mid laners, taking the new Deathfire rune and you're constantly trading to keep up the burn, and that's going to definitely benefit the Ocean Dragon team. Slow disengage here. Level 6 does come in for FBI too, so have to be wary of the ulti.
Yep.
And he can just annihilate the wave, get another nice recall for himself. Perks of having the Recon. Just start it up for you, take care of the minions. Oh, actually he doesn't have a little timer for himself right now. So they are desyncing again. So they send Ignar back for a support timer to use his spell book to return. But Vi is now looking mid with the ult because they just used Victor
Yeah, Palafox didn't get a lot of value out of that Arcane Storm. APA's health bar still 80% full. XU's just hanging out on the side of the lane here, but the entire time, Blabber is just farming up his wolf camp, so getting further ahead. XU goes in for the full send after APA. Vi ulti already committed. APA still just trying to walk it away. Stays alive for now, but no, APA drops. He
didn't want flash.
Yeah, he still has his flash. Okay.
He thought he could tank the damage, but they just run him down.
Yeah, I was
Deathfire burning him.
I was honestly expecting the flash there, but not going to happen. All right, Photon making his way into the river up here, as XU did want to start up the grubs, but since Blabber is in the neighborhood, he's going to put a stop to that, take over this objective himself. Grub number 1 already secured. And with Thanatos already forcing the wave into the tier 1 turret up in topside, Photon has to return over to that. So it's pretty difficult for Dignitas to try to do anything about this grub take. So that's going to be both early neutral objectives going C9's way.
All right, well, Blabber pretty happy about that one. Probably not too ecstatic about the death on mid, but I guess you could say he still has his flash for next time.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out.
Little invade here, and then Spellbook Sejuani pops out the Ignite.
Yeah, nobody expects Sejuani to catch him off guard a little bit. Looks like not really going to have anything else come of it, though. Blabber does leave a ward in this topside tri-brush before taking his recall, going back to base. And Protoplasm Harness completed already. Nice early cheap power spike there for tanky junglers, as Vulcan loses half of his HP in a trade down here from the bottom side. Sven's ready to fire back, though. FBI's got to be respectful. Ignar is covering the retreat of the Xayah, but Vulcan immediately ready to jump in there with the Unbreakable Will. Ignar, defensive quickness just to try to get away.
I mean, Blabber is in the area with Sejuani ult, so you gotta respect that. Your bot lane just gets chunked pretty low. No ulti on Ignar now. Heal used as well.
Yeah.
But XU's down here too, just clearing back the other way now, so no threat of the big dive coming through, and we continue our farming ways. Okay. Check in here on the effective use of the new rune of the Deathfire Touch.
All right, what do we got?
Obviously, since Victor has more range and easy to tag people with lasers, he is going to be the better users just for this matchup. You're trying to keep the Deathfire Touches up on the enemy champion as long as you can. Get your empowered burn there, and Palafox has been tagging him with a lot of these lasers. It also does help that they got the kill just kind of walking him down.
Yeah.
that was some good Deathfire Touch uptime, but it's over 500 damage. It's 513 damage so far for Victor's Deathfire Touch, and half of that, just 251 for the Cassiopeia. Again, definitely greatly benefits the extra range and little poke there, but Blabber and the rest of Cloud9 up on the Dragon. Here we go.
All right, remember, there's no ulti available for the Rakan, and C9 just dogpile Ignar, kill him before anything can even be said about it from anyone else on Dignitas. C9 is going to earn themselves Drake number 2.
There you go. That was APA's flash to follow up on that.
Yeah.
They did the combo CC chain until death. Goodbye, Ignar, and goodbye, Dragon.
Yeah, and you can see the timer on the scoreboard. Only just now is Ignar's ultimate coming back off of cooldown from the earlier play in the bottom lane. So well timed from C9, being able to earn themselves an extra objective, an extra kill, punishing that window. As checking in up here in the top side, Thanatos up, honestly, about 4 waves of farm, feeling pretty good.
Yeah. The Gnar question, again, was one that Swiffer was a little bit worried about. See how well they can answer that. Thanatos, a Gnar specialist.
Yeah.
And definitely very good, especially if you're into a side matchup here. It should be pretty good for him for our side lanes. But everything else farming pretty nicely.
Yep. And you can see Blabber has switched over to the Exhaust on his Summoner Spellbook, so I'm curious if we're going to see any great value come out of that one. You can see quest completed there for him as he cleared out that red buff as well, so feeling pretty good. Again, I mentioned it offhandedly earlier, but Protoplasm Harness, this thing just feels good to build as a tanky jungler. It gives you so much survivability, and it costs about as much as, I don't know, McDouble. It's really cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I love the support items being built by junglers, as you say, so cheap and still extremely effective. mainly the tank junglers, but oh, here we go, Vulcan.
Yeah, Vulcan with the flash engage, pulverize into the headbutt, knocks FBI back. Sven valking forward, needs a little bit more damage, but can't quite find it. Blabber arrives, throws out the Glacial Prison. Ignar and FBI both surviving with less than half HP remaining, as Palafox also showed up there with a teleport, was immediately exhausted by Blabber as soon as he arrived. And now Thanatos arriving himself, looking for a little bit more. Chases XU away, knocks half of his HP off, wants to go for the interrupt on the recall, but will not be able to cancel FBI in time. Thanatos with an R-bar charge, and the wave is about to crash into the Tier 1 turret. C9 still want to make the play. Thanatos stepping up as Vulcan's ready to dive here with the Unbreakable Will. Nice CC coming through, but Palafox is still alive for now. C9 finally get enough damage to get the job done. Mega Gnar into the wall. Thanatos drops, though. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, they forced that real hard. Uses flash as well. They're still here, though. Blabber wants another round.
They're not done yet. Teleport coming in. They want to bring APA down to the party, get the Cassiopeia involved. Minion wave about to crash into the turret, and C9 is going to go right back in for a re-dive. Sven gets the kill. XU falls. Both of them go over to Sven. That's more of what C9 was wanting.
There they go. They repeat. They get the kills. Photon comes in way later with the teleport. The channel time here, I mean, it eventually arrives. He did push the extra wave in on top side, so denied a bit of minions there, but
yeah,
Cloud9 just gonna keep it up. All right, so they're the ones who teleport top lane down first. They wanted to make use of it. They go in. The flashes are used. That's why they delayed it so long for Dignitas. They use both of these flashes here, and Palafox is actually able to stay alive a fairly long time. In the end, Cloud9 do get him, but it costs the one for one there. So Victor down, 4 Gnar being down, and then the repeat dive here. Even with the teleport being channeled by Sion is a lot later, is going to take a significant amount of time, and APA is already here. So you look at the minimap, now is when he changes over. Sion was recalling, changes it into the teleport, but play is already over. Minions move.
Nice. Okay, nice.
Nice,
Really good.
And a TP.
And okay, right back to live, and we got ourselves another fight. Ignar barely hanging on here, down to about 250 HP as C9 make a move to invade the enemy jungle. You can see Blabber stealing the blue buff away from XU, and he's not done yet. Now he wants to play for a little bit of Gromp gaming, but Dignitas will force him back. XU will at least take the small camp.
Okay, trying to defend as much as they can for the jungle. Cloud9 now, in the past, for this series, we've had gold on one side, dragons on the other side. Now we've got gold and dragons on the same side, Flowers.
Feels really good for C9. Feels really bad for Dignitas, because now that next dragon is spawning just 30 seconds from now, as Vulcan tanking up here on the front lines, but C9 got to be careful. Rift Herald down to 3,000 HP, but a lot of burst into Vulcan. They might just be able to burn through the ultimate. Rift Herald secured by Blabber. Vulcan still incredibly low. Laser from Palafox doesn't quite have enough damage until Ignar shows up to guarantee it. Blabber hops in the Herald to try to get away. The rest of Dignitas still looking for more as they find the angle on the Sven, continue chasing, but Sven goes on a rampage and brings XU with him. It's a messy one up here in the topside river.
It is, and in order to calculate who's winning, you have to take into account the bottom side was pushing there for Thanatos, getting a lot of money in the solo lane for Cloud9, so you still see the gold number go up, and Blabber took the Rift Herald out. He used it both as an exit and to get the mid turret. So in the play, they got the turret. They're still going for a little bit of a fight up here. APA in the 2v1, but the extra kills go to Dignitas. It's still Dragon number 3 for Cloud9. Plus they got the minions bomb side. Plus they got the turret in mid lane. So all in all, Cloud9 still kind of staying on their pathway to success here towards a very early Dragon Soul.
That is scary, scary stuff, man. That'll be a 21-minute Soul if they get the next one right when it spawns. Dignitas are going to have to find an answer for that one. Thanatos 1,500 gold ahead. Blabber the same. Let's take another look at how the Rift Herald fight went down here, because Vulcan soaked a lot of damage at the start.
Yeah, it does use the Alistar ultimate, so I'd say he can soak a lot, but he doesn't have flash, so when he's going towards the Beard, doesn't want to go towards the Victor ultimate. There's no way he's getting out anyway. And then Blabber pops the Herald for the easy exit. But look at the mini-map. Is a kind of interesting thing. Sion is walking right now. So Sion left the bot lane 1v1 with the Gnar. He probably wouldn't have a very good time in the bot lane 1v1 anyway, but he went over towards mid, so the Gnar got to keep pushing, and the Herald goes in on the tower down there. We're back to live.
Yeah, it just never stops. That's back-to-back replays. We're right back into another fight, and Palafox
is right back into the grave. Third death here in this third game on the Victor.
All right, Thanatos, 1.5. Wait a second. They're going to yoink this Grump. Nothing that any of Dignitas can do, even though XU on Vi was kind of on the other side, kind of hovering there. The map is just so hard to bring back under control, and you're just losing all of your turrets. You have no side lane pressure. The Gnar is just going to be so annoying here with all the speed, Boots of Swiftness.
Yeah.
Trinity Force done, as well as the extra mallet here too for Thanatos. So
fleet footwork on top of it.
Yeah, it's just very difficult to keep them pinned down, and Cloud9 doing a very good job ballooning this gold lead with the 3 towers to him. Whoa, Thanatos is hopping right in onto them.
Yeah, Thanatos looking to make a play, but then immediately has to flash out to keep himself safe. However, Blabber arrives on the side of the fight, ready to keep things going. FBI and Ignar both getting away for now, but Vulcan is also still looking. Finds XU off to the side, but there's nobody else around on C9 to really continue doing a whole lot with it. Vulcan now cosplaying as a raptor, stuck inside the chicken pit, but the rest of C9 arrives, gonna make sure they get their support out of there.
Wow, really trying to force super hard here for Cloud9. They can't get FBI. They get his ult, they get his flash, as well as Ignar's flash, but gonna have to retreat right back to the side lanes to get those pushing again. Attempt at the pick, unsuccessful, but you can see kind of the idea that they were going with there, as Blabber was kind of coming down from the other side. Not able to find much of anything though, so they could just return to the easy plan. Push your side lanes in first. You've got all 3 outer towers down. Dignitas have no safe area to traverse between, and so then you can set up another early move for yourselves.
Okay, APA finds himself in a bit of a compromised position here against Photon as XU swoops in. They need a little bit more burst damage to finish off the mid laner, and they get it done. Palafox even arrives to make sure that the money goes over to one of the carries. Nice pick from Dig.
Okay, teleport invested here for Dignitas, and they do leave open an extra lane, which Thanatos will dismantle shortly. But, like you say, getting the shutdown into the Victor here. If they can get to 2 items, it's actually really good to have both the Leandries and the Deathfire, since you're against a lot of health stackers here with Gnar, Sejuani, and the Alistar.
Cassiopeia too. Rod of Ages.
Even Cassiopeia.
All right, C9
Whoa,
are
pretty early. Here we go.
Yeah, pretty early. It's 5 seconds after the thing spawned, and they're already going after it.
Can't be a lot earlier than that.
And it's pretty tough.
And I think it might even just go their way. Vi would have to just charge right in, queue over, maybe Photon. Even then, they don't have time.
Yeah, I really like this from C9. You've got Cassiopeia. You know you have so much Baron damage, so they just full send it and secure the Baron 20 minutes into the game. But now Dignitas is trying to take a fight on the back end of things. Photon soaking damage here in the front line as Vulcan creates space for the rest of C9. Thanatos trying to get away for now. He has the Gnar bar charge, but he's so low on HP. FBI's already got the kill onto Vulcan. Nice petrifying gaze from APA to buy a little bit more time for C9 to try to escape. But Photon arrives into the back. He finds his way towards Sven. Decimating Smash not going to hit because the flash over the wall from the C980 carry. But Dignitas are going to get another one. That's Baron for C9 very early, but Dignitas kill 3.
Yeah, it's negative play already, and the big part is you have bounties on the map. So you can slingshot here for Dignitas, get some objective bounties afterwards. It is certainly not worth doing the Baron like that if you're going to give up 3 kills and control of the map. With the new season, the gold value from the Baron has been cut. The experience value has been cut, and objective bounties in the aftermath are going to go a long way for Dignitas. They are confident in their scaling. You have to be very careful about giving money back over to this team.
How about giving dragons over to this team? Not only was it the disaster of losing your Baron buffs, of losing the 3 kills, of then losing those objective bounties, but now Dignitas has control over the dragon. That 21-minute soul that I was talking about earlier, wave goodbye to that one. Dignitas secure the objective, and they even get everybody out.
For now.
For now, okay. Blabber looking to at least get some kind of a punish here. APA does plenty of damage on this Cassiopeia, but Photon is a very tanky boy. XU and FBI have to be concerned about Thanatos and Sven off to the left side of the fight here at the same time. Photon likely to fall. XU even lower. Stays alive for now, though, as they continue piling towards Photon. APA is going to take the kill on that one, but Sven also down. Palafox picking up a kill on the enemy 80 carry.
I mean, 1 for 1, yeah, Cloud9 trying to extend the play and chase them further. Can they get more than just the 1?
Yeah, it's looking like Blabber's got a great angle
to hold these guys in position as APA flashes over the wall there, but the miasma FBI drops. Now Ignar is about to fall to the Twin Fangs as well. A double kill for APA. If he can get the third one here, that's going to be so big, but no, Palafox stays alive.
Okay, wow, another extended play, another objective down, but the chase kills here for Cloud9 boost the gold back to being positive after that play, and so the big thing they're losing out, of course, is the timer for the Dragon Soul that you were mentioning, but also just the further timer in the game. You've got, 2.5 items for FBI Xayah. You hit your 2 items, and you're stacking your Dark Seal there for the Victor, for Palafox as well, so the carries, the danger here, threatening ones on the side of Dignitas, still making use of that time, of that money that goes their way. Cloud9 getting a little risky with it.
Yeah, well, Blabber's got every available toy in the Happy Meal in his inventory. He's got 3 good, cheap items already locked in there on that Sejuani. He was a big part of being able to run down Dignitas there, find more off the back end of that play. So we'll see if C9 can continue accelerating their way forward. Blabber goes in, finds the ulti, lands it onto FBI, but there's no follow-up damage here just yet. Palafox tanking a ton, finally drops. Ignar's got to be careful here, but meanwhile on the side of the fight, XU makes his way into the back line. Sven barely hanging on for now. Blabber also super low, but XU couldn't get his target.
Okay, I mean, they get the kill onto Palafox. Victor down, one of the big carries out of there, and we're kind of right back on track, Flowers, for Cloud.
Yeah, it's like the last 5 minutes is gone.
It is a little later of a timer, but like objective bounties are back on the map because Cloud9 like re-increased their gold lead, get it back to where it was, and I don't know, I can't help but just like go over the succession of objectives that we just had, the couple of fights, like the rush from Cloud9 on the kind of dangerous timing with the Dragon Soul being so close and taking that big risk, leading to Dignitas getting it. But then also, Dignitas, they didn't have full DPS on the Dragon Soul as they make a catch.
Yeah, let's see if they can get this all the way there. XU sidesteps the Glacial Prison. Ignar still looking for an opportunity as Photon creates some space with the Decimating Smash. Dignitas managed to keep everybody alive. 90 seconds until Baron respawns, 2 minutes until another potential Dragon Soul for C9.
I mean, so Dignitas, we're going back in time through these objectives for the last 5 minutes or whatever to get to this point. They clearly didn't feel the extra pressure of like burning that dragon quickly, because they just had the Vi and the Scion on it, and they didn't have other members. They were just kind of dealing with the minion waves instead, and that kind of allowed Cloud9 to extend the play, get the chase down, a couple more kills, then like rebuff up the gold lead. And so now we're back into another spot here where we're going to come down. It's only a minute until the next Dragon Soul opportunity. I still think Dignitas definitely have some winnable setups for them, even being down now 5,000 gold heading into this one, because they have the 2.5 items on both of their carries with like the half penetrations. It's just that now it's harder because they did give over all the extra kills to Cloud9. That was enough money to fund the full 3-atom power spikes for APA and Sven, and a full Lord Doms definitely goes a long way. These rockets are going to be very painful, and Cassio, as you mentioned, is like kind of tanky, as well as putting out a very big amount of damage now and having the 2-level lead as well for the time being. Definitely goes a long way for Cloud9. So they're once again feeling very good about the setup for a Dragon Soul fight. See if they can bring this one home.
Well, critically, FBI just completed his Lord Dominic's regards.
Okay,
so
there you go.
3 full items for the Xayah could be the difference that Dignitas needs, but it's C9 first to the bot side river as the Dragon has spawned. Dignitas on the approach. Thanatos with the full Narbar ready to go. Not going to find an angle for entry here just yet as C9 already begin DPS onto the objective. There's Thanatos, goes in for the Mega Gnar, doesn't find a whole lot of value, instead has to retreat back to the tier 1 turret, but he's made enough space for the rest of C9 to secure the Dragon Soul. Now Photon and Ignar are in trouble. The Rakan, very low, down to 20% HP, but it's Thanatos who falls to FBI. Ignar stays alive for now. Meanwhile, Dignitas is fighting on multiple fronts. APA trying to keep himself safe from XU, puts plenty of damage back into the Vi, forces the flash away, Sven walks right up, face checks the brush, still gets the kill on the Photon and somehow stays alive. Sven is still fighting and kiting as APA goes on a rampage and FBI falls. Blabber continues the chase. It's only Ignar and Palafox, and the Victor is almost completely out of mana. C9 wants to finish this. They want to ace him, and they'll get all 5.
And they do. Wow, Thanatos with the sacrifice distraction play. Look, he jumps into the back line to go straight and put pressure onto Victor, and trying to get FBI a little bit here, and does get the pullback, just not into the wall on FBI, but it does get it onto Palafox, and then they get the Mikhails. And Thanatos' whole plan, he had his flash ready to go right to the turret, so flash going in, distract away the carries so that his team can still get the dragon and get the dragon soul. So even though he's the one that goes down, FBI had to flash to get that blade collar pull onto him, and he created so much time to allow Cloud9 to get the dragon soul. Very good distraction and kind of threat pulling play from Thanatos. And the scramble afterwards, Flowers, after the battle lines are completely mixed up.
Oh, this is scuffed.
Yep, completely mixed up battle lines, completely scuffed, and yet very profitable for Cloud9, for Sven himself. So now with the soul, with the Baron Flowers, they return to finish the job.
Yeah, this is a very convincing game state for C9. 8,000 gold ahead, Dragon Soul in inventory, wearing Baron as Ignar tries to go in, immediately finds the quickness, but there's no follow-up damage, and Ignar is already down. Blabber might just die to the turret here, but C9 doesn't have damage to kill it before Blabber falls. FBI looking for these auto attacks, but again, C9 has mostly fully retreated. APA still off to the right side of the fight, just in case Dignitas overchase. But C9, they get a kill, they take down the tier 3 turret, they got what they came for.
Yeah, Blabber goes for his empowered recall, and since he's a spellbook user, teleports right back to the play.
With a brand new, shiny, unending despair to go with it. C9 still 5 alive in the enemy base. Top lane inhibitor down. Palafox does find a good little bit of burst there onto Sven, but nothing that truly threatens a lethal situation. Dignitas still looking, seeing if they can catch anybody on the retreat here, but C9 seems to have got away safe.
APA.
Vulcan immediately headbutt pulverized right in on top of X. You and the Vi is already down. Vulcan will die here to the decimating smash, but the rest of C9 has arrived on the right side of the fight, and FBI has to kite. He gets himself all the way back into the base, but Photon has to die to cover his escape. Dignitas will end up losing to jungler and top laner out of the picture. The front line is gone.
Cloud9 again with a long kind of play there. They stick around extra to be able to get the extra kills right outside of the fog of war, outside of the vision of Dignitas. And immediate teleport again, this time from APA down to the bottom side to keep the pushing up. Try and get as many towers afterwards as they possibly can. Baron empowered minions going to help him do that. Thanatos keeps the pressure on top side, and Cloud9 continue to close in.
And it's only a single auto attack that'll be required to kill that tier 3 turret in the mid lane. You can see it's got a bunch of crust on it. It's only standing at 5% HP to begin with, so things are going to get worse before they get better for Dignitas as Sven takes out the tier 3, starts putting the auto attacks into the mid lane inhibitor. That one's not going to stand much longer. Thanatos walks over to guarantee that they can force that down. So now it's only bottom lane still standing with the inhib intact for Dignitas. Photon back alive now. Dig has all 5 men, but they've really only got one more chance, one last fight if they want to try to make their stand here. Thanatos with an R-bar charge. It's Dignitas full sending after Sven, but Vulcan's doing a good job peeling for his AD carry. The Corki not under any true threat as the Nexus turrets fall. The first is already out of the picture. The second will be the next target. Baron empowered minions already in position here as Dignitas have to run back into the fountain, try to get whatever healing they can, but the base is quickly evaporating. C9 going for their series-ending push right here. Photon and Palafox trying to stand and defend. XU also bursted low. Sven goes on a rampage and Palafox falls. Photon will be a double kill for the Corki as FBI at least gets some damage back. He's trying to outfight this, but Thanatos is done. He will end the game, take the Nexus. C9 win the series 2-1.
Yeah, a little spicy flash with the blade collar at the end there. Or didn't even have to use the flash, but Thanatos says, oh, okay, we're going to hit Nexus now. Getting a little dicey, and Cloud9 will finish it 2-1.
It will not be the 3,000-day sequence breaker today. Dignitas will continue searching for that elusive first series win. They showed that they have what it takes. They've taken games off of top teams so far, but it still just hasn't come together in a meaningful way for Dignitas to win a series. Cloud9, on the other hand, though, 5-0 now. They're loving where they're at in the league.
They certainly are. Feels good to be on top, Flowers. And Dignitas, of course, you know, as they say, individual games, but they really got to piece together a series win if they want to make it into playoffs, and time is running out for them. But time looks good for APA, so let's throw it down to Emily, who is ready with an interview with the C9 mid laner.
Hello, I'm here with APA after, I guess, in my opinion, a kind of surprisingly close series. I am going to start with game 2, unfortunately, because that's the one you lost. So what went wrong kind of in that game?
Well, from my perspective, I have no clue, because I felt like I was kind of running the map. It was like every other wave, I was like calling, hey, I have tempo here, I can go dive top. Hey, I have tempo here, I can go dive bot. Like I remember I dove top and then called one mid wave. I ran bot, pushed bot out, and then I like TV top later. I felt like I was kind of running the map early. But then, I don't know, fights just went down to Drake fights, and we didn't play our comp too well, in my opinion. Like we have, we're not really an eye contact comp. We just want to like have like, you know, 3 different angles, like flash in all in their carries and like turn the lights off and, you know, do tricks on it. But we just went 5 straight and we're not doing tricks on it. They're doing tricks on it, so we lost.
Overall, I think kind of a running theme, talking to you, talking to your teammates, is kind of taking like learns or takeaways from scrims and applying them on stage, even when you're kind of struggling in scrims, and being able to improve even when you're winning on stage. So just how's that going? Sorry, I know that was convoluted, but basically like taking the right takeaways to move forward even when you're winning and making mistakes.
Well, I think we have been having some good discussions, especially this week in scrims. I think this week we scrimmed scrimmed a few of the top teams, and I think we did okay versus them. Not the worst, not the best, but like better than most. And I feel like our scrims are getting better. We're getting good takeaways from our scrims, and I feel like we had solid theories on the game at the moment when we get our comps.
And then speaking of solid game theories, there was a major patch change. We saw some of the new stuff coming through. You had Storm Raiders on Galio. There were some Deathfire touch, instances in this past game. So talk to me about what you think you've been able to kind of practice the most, and what you think has the most impact from what was a pretty chunky patch, and you guys had very little time to practice on it.
Well, I think a lot of this week was literally just testing. Like, it was literally just testing. I would I have my positional coach Veigar. I would literally message him. I'm like, I'm going to try Deathfire touch this. I'm going to try Deathfire touch that. Like, I'm going to, literally see. And I'd, look at the, LAW Analytics or solo queue websites and whatever, and see whatever is, jumped up and looked like, examples like ASOL jumped up because of Deathfire touch. So I was like, I'm going to try this in solo queue and see how this feels. So a lot of it was just testing what feels good, what feels doesn't, and I don't think we have concrete decisions, because also it's nice to copy others, because I have my opinions, but who knows what the guys over in Korea have their opinions on, because of course we have to copy them. Well, all of it was just testing and trying to form your own opinions.
Is there anything particularly, because I know Veigar V2 really loves to experiment. He's been ahead of the game on a lot of stuff. Is there anything really, really crazy that he gave you that you tried out?
Well, he made me try Storm Raider Surge Anivia in scrims, and that shit was useless. So, W to Veigar.
All right, we'll leave it there. Veigar, you can call him out on Twitter if you want. Thank you so much for catching up with me, APA. On the other side of the break, TL will take on Disguised. See you then.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life. Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to our second series of the day, Team Liquid Alienware versus Disguised.
Yellow versus blue again. That's true, but we still have to finish off the last series. We have to talk about who was Pog on the last one.
And it was?
Who'd you vote for, Raz? It's Blogger. The blog Pog.
Me and Thanatos.
You got to combine Pog and Blabber together. You marry them together.
Well, good vote.
There we go.
Genius.
You know who is the least valuable? Vulcan lost his streak.
That's
he
true.
died.
He's no longer. APA can't accuse him of being a KDA player anymore.
Because he died, you're just going to trash him like that?
Look, maybe it's a positive. Maybe he went
for the fans. It was a split vote.
An APA, yeah.
He went from Reckless to Hillsong immediately. From protecting the KDA at all costs.
I was like, where are you going with this?
As soon as you slip up one time, Emily, Raz is coming for you with it.
Yeah, wow, Raz gets in there.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Someone else who, like Raz, gets in there. JoseDeodo has been insane. Like, I actually really, really love how well he has been playing and kind of is this huge engine for Team Liquid's early game. He is, in my opinion, a front runner for the Kia MVP conversation. Vulcan is another mention that you just threw out from the previous game. But yeah, like Jose has been so good for this team this split.
It's been crazy because when you conceptualize this team and Jose's role in it at the beginning of the year, you're like, it's got to be either Quid or Jan that's winning this thing. And Jose is just there to try and supplement them or try and get a gank off. No, he's kicking heads off.
Yeah, it's been the really pleasant surprise for a lot of people for this roster. Like you're saying, there was so much more hype in the offseason trying to get Quid. Everyone's like, oh, who can get Quid? 100 Thieves are out of here. So it was a scramble to sign him and pick him up. But Jose has actually shown through to be a brighter star, at least so far, than Quid himself with one of those big signings. So Team Liquid, I mean, he really is leading the way for them. Morgan as well is doing a lot of work for the top lane as far as like lane phase and stuff goes. But there have been some mistakes in the team fights.
For sure. And I mean, like, it's pretty interesting. Is that tied for worst ISO deaths? I'm actually really interested in it. But anyways, I think
first usually means it's the best. So it should be.
That's funny. Anyways, the reason why I wanted to highlight him.
A lot.
The reason why I wanted to highlight him is simply because throughout the entire split, even talking to Thanatos, the one name he mentions is Morgan as being like one of the best, if not the best top laners right now in the league. A lot of people look towards him, at least in the last split. He was somebody that was able to do a lot with no jungle interference. Now they're like, well, if he's doing this well, we got to play towards him. And now he's doing a lot with extra jungle interference. And it's been insane to see JoseDeodo be able to not only just support the bot side of the map, but also play towards Morgan when he is on his game. Now, there are some, bad moments. They do come. They do come and go. But then you'll have moments where, like last week, where he is just stomping the lane itself, or all of lock-in, where he is just completely stomping lane. So he is, I think, very key to their success, because when bot lane's having their troubles, or when Quid's having his game when he was on going up against Dignitas and he was not looking good, I feel like it's JoseDeodo and Morgan that ends up taking it and carrying the load.
That's true, and we'll see if they can do it today against Disguised.
Right now.
Take it away, casters.
Boom.
Right now.
Thank you, Emily, for the beautiful toss. I'm Azil here, joined by Jat for some League of Legends that we've got here today. Disguised versus TL. Disguised, obviously, not having the split that they've wanted thus far.
No, but we focus on the positives here. They won the first match. They are not in last.
Yep.
And Team Liquid has been really good. So the positive has actually been Team Liquid and the fact that they've won all the series
the other team.
so far. They're 4-0. We should talk about the top teams. Cloud9 is now 5-0. Team Liquid's going to want to match them for first place in the standings. And Team Liquid's schedule is going to get a lot harder after this week. So they want to come in here. They do want to stomp DSG if they're going to be considered contenders and go home with a quick 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be the expectation, I think, from the TL fans. Of course, we have seen our top teams, drop some games here or there. We just saw C9 drop a game against Dignitas. And now, Dignitas, they are the team in dead last. They have actually taken a game off of all of our top teams. They beat TL one game, they beat Lyon one game, and they beat C9 one game. They still haven't won a single series yet.
And they were swept by Shopify.
Yep. They've lost all their other series 2-0, but every time they play a top team, they win one game. They get one blue shell a week, only active against the top teams.
That's so frustrating for them, where they're winning in all the ways that mean nothing. And losing in all the ways that are measured.
Yeah.
That's just so unlucky.
But you can be like, oh, but we had some good ones, though. And you still have 0 wins, unfortunately. DSG, though, did start off the season, obviously, a bit better. They took down Sentinels. People are thinking, hey, they were picking up right where they left off. But since then, they have not yet been able to get a series win.
Yeah, and we're on a new patch. Series 1 had a couple of new items show up. It was mainly about Deathfire, Touch, and Storm Raider Surge, seeing a lot of play in the mid lane. We did see one copy of Gluttonous Greaves. We haven't seen any big uses of Static Shiv or the new Cyclo Sword, which can apply the on-hits on ability usage. I know over in the LEC, Knock-Knocko played a Cyclo Sword Rush Aatrox and was able to win with it, but I'm hoping we see something. When we do see Ashe Seraphine locked in, though, I feel like we're due for a meta draft.
Yeah, that's kind of part of the problem, is that everyone's just playing the same style of champs, and a lot of the new champs, or sorry, a lot of the new items aren't built on the most meta pro champs, right?
Yeah.
So unless people go outside of the meta, I think you're not going to see a lot of it. You know, where I think we could see a lot of Shiv, to me, was champions like Senna, that is just already strong with Shiv, and now Shiv kind of got even better for her. So we did see occasional uses of Senna around the world, but not much. And obviously Dusk and Dawn gets built some. We saw that in the Varus game. That has been changed a bit. So there are a lot of changes. Likely to see Deathfire touch here on the Rumble. So definitely going to see some.
And I think something to point out here with what Team Liquid has been doing more so in Spring Split, where they're undefeated in matches, is they're going to blind pick or just pick a tank for Morgan in more cases than they were back in Lock-In. I think in Lock-In, Team Liquid was really obsessed with dominating early game and blowing the game up in 20 minutes. So if they made a misstep in the mid game, they'd end up losing. But now I feel like they're picking a lot more scaling in their team comps, usually through primarily Morgan's pick. And then since they still have exceptional laning, they're still winning early games, but now they have a lead with a scaling advantage, which has worked out so much better.
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, it's been interesting, right? Because people talk a lot about him as such a strong laner, but he has been getting put on tanks quite a lot. You know, really known for his Renekton, but, you know, not going towards that sort of pick as much as he kind of has been in the past. But of course, first 3 picks, incredible scaling there for TL. I will say, you know, when you're going to give up the Ashe Seraphine, you generally want to have tools to be able to attack it. And I do think they have some good ones with the Pantheon as well as the Ryze. You can get down towards the bot lane. But there is the ability to actually throw out protection bans. And TL is also worried about potential Mage's bot because they're actually banning out the Mel, which is quite popular into both Ashe and Seraphine. Great things that you can actually reflect back with that W. And Mages are terrorizing solo queue right now in bot lane. If you look at the highest win rates in bot lane, it is almost exclusively Mages for the first like 12 or 15 even picks.
It really is. So if a team is willing to give you Ashe Seraphine the way that it happened here, where Team Liquid is actually first pick, so they decoupled the Seraphine Ashe in draft order, and then DSG didn't disrupt that combo, you're thinking, okay, they're probably confident with something against it. Oftentimes that would be, from what we've seen, a Nautilus draft, which has had very mixed success. It's very feast or famine. So I understand the Mel potential headshot ban, because it looks like we're just going to see a Corki Nami headshot, or not, handshake at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And Corki Nami has not been doing well in our league at all into Ashe Seraphine. In general, I didn't actually check the stats this week, but last week when I had checked in, it was something globally in top leagues, like an 87% win rate for Ashe Seraphine against Corki Nami, which is not very good for the Corki Nami. Of course, it could be Lucian Nami. You know, that could maybe throw a little bit of a wrench in the gears, but still, it is very, very difficult to lane into this duo. It scales incredibly well. It can be really abusive in the 2v2. And really, you're just looking to try to gank it, but regardless of what AD carry you pair with the Nami, Nami doesn't have the greatest gank assist, so it's not going to be the easiest setup.
Absolutely not. A little AD heavy for Team Liquid right here, but they're going to have a very strong front line. Sejuani, Yone, so they have double melee solo lanes to go with the Sejuani and a lot of backline damage, but most of their magic damage is going to come through a little bit of half and half Yone, a little bit of random Ornn damage in there, and Seraphine. So I think they'll get by since DSG doesn't have necessarily a true tank, but it's a pretty solid looking team comp for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we're just waiting on the AD carry last. You can say, oh, they're going to get Zhonya's value, or they could build steel caps or whatever, which is true. But generally speaking, there's not going to be anyone to really stack armor, so they're not going to be too concerned. Pantheon stacking armor is not going to be very powerful. You need to build AD, and obviously Rumble cannot go tanky really either. So I do think TL have drafted very effectively. This is about as standard as you get over on the TL side.
I mean, it's almost identical to their Game 1 draft last week against Sentinels when they won in 23 minutes. The only difference from this week to last week is the jungle pick, which was Pantheon and is now Sejuani, because GSG took the Pantheon instead.
Yep. I mean, they're going standard. They are going super, super standard. And the Sejuani can be really effective. You do have that double melee solo lanes. For TL, it does feel like, Jose, you're expecting him to play towards those solo laners, try to get them in a winning position here. And for DSG, I feel like it's going to be about tacking Yon and Core JJ, try to get value out of this Pantheon early and often. You know, if this Seraphine Ashe is pushing in, you're looking to gank them. Of course, the difficulty always is they're pushing lane, but they have Hawkshot. They can track the jungler. They can know when you're on that side of the map. So even with the semi-global Pantheon, it's not always easy to get the setup for a gank.
I'd almost want to see DSG try something at level 1. Based on the performance of these teams in the last couple weeks and these drafts, I'd make Team Liquid a very heavy favorite. Because when we think about the win conditions here of DSG wanting to attack bot lane, Sajet and Lions have been the worst performing duo lane in creating their own advantages, so it's going to be really hard for them to get a lane state in which they can punish with the Pantheon.
Yeah, it is going to be really, really difficult, and I feel like Daejeon feels as though he's back in form. I think, you know, he had not started off this year the way that you kind of expected, but Daejeon these last couple of weeks has been looking a lot stronger, and when he is on, he is really on. I think for TL, you know, the question is not can you win, because everyone's going to be expecting you to win. It's more about, you know, in what way do you win? Like, are you going to be dominant? Can all of your lanes look good at the same time? Because that has been a big question where I feel like, you know, a lot of times you're having individual performances that are fantastic from the TL players, but they're rarely all working at the same time. As we're going to see Kryra coming in here for an invade, and Jose just realizes, you know what, I can't contest it. You're not going to be able to beat out the Q Smite from Pantheon, so he just immediately is going to cross to the other side. And I'm curious now to see if Kryra is going to try to defend his own Raptors, or if Jose will just go into, you know, vertical and kind of split map situation. Yeah,
I do really think that that delayed Raptor invade, especially if you catch the enemy jungler on there, is one of the fastest ways to get a jungle advantage. But I've also seen it equalize very quickly depending on how efficiently the Pantheon goes back to his own jungle. So I don't think he's going to take Raptors here, or sorry, Krugs here after the red, but it's always a little bit of a guessing game. I want to see how Jose responds to this.
Yeah, Quid also going to be using one of the new starting items here.
He is going Krugs.
Doran's bow is quite popular on Yone, and a few different champions do use it. Sometimes people are just going double adaptive, and then you're able to grab that, and it still feels pretty good. You get some attack speed there. As we are seeing Kryra just full clearing that top side, and Jose has crossed over to take the enemy Raptors. He just did his one camp on Wolves, so he is obviously a bit behind right now. And now it's going to be a base from Kryra, so we'll see if he can actually get over here in time to contest the red that Jose is now starting up.
Yeah, so I don't actually love this overall result because it's still going to be 3 camps plus this for Jose, and these 3 camps are going to be hard to re-access for the Pantheon as they respawn. So if Jose can get this red buff and then escape, he's going to be in a totally fine spot because he still has all of his, like 2/3 of his top jungle up if they can get vision of Kryra. So it was a little bit of shenanigans early, but well responded to with the guessing game from Jose.
Yep, well done by him as Calmy going to pop the Ghost here, gets in range for that Room Prison, forcing the flash out from Quid, who is still burning from that Deathfire touch. Quid wants to stay around to be able to pick up this wave. I mean, he only has 9 CS right now. Calmy is kind of smacking him in that 1v1. Quid very low, does just utilize the Soul Unbound here to try to get as much of this wave as he can, but he is not going to be going back to base with very much gold, and now Kryra's coming over, so if he gets stopped here, Kryra might actually be able to flash and kill him.
Potentially.
I think he should go for it. Oh, he was too late. He could have just flashed the wall. They had vision from the Rise, I thought.
I thought he did, especially from the Rise or from the minions. It was a good look, and that's like a 1/10 of a second whether or not he gets back to base. Some new tech on display in the mid lane, though, so it's Doran's bow for Quid, and then also the Deathfire touch for Calmy. So it's a higher damage, lower mobility Rise because he's lost Phase Rush. He didn't go Stormrider Surge. And the Doran's bow is an attack damage, attack speed Omnivamp, whereas oftentimes I feel like you would normally go Doran Shield, so Quid is going to be taking more pain early on.
Daejeon in a lot of trouble, so Jed flashing forward, trying to find the kill. Can he hit the Mystic Shot? No, Core flashes in front to block it. Daejeon might have sidestepped it anyway, but good things happening from DSG in the 2v2. Not something that has happened very often so far this split. They did have, of course, that really good first Vayne game, but it's great to see them with that early advantage, and some pressure for DSG here early on.
For sure, fighting back with that quirky Nami. Wave is also pushing against him, so really good for the bot lane. And Castle is hoping to pick up a few wins as well.
Yeah, exactly. So this was actually some stats that were put up by our stats guy. They were talking about the least wins, the most wins through the first 100 games. And then they said, okay, well, what about active players who aren't actually there yet? Castle is the lowest, who is still actively playing below that 100 games, only has, you know, a couple more to play and would need to win quite a few out of his next 8 games to actually be able to not be in last place, essentially.
Yeah, and we promised we aren't just picking on him. This was a whole thing on Twitter.
Yep.
LEC did the stats, LCS ended up doing the stats, and it was a pretty organic conversation that uncovered this. So Castle needs to go on a big win streak somehow, as there's a big fight over Raptors here.
Yeah, Jose going to be trying to steal this away. Kryra jumping forward, looking for the fight onto Jose. Jose's going to get bubbled up right out of that. He is incredibly low, has to flash back. Core there to try to protect as Quid was fighting Calmy on the side. and winning out in that one. But at the end of the day, it is a couple of flashes forced as Calmy had to use his, and Jose had to use his as well.
This is honestly a very shocking early game. I mean, even we talked about Morgan's ability to pick tanks and equalize in these laning phases. Castle is 15 CS math up on the top lane, but it's also 15 CS in the mid lane.
Their solos are getting slammed.
And then the bot lane lost all 4 summoner spells and is losing, so it's actually 3 losing lanes for Team Liquid, which I can't think that has happened all year for Team Liquid. It's a wild first 5 minutes.
I mean, even bot lane, you're down 13 CS. Maybe there's a couple more for Yon to farm, but no, actually all the minions are dead, so he's down 10 CS. Mid lane is down 13. Top lane is down, 12 right now. Maybe going to fluctuate back and forth as the waves do push in, but still, like you said, TL is known for their laning for the early game. That is what players praise them for more than anything else. And so it is surprising to see those losing lanes across the board, of course. You touched on the Doran's bow. Attack speed obviously just so valuable on Yone and pretty standard for the starting items on this patch. Yone, I think, one of the best users of this new item. But you are a lot more squishy in the early game compared to when you do have that Doran's shield and Calmy laning well to create the most of the edges that he has been given.
So something odd to point out. For some reason, our feed right now doesn't show Gluttonous Greaves for both mid laners, but they both have Gluttonous Greaves completed.
That is bizarre.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, I was like, why is Calmy just on the
They both
tier?
seem really poor, but they've actually both rushed Gluttonous Greaves for the sustain.
Oh, interesting. So that makes a lot of sense. I was really confused as to, I was like, have they just not based him forever? What is going on? Gluttonous Greaves, I will say, a lot of people find them quite powerful. In pro play, it's going to take you a long time to get that stacked up, though, generally. So that is where a lot of the power is actually once you get the stacks, because you only start with 4% Omnivamp, and you have to get 6 kills or assists to actually get it fully stacked. So I tend to think that they'll be a lot weaker in pro play compared to solo queue.
I was thinking that as well, but I also, as Castle and Morgan go for an all-in.
Morgan going to have to flash here, as there's another fight there. Kryra getting pushed back as Quid came to assist Jose.
So Jose's trying to cycle those Raptors and get some control for the Dragon, but I find the Gluttonous Greaves conversation really interesting just because I think it gives a sustain option where it just didn't exist before, which can be really broken in some situations. Like Rise being able to power clear the wave while also healing. He's just never been able to do that before unless you're somehow speccing into Riftmaker, which was just never realistic.
Yep.
So I think it's going to find homes like that on a lot of mages, weirdly enough. That just didn't have access to the lifesteal before.
Yeah, especially if it's a matchup where you're getting poked down, right? It can be pretty valuable if it's like, hey, Yone needs to whittle you down with Soul and Bound over and over and then look for an all-in. Well, now all of a sudden you can't really do that in that same way. So definitely interesting to see that new tech being utilized.
Yeah, not to mention a lot of times Yone will build lifesteal and that's how he outsustains you in lane. So does Quid change his build path now that he has access to lifesteal in a different way? I'm not sure, but that's what the opportunities of these new boots give.
Yeah, exactly, and you can change things up, and we'll see. I mean, you could go something like Kraken, if you really want. Sometimes people would go PD if it's kind of an easier matchup, but Blade of the Rune King still obviously super effective in general, as Jose is spotted working his way down towards that bottom side, as Kryra was on a recall, and Jose now will start up the Dragon, which is also spotted. Some very good warding here by DSG is keeping track of everything.
Yeah, might be a delayed fight here. Pantheon just coming out of base with better items than Jose would be able to ult in if DSG wants to go for a late contest.
Yeah, they're going to Realm Warp over there. Calmy trying to groove up with the rest of the team, but he is too far ahead of everyone. He's going to get charmed up, knocked up. The Fate is sealed, comes through from Quid, and they are getting destroyed right now. Jose on the side, though, in trouble as Sajed goes in. They knock him down. It's a spear to the back from Kryra. Yon, out of mana, needs to run. Does have his flash up and available. It's the Dragon for TL, but it is a kill for DSG.
I like the look on the fight, just having the item advantage on the Pantheon and being able to get into a team that is trapped in Drake is a good look. So DSG, even though they were a little late to stop the Dragon, still managed to win the fight, and we'll see if they can get some tempo off this as well as they're pushing mid and bot at the same time.
Yeah, Kryra going to be invading here, trying to take away these Raptors. They want to push in and crack the first plate, as that is very, very low, but not going to risk doing that. Might actually just lose the plate as a result, but Kryra should be able to grab this scuttle very likely and get out. Jose on his way over, does not have his smite either. And reminder, Spring Finals is going to be taking place at Mullet Arena at ASU University from June 13th to the 14th. Get your tickets now, scan the QR code on screen, and we will hopefully see you all there. As Jose starting this up, will grab the first grub, and he is happy with that. Just jumps out.
Get back to clearing. We're also all going to have mullets if we sell every single ticket.
I'm going to need to grow a little bit of hair.
Yeah,
you know?
can figure it out.
You know,
Kangas can wear a wig.
work in progress.
Yeah, we'll see.
Won't shave for a few years.
7 years. Here's the look one more time. Everyone is able to dodge the Seraphine ultimate except for Calmy, but then weirdly enough, the Yone pushes him back a little bit. No one else able to follow up well on that fight. And I think it's just hard with Yon being low on mana, with Jose not really having any items. Their team look was not going to win that fight.
No, it didn't look that good for them. I think it could have been even a lot worse, though, had Calmy realm warped in a little bit of a safer spot, because he was kind of pushed back out of the fight immediately. And, you know, if he was still kind of full health when Kryra arrives and they could just full send it together, they might have been able to get multiple kills or at least some additional summoners. Castle maintaining his pressure on that top side has been very, very good. You know, really a point of power for DSG in almost every laning phase. And he is doing fantastically well this season, getting a lot of credit. And people really kind of look towards that top lane for DSG as sometimes their sole win condition.
I mean, this is a pretty big gap, especially against Morgan. Morgan's been able to go even in almost all of his Ornn and Sion matchups, if not slightly ahead. So Castle putting a lot of a lot of pressure on him as JoseDeodo completes his first item.
Yeah, and it's not even like it's first strike gold or anything like that, because he's playing Deathfire Touch, so he has just built that advantage straight up. Castle just constantly pushing forward here, going to be able to overheat, and will push that wave all the way in. Of course, wants to look to base since he uses Equalizer. Yon and Core on this bot side have their summoners back up besides that heal, but just playing safe around the fact that Kryra could be there, looking for a play.
Yeah, just trying to check on the rune pages. If you add Deathfire Touch and Scorch together for both Rise and Rumble, they're at about 1,000 damage so far this game, which is something to track. I don't have a great anchor point for this right now, but Rumble 668 from Deathfire Touch, 365 from Scorch currently.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. I mean, you kind of try to compare it to, I mean, obviously First Strike could be dealing less damage, but giving you the gold.
Yeah.
You're kind of comparing it in a similar space to something like Area or Comet. But of course, Rise before always took Phase Rush. It's just not available now.
Exactly.
So it's kind of hard to compare because there are pretty significant trade-offs, right? You're dealing a lot more damage, but well, how do you put a price on being able to survive a gank, you know, from the Phase Rush? And mobility is really hard to quantify a gold value to.
Because Rise is relatively short range anyway. Yeah. And if we're thinking about how he's navigating team fights against Ashe, Seraphine, Yone, Sejuani, Ornn, we'll see if he's even able to play in team fights, even if he's a little bit more dominant in lane.
Yeah, exactly. You're much more vulnerable, you know, especially against those slow, heavy teams. But it is going to make that lane that much more oppressive as Sejet pushing in on this bot side. Gonna let the True Shot Barrage rip here as he just wants to continue pushing this wave in. Would love to be able to grab that plate. A lot of these towers have not been autoed at all. They still have so many crystals sitting on them, so one auto would give over some gold in a lot of these lanes.
Yeah, also both Gluttonous Greaves were upgraded when the mid lane quests completed to the Immortal Path, so now they do...
we can see them.
Yep, they do 5% increased damage when you're above half health, and you get 15% increased healing, shielding, and regen when below half health. So, in a sense, they're also good if you have enchanters or healing on your team to really boost those heals mid-team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, obviously, it can be boosting, you know, your life stealing and stuff as well. And, you know, Yone W is a shield. Rise, obviously, is going to have the Seraph shield. You know, there are some different tools that should be getting boosted by that, which is quite nice as far as the survivability is concerned. Jose trying to play for some vision. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to miss Calmy, who pops the Ghost and is going to be able to walk out of this no problem. And now going to go back in onto Yon, put some damage down on it. But Jose comes in. It's a swing and a miss as Calmy sidesteps it with that Ghost and stays safe.
No need for Phase Rush when you just Ghost and have Happy Feet. Before Ashe Arrow missed, Seraphine missed, Sejuani also missed. Team Liquid, you can't contest this anymore.
Yeah, they're still hanging around. They do have Encore as well as the Fate Sealed from Quid. Calmy is getting pretty low. That is the advantage that TL have. A lot of poke. And now they're pushing in. There's the flash forward with the Encore. It does not catch Sejet, but it does catch the other two. And Quid is raking havoc in that backline. Jose is going to be able to knock down one. Kryra barely survives. Quid retreating back here from Calmy. Yon has not been able to get involved. The True Shot Barrage barely misses out on Quid as Jose is running and Sejet is pushing forward here, trying to find some more damage. Can't finish them off. TL limp out of there. Quid had almost no health, as well as Yon got incredibly low, but they couldn't finish him off, and Kryra survives too.
Really crazy fight right there. Core JJ with a massive flash Encore to kick that one off, but then skill shots from the pre-engage to mid-fight just seemed a hair away from connecting. True Shot Barrage at the very end doesn't quite finish off Quid, but keep your eyes on Core JJ at the top of this. When they're already down most of their engage tools, he sees this angle where if he flashes down with his R prepped, he moves it to be closer, so he's kind of buffering the cast time a little bit to land that chain with the Yone ultimate. But they can't quite execute Kryra right off the bat. If Quid gets that, I feel like it's a wash for Team Liquid. They just back up, take the dragon, but they can't quite get it.
Let's play next Drake fight.
Yeah, just looking to set up for that next dragon. As Morgan, was not really there for that. Does have the ultimate up and available. And it's kind of funny because Core obviously flashed to try to redirect to make sure that he was hitting Sajed with the Encore. Barely missed Sajed, but then Sajed pre-cleansed anyway because he was expecting it to hit him. So you got the same result regardless. You got the cleanse. And Sajed, has been having a pretty rough time, really this whole split. I think in lock-in, their lane phase was not great, but there was a lot of talk about how well they were team fighting, and this is an opportunity here against a really good team for Sajed, to really kind of show that he can compete against the best. You're going up against Core and Yon. You did well in the 2v2. You're up in gold over Yon, and now we have to see what they can get done with it because TL is back here to that dragon looking to fight.
And remember, Morgan said, let's fight next Drake. He probably meant the next Drake, not the repeat of this Drake, but they're looking like they're just going to be able to take this one.
Yeah, DSG very late to actually come over here. Castle TP's down, and now they're going to try to force Shirley. The response TP comes through. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to connect onto Kryra. The CC is there. There's the Encore as well. Calmy's in the back line. Core JJ very low. Quid goes in with the Fated Seal. They're all turning in onto Calmy, and he is knocked down, and Morgan is so tanky in the front line. Castle has got to run. He's going to have to flash the wall here if he wants to get out alive. In comes the rest of TL. Castle holds onto the flash for a little, but knows he has to use it. DSG showed up very late after the dragon was already gone, and they lose the fight regardless.
I feel like some big-time indecisiveness there for DSG, as you'd want to have the teleport come in early so you can contest the Drake. When it comes in after, you can see Team Liquid is ready because they immediately match with Morgan's teleport. And the nice thing about this is we're zoomed out in Spectator. I want to call attention to how quickly Team Liquid turn around and how wide their teamfight vision actually is, because the beginning is all about trying to get as much damage down on Pantheon as possible, but as soon as that Rizal comes in, look how quickly in unison they turn around. Morgan sends his own ultimate backwards as Quid and Jose jump on him. So very good teamfight vision from all of Team Liquid to turn that one.
Yeah, I mean, the Gluttonous Greaves does give you some nice lifesteal, but I feel like Ryze is getting slammed by CC, right? There is
Maybe
so much CC.
Treads.
Merc Treads are still good, and there is so much CC on this team when you're thinking about the roots, the stuns, like every champion has some sort of CC, it feels like, that they're applying to you, so it's kind of brutal, and Calmy just got CC'd pretty much under 0.
It's a tough choice, though, because you're thinking they're all AD. Why would I build Merc Treads? I'm leaning against Yone. Maybe I should go Steel Cast, and they're still getting CC locked.
Yep.
I'm going to get Morrison Stayed from the Greaves, so I'll just buy those. Maybe, we'll see. Maybe Ryze isn't as good anymore. We'll see.
Yeah, and if you don't die, right at the start of the fight, maybe you're going to be able to get a lot of value out of that sustain. But, of course, no stacks just yet for him on his Gluttonous Greaves, whereas Quid will have grabbed a couple. He's gotten those assists, so going to be getting more out of these boots now on the side for Yone, who did elect to go for that Blade of the Rune King. Just kind of a little bit of a tempo arrow, I guess, wants to interrupt that recall. We see a lot of those from Ezreal, not so many from Ashe.
Yon breaking the meta, just firing Ashe arrows. For what it's worth, Dragon's down, they're doing Rift Herald now, he's going to have it up again soon. Gets a plate off of it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad at all. And they are looking for a potential dive onto Calmy, who popped the Ghost early and runs all the way out, knowing that he has no assistance on the top side of the map. Look where Castle is. He's hitting the tower in bot lane, and he has no TP. So Calmy has the rest of his team now coming in. Lions is up here. Kryra is going to be in the area with that Grand Starfall available, but Herald will charge in. Doesn't quite have the damage as Calmy's going to flash forward. Here comes the Grand Starfall. There's the Rune Prison. They're going to try to burst him down. The peels come through from Core and Jose, though, and Quid stays alive for now. They do get the tower on the bot side, so that is going to be first tower of the game going over to DSG because they were able to defend that turret in top lane.
Yeah, the gold lead actually opening up now, and the dive continues.
Quid is just going to get knocked down. This time, They do not have the cooldowns to peel for him. He stayed around way too long. Wanted to try to greed for that wave. DSG get the kill. They get the tower in top lane as well. So now 2 towers going the way of DSG. They're up 3,000 gold.
Really nice tempo play, and they might be trying to push their luck a little bit here. 20 minutes in with a dead Yone and an Ornn who with no TP. DSG starts Baron.
They are starting it up here.
Ornn TP just came
Ornn
up.
is coming right back. And Jose has to get some vision. He can't even see how healthy it is, but they're going to pop the call of the Forge God. Lions is low. Multi-man knockup. They're trying to walk through this, and Morgan's just going to flash into the pit. It's low, and it's secured by Kryra. Yon is not able to enter whatsoever, and Yon is out of mana now, so the Realm Warp is going to come out. They're going to be able to interrupt that on Call Me. Call Me is going to be left for the Wolves here. He will fall. Jose flashes forward, going to be looking for Castle. Castle is put incredibly low, pops the Scrap Shield. The Bubble's going to get sidestepped, and Jose knocks down another one, and now Lions is left to the Wolves here, will finally be knocked down surely by Jose, as he's got no mana left. It's a double for Jose. DSG does get the Baron, but it's a big gold swing in the favor of TL.
Even including the gold granted from Baron, that's a negative 1,700 Baron power play as of now. Kryra really putting the hurt onto Quid, though, in the mid lane on the back end of this one. But Team Liquid end up walking away from this one much happier than before DSG started it. So one more time, they have 5 people live, but I think Morgan's teleport just came back off cooldown. Going in here, Jose doesn't actually even suicide for the steal. He's thinking about the fight this entire time, and DSG just keep getting lower and lower from the Baron. And then once the fight actually does start, there's just low mobility for DSG, and the chase from Team Liquid is so high. Nice interrupt on the Realm Warp to make sure that they can finish off Ryze, and Jose just continues to pick up more and more kills.
Yeah, risky stuff from DSG. I mean, they were pretty low. They decided to commit to it, and it is going to be DSG looking to set up for this Dragon, but Jose has been having an incredible split, and he just got cursed big time as he might go down. The equalizer comes out. He's still surviving, but not for long. The production team cursed him. He was having a great game, still is, and has been having an incredible split as DSG looking to fight here. Yon comes from around the corner. There is the flash encore coming through from Core. Call the Forge God, going to get flashed away from there by Castle. As in comes Kryra looking for Yon. Can't quite find him. Core survives. Quid survives. DSG have not started the Dragon yet, though. We'll see if they can get it.
Azel, they are relentless right now. Not only do they take Jose out of temporary MVP consideration by making the production team drop the graphic, they get a kill, and now they're right back on the Drake, but Team Liquid is back.
Yeah, and they have a big health advantage here. DSG, again, just trying to finish this off. Kryra has no flash, though, so it is going to be difficult to get out. He's going to get rooted up, and Yon is hitting him. Quid is going forward. Castle is back now, though, and DSG going to be looking to fight. Jose coming out here from base. Morgan, very tanky, buffers the Searing Charge back, and now Castle's in trouble on the side. Has no flash available, has no way out, as Yon is going to be able to snipe him down. It's an arrow to the back as Castle falls. And TL now going to be pushing mid.
Really exciting game for Team Liquid, who was such a big favorite here. DSG is definitely fighting back, and I have to credit Yon for that last team fight. He was spacing the Pantheon so well in what was a very dicey situation. So in a 4v5, Team Liquid is trying to contest the Drake just to make it hard. They don't want to just give the Drake and concede the Temple. They know that the game is really tight, so they're trying to get every small margin, and they end up picking 1 kill even after losing the Drake.
Yeah, and a lot of ornaments coming through already now. 3 ornaments there upgraded for TL. As the Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to get sidestepped there by Sajed, who is just scrapping with Quid. Quid getting incredibly low, gets bubbled up, barely survives thanks to the shield from Core JJ, as that True Shot Barrage would have killed him off. Sajed fighting well against Quid there, but on that bot side, Morgan going to be able to knock down a tower, as that should be finished off by the minions. And to get back to Jose, I mean, Jose has been having an incredible split. There was a lot of question marks when he got picked up. A lot of people were saying, why didn't they get inspired? Well, Jose is showing why. He is playing incredibly well this split, and I think he is definitely a candidate for MVP, but they're going to go for a dive again. The Encore comes in, and once again, Call Me just getting CC'd on top. Sajed is low. It's a double DB coming in from TL. A double bubble, though, answered there by Lions. Beautifully done as Quid goes with a Faded Steel. He gets a double knock-up, takes down 2. Beautiful stuff there from Quid, and now Castle gonna get stunned up, locked down, knocked down, back to the base. Yon's the one to send him there. 4 kills for none, going the way of TL.
They are gonna get a lot off of this fight, and it looked like the Brawl brothers right there, Morgan and Quid, just punishing Call Me. I didn't get a chance to see the back end of the fight, but Yon and Core absolutely walk out of that one unscathed as well.
Nicely done there. It looked like it was going to be a decent angle from DSG when they came through, but Quid with some fancy footwork, had the Steel Tempest charge, gets one knock up of Steel Tempest, another with that Fate is sealed and seriously engaged.
Yeah, 2 fights at once here. So Kryra jumps in, and I see had to burn his E early, so now he's just trapped with Jose and Yon. So looking at the bottom side, it's like 2v3.5 with the Rumble all coming in, but Quid, Ornn just absolutely dominate there. Morgan now actually level 16 after the tough laning phase, a level up on Castle, and just a force.
Yeah, that was sick from Quid. Fate is sealed, knocks up one
that was
carry.
insane.
The Steel Tempest knocks up the other carry, back-to-back, gets the double kill. Looking clean in that team fight.
And life stealing like crazy.
Gluttonous
Greaves, Shield Bow, Bork.
Yeah, he is definitely powerful at this point. Call Me on the other side still needs, 4 more stacks? And we are 25 minutes into the game, so.
Yeah, 6% Omnivamp from his boots. Quid at 9%, so almost maxed out.
Yeah, so this is the downside in pro play. If it's a slow game or you're just not having a good game, you're not getting a lot of the value from it, so it is kind of tough. There's these high risk, high reward type of rune. And in pro play, there's a lot less kills on average, so Call Me kind of low rolling on this side as Lyon's going to be forced to flash. Sajed cleanses out of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Is going to be able to stay safe, but that costs a couple summoners there.
Yeah, won't be getting those flashes back for 5 minutes. They burn flash from Nami, cleanse from Ezreal, and because Castle is split pushing, getting a lot of golden pressure, Team Liquid decide they just need to start the Baron.
It is going to be spotted immediately. Call Me is in the area, and Castle has TP. He wants to go back to base, though, and he's realizing he doesn't have time. As the fight is already kicking off here, Kryra is going to be in trouble. There's the Encore. It's going to go wide as Kryra flashes away. Now Castle has arrived, and they're going to be looking for Yon. Yon is chasing after the jungler. TL is forcing the Baron here, but their AD carry is dead, and they might lose the fight. Can DSG get more? Realm Warp coming through. They're going to try to chase down the rest of these TL members. They will eventually get Morgan, but they're not going to get anyone else. It is just the 2 kills for the Baron. The question is now, how much can DSG take from the map?
Baron is not what it used to be. Both Barons have been traps for the team starting it. DSG had the negative 1,700 right after Baron. Team Liquid negative 200, going to be closer to 1,000 plus probably the Drake right here, and it's just a split call. So Morgan, Yon think they're fighting. Jose is probably saying, guys, finish the Baron. Quid pops back, but Yon and Morgan are already committed, so DSG can just clean them up. Sure, they lose the Baron temporarily, but it's not that much gold.
And the Dragon is going to spawn when Morgan is still dead, and Morgan has no TP. So that could actually cost them the Dragon as well. We'll have to go back to live to see where we're at with this. Yeah, because Morgan is not going to be up for 12 more seconds. They're doing it on spawn. Good call there from DSG, as it is now back-to-back Dragons going their way. So the Baron definitely not worth it thus far for TL. We'll see if they can get a lot more gold with it in the next about 2 minutes, but for now it is looking like it was super not worth. Sajed though has no plans, and Jose is behind him. They are going to be looking. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow pre-Mikhails by Lions, beautifully done, but Sajed not so lucky. The CC all landing onto Sajed, and he is down incredibly low. He shifts away. He's still alive because the carries couldn't get in there and help. Quid was still pushing top, and it was just tank damage going on to Sajed.
It looked like such a sweet engage, but you're right, they didn't have the damage there. They do have Baron empowered minions though, and a very delayed DSG getting back to base.
That was so nice from Lions, though. The self-Mikhails, not only does he keep himself alive, but he is then able to help Sajed stay alive. He's able to land the heals on him as well. As TL still in the area. Castle, though, coming out of base, very, very strong. Overheats and is cooking up Morgan, who's got to try to run for it. Kryra pushing forward, though. The rest of the TL carries are on the left side of the fight, and their tanks are just getting roasted for free on the right. Morgan going to be pushed back, has no teleport. Castle still interested in a fight. Quid going to be looking with the Steel Tempest, finds the knockup, as well as the engage on the other side coming through as the Encore is going to be able to charm up multiple members, and Castle is left out by himself. Sajed is down, he dies the core. Castle falls as well, and now the flash in there. It's a beautiful bubble onto Quid. Kryra's trying to run, he needs to survive. DSG are crumbling. They have lost 4, and just like that, they've lost the game.
And Baron is actually still up for 30 seconds, so worth, I guess. But I gotta say, the team fighting from Quid on this Yone has been so exceptional. Team Liquid looking to push to the end.
It is a very surprising finish to this game, as DSG had been fighting well for so long, but just like that, DSG get out team fought on the steps of their base, and TL, make no mistake about it, marching down, finishing off the game here in just under 30 minutes.
Still a sub 30, even though it felt like such a competitive game. The player of the game here is kind of a tough call. I'm feeling like Quid's team fighting was insane, but the laning was close, so gonna be a close call. Lounge, what do you think?
I voted for Jose! Tank jungler appreciation.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he recovered really well from the initial invade as well. I thought Disguise had a good idea of being like, look, this guy has been a huge part of TL's early games. We'll try to invade Raptors. JoseDeodo.
This guy.
Spam chat to see who your player of the game is.
And just spam Core JJ in the chat.
That's who Raz voted for.
Raz is a Core JJ voter.
It sounds like Jat voted
Play
for
in the system.
Quids.
All
and
I'm saying,
both me and Kobe voted Jose.
If there ends up being a tiebreaker for the fans get to decide, I want you guys to be on the right side of history.
Are you going to vote for a Seraphine abuser? Huh?
Yes.
He did have a good Seraphine.
Huh?
Yes.
All right, let's roll the clock back. We had two pretty interesting Barons where the team that started Baron did not actually end up winning, but this was kind of where TL were able to come back after losing Quid in an earlier pick.
So Baron on this season is still very, very dangerous, and the rewards are not as great. So I do like a lot of the teams that are approaching it kind of like this, like TL, where they're like, okay, yeah, you're getting it low, but I'm not gonna lose focus on the fight just because you're getting the Baron low and like throw the fight to try and steal it. Instead, we trap you in, we make sure we're gonna get all these kills afterwards, and are able to get some very big advantages off of it.
It's just a great reminder that last year when we had the aberration of Otacon existing and Otacon had the ability to shred your resistance.
Man, I miss him. We had some curse fights.
True, but people forget that Baron that year did not have the resistance shred. It has it now.
Yeah.
Well, it was just different.
Yes, it was different.
Yeah,
it was different. It was different. This time you're getting shredded and you're gonna have to deal with it. So both teams felt the wrath of being destroyed because of the Baron starts.
And that kind of set in motion these team fights that the cast was talking about, but we do have an audience tiebreaker.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Be on the right side of history, guys.
Of the game.
Be on the right side of history.
Tie between Jose
That's what I'm talking about.
And Core.
Oh, Seraphine abusers!
Core's winning.
You guys are on the right side of history. Keep spamming Core JJ.
Raz already
Honestly,
has galvanized the vote.
I like this because we can get Seraphine nerfed quicker. You know,
yeah,
60%.
exactly.
Can we get a 70?
Unironically, Core had such good team fighting in this series.
And with that, it's official.
Congratulations to Core. Raz beat out me and Kobe.
It was not me. It was the people.
The people.
Actually, it was Core
decided.
JJ who won.
Yeah.
So he's the one who beat.
It was the people that decided. W the people.
Tiebreaker chat.
And Azael is the one that made it a tiebreaker because he voted for Quid. Boom! That was crazy. That was crazy. Congratulations on the Seraphine performance.
Yeah, no, unironically, I thought he did insanely well in team fights. I think he had close, if not entirely, 100% kill participation. So we'll see, disguised on your screen right now, if they will be able to come back in game 2. But before that, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. On the other side of the break, we'll hear from last week's player of the game, or player of the week, rather. Not the player of the game for this particular game, but spoilers for player of the week, it was JoseDeodo. And we'll be hearing from him and Raz about his win.
Game 2 up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
The Siege knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Welcome, everyone, and congratulations, JoseDeodo, on your Player of the Week for Week 4. You have been on a tear so far this split. How's it been feeling on your perspective?
Feeling well. I mean, it's happy to play like this in stage. I think we improve a lot compared to last split in the early game, at least. So it just shows us that we can like do a lot more over the game. So
people have been singing praises. They've been talking about MVP candidate. Are you listening to that noise?
Not much. I mean, I think even if you win regular season, I think it's more important to win the split in the end. So
that's a great mentality. Now, this is the first Player of the Week that we've had with you.
Yeah.
Do you know the game at all?
No.
Okay, so 90 seconds, rapid fire question. If you can't think of an answer, or if you don't want to answer a question, you can skip. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Favorite teammate that you've worked with not on Team Liquid currently? You got to pick favorites now.
Cody.
Oh, Cody, good one. That's a really good one. Favorite streamer or creator to watch, just on your off time?
Tyler one.
Biggest inter on the team. That's a perfect segue.
Biggest inter on this team?
On your team, yeah.
Quid.
Who tilts Spawn and Sam the most?
It's either me or Core.
Oh my God. Describe the world skin that you would have. If you were to win a world skin, what champion would it be and what would it look like?
Probably Ivern. I think it explains by itself, you know, the hair.
That's a good call. I love the explanation. I was thinking Lee Sin. Who inspired you to start playing League?
One of my best friends. Yeah, we started playing when I was younger.
Cheapest and most annoying change in the new patch?
Like cheapest, I guess the boots, the new boots.
Oh, that's a good one. I think it's the immortal path if you're getting level 3 on stuff like that.
But only on mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. Level 3 is crazy. Something junglers in the league don't do that would vastly improve their play?
Just be more like different, I guess. Like,
yeah.
Don't do the same every game.
I think 10 seconds left. Jungle diff in Spanish. How do I say jungle diff?
There is many ways, you know. You can say jungle diff too.
Okay,
people
I'll
understand,
that. Yeah. And last question is favorite moment in your career that you've had thus far?
Not sure. I've been enjoying recently, you know. So I enjoy all of the games that I can. So.
Okay. And then you've been doing real well recently. Okay, so congratulations one more time on Player of the Week with how you've been playing. I'm sure you're going to be getting many more.
I hope so.
All right, take it easy.
Welcome back to the LCS. That man on screen was your Player of the Week last week. And as we touched on in Game 1, he is very seriously in MVP contention.
He is?
I think so far, I don't know if this is actually a hot take or just kind of accepted or what, but I feel like he has performed better than Inspired so far this split.
Ooh, I think when you look at the numbers, it's true. Inspired's had a lot of games that he's really carried. When Jose pops off, it's in big stomps for Team Liquid. He hasn't had as many games where he's the one bringing the team over the finish line. But when I did my top 3 MVP candidates last week, it would be Jose, Inspired, and probably Vulcan. So absolutely right there. And we're going to have that matchup next week, which is pretty exciting.
And whether or not it should, that often decides it between MVP candidates. If you have 2 players that are, you know, top candidates and they play towards the end of the split, when they go head-to-head, people are going to put a lot of weight on that. It's hard to ignore it, right? If one of them completely gaps the other, it's hard to look past and just say, no, they're still better.
I mean, especially when they only play each other once. So it's still 1/7 of the total games, and it's the direct comparison against the biggest other candidate. So I think more importantly, that just shows what Jose's been able to bring to the LCS, because his first stint in the LCS when he was with FlyQuest when he was much younger didn't go well. He's bounced around a little bit, but he has been performing at such a high level this year.
And it's really interesting because I remember talking to TL, talking to Spawn and you know, various people from their staff at the beginning of the year, and I was kind of asking, like, were you guys ever actually trying to get Inspired? Like, why didn't you go for Inspired? All this sort of stuff. And they said no, they weren't really seriously pursuing him. They wanted to go for Jose because they had watched a lot of scrims, and they had gotten to see scrims against FlyQuest that Jose had played, and they were saying that they felt Jose was the jungler, you know, in our region at least, that individually was doing by far the best against Inspired. That in a lot of scrims, he was gapping him in those scrims, being able to get the better of him in the 1v1, which almost no one else was able to do. So they had the confidence that he had the ability to do it, that he just kind of hadn't yet showed it on stage. And he'll get an opportunity to try to do that on stage against Inspired, who has been the de facto absolutely clear #1 jungler in the league for a while now. Like, no one has been contesting him. So the fact that it's even a discussion, even a question, I think is exciting. And Jose putting his name in the ring is really cool to see.
And a first pick for Team Liquid as well, looking for an aggressive mid-jungle. Jarvan almost perma-banned against Jose. It was banned in game 1, now banned again in game 2.
TLAW got some buffs. They were supposed to be compensation buffs because TLAW was one of the champions that they were saying, hey, you're going to be hurt pretty badly by losing phase rush.
Right.
So they did give some nice little buffs to TLAW as far as the damage is concerned. So will be interesting to see how TLAW actually performs. TLAW Vi would make a lot of sense. Pantheon was always kind of like the prime combo that you would see, but of course Pantheon was played in game #1. And excited to see how this does actually work out, because yeah, pretty significant base damage on the threaded volley, went up 5 even at rank 1, so that is pretty significant per hit. And then the bonus monster damage also got changed. That got nerfed a little bit. They didn't want a stronger jungle, but they do want the wave clear to be more powerful in mid.
And a pretty early lock-in of Xayah against the heavy dive, so just probably Xayah Rakan 2-3 here. Haven't seen it that much, especially with, I mean, I'm thinking the Ashe Seraphine, Ezreal Nami out in game 1, Karma's banned. They feel like they won't get punished that hard, and they'll have the engaging team fighting of Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go. There are, I think, a lot of options as far as punishing Rakan. You know, you can try to go kind of more the Enchanter route. Like you said, a lot of those are out. You could go like Lulu, Yunara, and that sort of style and try to outscale them. You can also go more the old school answers, which are things like Caitlyn plus like Lux, or even Morgana used to be the old school one, and try to really slam in the 2v2, so that would be kind of interesting. But DSG for now, throwing protection bans for the Jace, York is becoming a really common answer for that Jace up on the top side. And maybe they want to keep Morgan off another tank, something like Sion could make sense, because Sion is a pretty common answer into that Jace.
And it would just be good tank frontline against the Vi and Jace, but that's why you picked the Jace last, so you get 2 protection bans for it. Team Liquid also kind of dared them, since Team Liquid is now going to be banning out AD answers to the Xayah Rakan with the Lucian ban.
Yeah, there's the Sion ban that I mentioned, and so we'll see what TL wants to target here. You know, are they worried about Caitlyn? Do they think that's not a concern? You know, maybe they know Sajed is not going to play, hasn't been playing in scrims. It's obviously information that we don't really have, but that is something that I always saw as a really powerful answer to Rakan, because when Rakan goes in with a grand entrance, you can place a trap directly below where he's going to arrive, and then you have Lux binding, you have Morgana binding, you have whatever. That can be pretty powerful for actually just punishing. And there is that Caitlyn ban, so makes a lot of sense. And now I'm kind of curious where Sajed wants to go. Does he want to go something like Kai'Sa to dive alongside the comp? But then are you worried about maybe over-committing too much into that style when there's already, you know, a Xayah to answer that? There's a counter-engage from the Rakan as well as the Annie. Smolder would be interesting. It has been getting some more attention in the most recent patch. You can help dive, obviously, with your ultimate.
I want to see Kai'Sa. I just want to see him play Kai'Sa. They already have good Kai'Sa setup with the TLAW Vi. They can go hard engage with the Kai'Sa since it's already Xayah Rakan. Nautilus is still available. Lyon is still available. They'll have good CC chaining. And if we look back to lock-in, Kai'Sa was where he had most of his biggest games.
It was his best champion by far. As far as his team fighting was really, really impressive. I just do have the concern that they're overcommitting into dive, making it a little bit too obvious, and maybe the counter engage could be too powerful on the other side.
Ooh, Poppy jungle could still be a play if Jose
Poppy would
wanted
go
to lock
really
it.
hard, actually.
And this is something. Gragas likely top lane into the Jace, so big damage reduction buffs on the Gragas W.
It is on the W, but almost no one is going to be able to go that, you know, until your last skill. So I will be interested, you know, unless they want to go a new build and try to go W earlier. It's usually your last skill, so you don't get as much. But an old school counter to Jace was just Comet Gragas, and you just go tanky AP, and you're just throwing barrels on cooldown. And Comet is going to be a land. Comet got changed and is a little bit more powerful as well. So it is also a great disengage pick. You have the explosive cast for disengage. Yeah. You can use the Lee Sin kick also just for disengage. You don't have to kick a carry in. They're coming to you. I feel like TL's comp is super good.
It's super fun. They can bounce people around like crazy here with the Gragas Lee Sin. They'll have to navigate somewhat carefully around the TLAW, and the Alistar's going to be able to displace them a little bit, as that's the last pick going in for DSG. But I just think this is fun. I want to see how much Morgan has put into this Gragas recently to play this matchup. Because if he gets a little bit ahead of the Jace, I think he can punish. But he should still be punished early by the range from the Jace.
Yeah, something I was kind of curious when I saw this actual change for Gragas. You know, the W change, which at max rank, it's 8% more damage reduction than it was before. But again, that is what you skill last in basically every Gragas build. So I was interested, you know, would it be enough for people to be incentivized to go like, oh, I'm going to go tank Gragas and put more points in the W early for that flat damage reduction? I don't know. So I'm curious to see what kind of a build he will be going for, because at rank 1, which is what you have until like level 14 normally, it's the same. It didn't change at all.
Yeah, so Morgan has not always been on top teams. I need to preface this, because his career win rate in all champions is 42%.
He's actually always been on not top teams.
Yeah, never really been on the top team. His Gragas win rate all time is 32%. So 10% delta below his average win rate. But he's had more time. He's had more time to scale with it and practice.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Excited to find out what style of build he's going to go. I would guess he would go Comet and play, you know, an AP Gragas. And that can be cool, you know, and if it does go late into the game, obviously there is more experience in top lane than there is in normal, especially if you get Roa, plus you have the top lane quest. You can get towards those higher levels a lot faster, where you do actually get the benefit of that W, even if it's not for lane. You know, if you can get towards max rank late in the game, you are still getting flat damage reduction that scales with your AP. And it is Comet, so that's kind of what I expected, and we'll see where he goes from here and what his skill order is going to be, but I'm assuming it's just going to be Q max into E, and then we won't see W until much later in the game, and probably just going to be going Roa, which is pretty standard and could help you get points in that W later on.
Yeah, looks like right now, trying to check the Gragas stats from LawLalytics, which APA was saying he was trying to use early on. Proto Belt Rush is pretty common on top lane Gragas. It's same play rate as Roa, but a lot higher win rate, so we'll see what he ends up going. And very few people are going tank Gragas nowadays, so it makes a lot of sense if he wants the burst to one-shot the squishies when he goes in.
Yeah, and it's just really strong in the matchup against Jace. Jace just struggles against poke that he can't really dodge. You know, Jace doesn't have sustain early. Maybe Gluttonous Greaves can kind of solve that a little bit, but I don't know that it would be enough, because when you do get hit by the Q from Gragas, that slow is enough to guarantee the Comet, generally speaking, and Comet obviously increased in damage based on the distance traveled, so you know, can be more powerful if you're just getting constantly tagged by that. You just kind of get whittled down. It's a similar principle to why Malphite can be, you know, really good with Comet against Jace. But remember, TL, if they do win this game, they are going to clutch an upper bracket berth in the playoffs. So would be guaranteed to be one of those, you know, top couple teams, and starting in the upper bracket, always a really nice benefit.
Yeah, big reminder, 6 teams make playoffs, 4 teams start in the upper bracket, seeds 5 and 6 start in the lower bracket, so they do not get the double elimination that the top 4 teams do. Team Liquid, they expect to be upper bracket, but getting it with 2 weeks to play is nice security.
Yep, going to be feeling pretty good about that, as Jan and Core constantly pushing in. You will be expecting Sajed and Lions to be getting familiar with the sights and sounds of their tower in this kind of a matchup, as this is going to be a tough one for sure. Morgan getting bullied here early on, though. Castle, you can see in the first couple levels, Gragas generally does need some levels to get going, and those feathers just barely short. Looks like it actually clipped his model, but didn't interrupt the recall there from Lion.
Jan will be mildly upset about that, but not too mad, because the wave is kind of even right now, so he's just trying to deny as much as possible. A cull is the early pickup for Sajed, so not an amazing buy, but you'll take it when you can go back with another cull gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty common these days, especially with the home guard change at the beginning of the season. You just get back to lane so fast that a lot of people will just go back on 450 gold, especially if you've been chunked down. Take early base, come right back. Gives you a little bit more sustain, and obviously going to be a useful buy in general. Jose is on that bot side. Kryra already completing his recall up on the top side. This is just a trade of the 2 scuttles. As Jan and Core in a good spot right now. And Jose was seeing if there was an angle for something mid, but of course Calmy just playing towards the top side of the map, knowing he has vision there. And Lee Sin had to be clearing that bot side scuttle.
I feel like the double ghost is actually kind of interesting down bot lane, especially with how much one-shot potential there is on Team Liquid. There's no extra barrier or cleanse for the team fight, so Sajed wants to be able to have more 1v1 potential in chasing down people from ahead.
Kryra heading down here towards that bottom side, and no vision on him just yet. They could look for a play on Daejeon if they want to, but TL not stepping forward, so Kryra will just be going back into his jungle as the Gromp does spawn now. And we see tier on Morgan, so with the tier, I would expect that it is just that that Rocket Belt plus tier. I don't think he's going to go tier Roa, so I think he's just going to go tier early for mana, and then probably into that Rocket Belt for the playmaking.
Yeah, absolutely. So his first completed item will be the Rocket Belt. Looks like he's about expected in that top lane. Bot lane also going somewhat as expected, maybe a little bit more Xayah Rakan favored than otherwise, but with the wave crashing, that CS is going to get a bit closer.
Yeah, and generally speaking, you know, once you get some levels in, Gragas becomes really annoying to lane against. The more levels you get, the more points in queue. Your sustain is so high with the passive, and early levels you can actually run out of mana a lot, but once you have tier or catalyst, you generally don't have mana problems anymore. And then it starts getting pretty unfun for the Jace as long as you're on point with those barrels and you're just constantly hitting him. Jace can just get whittled out.
Yeah, and you can see he's got enough sustain from his passive that he's sitting on 2 biscuits, 2 refillable stacks, and can likely wave clear. He's not playing aggressive. I mean, I don't think a jungler has been top lane this series, so they're playing their own game up here, collecting as much CS as they can.
It's an honorable duel up in the top lane. This is how top laners like it. Don't see a jungler until 30 minutes into the game when they're called to a Baron fight. As Morgan is scrapping with Castle here, but Castle is playing this aggressively, playing this well. Nice little sidestep from Morgan on that Shock Blast, but Castle has the CS advantage and also has already claimed a plate. Of course, once Morgan is 6, you do have to be a little bit careful as you push in. You can just get cast back into the tower. And if that is comboed with that cast also on the wave, sometimes the wave just gets one shot and all of a sudden you're stunned under the tower with the tower on you.
Interesting Drake here from Jose. Since Crier has gone top lane for either a dive or the level 6 crab, Jose's going to end up picking up this dragon. Crier's thinking about a look onto Morgan because Talia's there as well. They're going to try and collect this first blood.
Not necessarily an easy dive. The wave is getting cleared out, but here comes the Weaver's Wall. They're going to be looking for Morgan. Morgan, nice flash back away from Crier, but it just doesn't matter. Call Me tanks it up at max range, buys the time for Castle and Crier to get in there and get the kill.
Nice try by Morgan. Couldn't thin the wave quite enough. Ends up taking the Drake, and now it's really going to be about if Jose can make something happen on the other side of the map. Quid's moving.
Yeah, they are going to bring down Quid. They're going to try to pull off the same play on the other side. We'll see if anyone can get down there to punish. They are going to be going right now. Teleport coming out from Talia, and that is going to make them call it off. So they do get that out. Morgan didn't end up using the explosive cask. You know, maybe could have made something happen had he actually just used that defensively to try to create a little bit more space, but maybe decided he was just dead.
Play's not completely over, though, so Call Me is kind of trapped here. Since his jungler's on the other side of the map there trying to steal blue, he can't walk through mid lane, and instead of immediately resetting, he actually helps them push in the wave since they don't know if there's going to be a 4-man dive bottom, and is really delayed getting back to mid lane.
Yeah, now they can see Quid pushing in mid, so he's heading back there, but all those wards littered in their jungle mean he will be spotted. Of course, the payment is being taken on the other side by Crier, who is just farming up all of those camps and steals away a couple on that side of the map. So, you know, pretty even trade overall, but DSG did get that kill onto Morgan at the end of the day, and Castle now feeling pretty comfortable, up 500 gold, as is his jungler, as DSG going to get engaged on. Yon going forward, gets Lions down to around 30-40% HP.
DSG going to try and play through Jace, get him snowballed. If they get him really far ahead, he can land very good poke onto Xayah, Rakan, Annie, but it is very difficult to win games through top lane in modern League of Legends. I will also say that this game is a little bit more like the Team Liquid games we saw last week, where mid-bot are pretty comfortably ahead in CS, and then Morgan's on a scaling pick. Last game, DSG won all 3 of their lanes, and even though it was a sub-30-minute win for Team Liquid, it was very atypical to what we normally would have expected. So I want to see if DSG can put a little bit more pressure on here in the early game.
Yeah, Castle has just been such a good laner. He hasn't always been able to convert that lead into more, but of course that's not just on you. You know, that is on the whole team as far as how your team fighting is going, how your shot calling is going. So, you know, there is more to it than just individual play, but Castle has been stellar as far as the individual play is concerned. I feel like he has one of the best laning phases in the league, bar none.
He really does. Already 24 CS ahead. The dive helps that a lot, and so much vertical jungling has been going on here. I think Jose, with this return to Crier's blue side, is really going to make him pretty sad, since there's been no camps for him to take.
Yeah, Jose is doing a really good job here, as they are potentially looking for a Quid. Crier in the area, decide to call it off, but Jose maybe going to try to look for a dive here. Core will be the one to start it up. He just flashes in, charms up Lions, who is not level 6 and is going to be killed off very quickly, and now the Q connects. They don't want to go for the redive, though. Yon took a couple of tower shots, so Sajed going to be able to push them back. It is just a kill on the support at the end of the day, but Cryrot sneaking in behind Quid, maybe going to try to find an angle here.
Sunk cost, kind of wants to try.
Yeah, no, they're just going to call it off at the end of the day. But, you know, you touched on it, the advantage on the top side there for DSG, and the struggle for TL, I think, has been trying to get everything working at the same time. They've often had, you know, one really good piece or two really good pieces, but it just doesn't feel like everything is working at the same time. Once Yon's playing well, Quid has a bad game. Once Quid has a good game, Morgan's having a bad game. And then the top side has a good game, well, Yon's not going to have a good game. And that is kind of what you're looking for TL to really get to that next level, because we know they have incredible individual talent, but for them to become the clear best team in the league, all their players need to be playing well at the same time.
It's a great representation of what's been going wrong for Team Liquid. You could even make more sliders. Is it the macro or the early game? Is it Spawn being here? Is it Australia?
Coach gap.
Work? But it's been looking good so far. They haven't played the top teams in the league, though. This will be their 5th win if they close it out. And then they'll still need to play Lyon and C9 to close out the split.
Yeah, and that's going to really decide the top of the table. These last couple weeks going to be very exciting. So many good matches. Lions was forced to use his flash, as there's a nice explosive cast knocked back there onto Castle, and Jose is in position with the lane gank. Nowhere for Castle to go. Great setup there for Morgan.
And that's the matchup, actually. Even if you're down 20 CS, you're Gragas. You can reach the Jace. Does it impressively, though, without burning flash. Jose doesn't have to burn flash. Jose doesn't have to burn kick. Castle actually didn't burn the flash because he was likely dead anyway, which makes the repeat gank not as easy, but still a really nice first visit for Jose top lane.
Yep, really well done there. Great gank setup. It's one of the big strengths of Gragas. As you said, didn't even have to body slam flash or anything like that. They're able to pull it off as the Spellbook TP coming in here from Lions. Nicely dodged on the engage there by Sajed. Sajed, though, going to get hit by that Blade Caller. Pulled back. Kryra coming in. Can't quite find the angle to look for more as Core popped the quickness and the heal, and that is going to be enough to just make them back off.
Jose looking for it.
Oh, good flash from Call Me. Saw that Jose was going to be looking for that ward hop kick. Jose did not commit his flash, but the ultimate is down and gets the flash off Call Me. So nice trade there. Jose really active on the map.
Yeah, a couple ultimates down for Team Liquid, but they're still holding the pressure since Quid has stun and Tibbers up. You can see Yon is playing with so much confidence on the Zai. They're still going to move in for this Drake despite being down 2 ultimates. We'll see if DSG wants to contest it.
Looks like they're a little bit late to try to get over here. Kryra now walking over, Sajed coming in, but they're kind of split across a few different sides, and their mid laner is basing, now going to be TPing back. We'll see if Kryra can go in. It's going to be a 50-50. Lions goes for the engage. Sajed is on the side, but Sajed cannot hit. He's going to reposition to the back of the pit. He's hitting Yon over the wall. Yon is getting incredibly low. Calmy's getting involved. Sajed flashes in and does take down Yon, and now Quid is running for it. Calmy is peppering them with damage as they try to retreat. Kryra, Calmy, Sajed looking for more, but won't be able to find it. It's just the 1-for-1 at the end of the day, as the Dragon is also claimed by TL.
And Team Liquid take those. 1 kill for 1 kill and a Drake. So they're early stacking the Drake, could have as early as a 22-minute soul. So Jose continuing to have a strong game here. 3-0-0, wins that smite. Very good communication by Team Liquid that entire time by stopping damage on the Drake, because it was at 1300 when the Vi queued over the wall, and then everything stopped, and everybody focused on the fight.
Oh, Morgan actually whiffs there as Lion shows up, and that's going to mean his flash is forced. Great sidestep from Castle on that body slam. Meant that he was able to get behind him, knock him back as Lion showed up, and they do force the flash off to Morgan.
Man, some of these players are so good, we take it for granted. Just like the instant reaction from the Alistar out of the brush to flash away, the dodge by Castle. Kind of just everyday stuff we see nowadays.
And Morgan is actually going for both Roa and Tier, so he's going for a very slow build, very slow scaling build. It's going to take a while to come online, but is quite strong. Here's that replay.
Yeah, 1,300 health on the Drake. Look at how long it just sits there for this entire fight. Sajed, Kryra flash out the back. Sajed was hoping it was one of these Kaisa fights that he can enter at the end and then start cleaning up, but Kryra wasn't really involved in the fight the entire time. Calm can only do so much damage on the Talia, and it's a 1-for-1 with Team Liquid getting the trade.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward on the ult from Sajed as well. You know, he repositioned in the back.
Take it slow. Not bad, not bad. Awkward for me, guys.
Yeah, he ulted to the back of the pit. You know, he didn't want to go in the pit, and over the wall he was actually hitting Yon. But then as soon as TL kind of stepped away, he had to flash into the pit to even be involved. maybe could have gone for a more aggressive angle with that killer instinct. Of course, that is always very risky, but high risk, high reward. As Cryobat sitting up on that top side was trying to get involved here, has moved forward into that front brush and hoping he can find a play. Feels like we've been watching Cryobat spend a lot of time looking, but not a lot of time finding these plays, as there is going to be a kick into the wall there from Calmy. He is stunned up by Quid, who drops the Tibbers, and another Sonic Wave resonating strike connects, and Jose goes on a rampage, and on that top side, they're looking to try to pull off a dive. The Shock Blast not going to connect onto Morgan, and he is far enough back that DSG can't get anything.
But they might be able to get first turret here. They have the inside track, and Annie plus Lee will not be able to kill this bot turret quickly enough. So small consolation prize getting that bonus gold. In the sense that Kryra is looking a lot, Jose's finding a lot. Every gank, it seems like, works out for him. He's been an assassin with those Qs.
Yeah, he has absolutely been smurfing with it. And we touched on it, but we want to remind you that it is going to be this matchup between TL and Lyon coming next week. Jose, again, having a great series for himself. Putting himself in the conversation potentially for Player of the Week again if he has another great game here to finish things off. And he would be going up against Inspired next week. That is a matchup that I think so many people are really, really excited for. TL and Lyon, two of the very best teams in the league. Of course, Lyon, already that defending champion from Lock-In. And this jungle matchup is something that we've been waiting for all split long.
And I really feel like, aside from just the jungle matchup, Team Liquid wants a rematch here, because if you think about the series that Lyon won against Team Liquid, they pulled out all the tricks. That was the orange jungle with Vayne Flex. It was all Varus top. It's the first that we saw it. It was some crazy stuff.
Absolutely. Jose, though, maybe getting caught out. Tries to ward hop back, but he's interrupted there by Kryra with the cease and desist. Jose survives, though. Quid arrives. Tibber's going to get dropped there onto Kryra as Castle and Sajed scrapping with Core and Yon on the side. At the end of the day, it's just kind of a chunk of health on both sides, but more cooldowns spent there by TL.
It looked like Quid shorted Tibbers. I feel like he wanted to get the big AoE off of the Lee Sin kick, ended up not getting anything, so now he's going to be down Tibbers and Jose down his ult.
Yeah, I think just barely got the stun on Kryra, but no one else, didn't have flash, so
barely.
Hard to commit for more. Morgan, though, in the area. Sajed a little bit nervous, and Jose has healed back up. Very easy to do on Lee Sin. You can just heal up in your jungle and stay out active on the map. It's one of the things that made Lee Sin so popular back in the day when it had been, really common pick. And Jose has brought it out a couple times this split, as he has just been so annoying on this pick. He never are forced to base. He's just constantly going and looking for skirmishes.
Man, he is so comfortable on this pick. I remember back in 2020 on Team Liquid, Core JJ and Tactical would always talk about JoseDeodo and how good he is in solo queue. This was before Jose made it to Worlds and had his kind of breakout performance on Lee Sin at the 2020 World Championship play-in. So seeing him still on this pick 6 years later on Team Liquid is always pretty cool to see.
It's also just so funny that when we were watching the Player of the Week interview, when Raz asked him what his world skin would be, we both were immediately like, yeah, it'd be Lee Sin. And then he goes, Ivern, and we're like, huh?
He's trolling.
It's kind of funny. As Morgan just going to throw down the explosive cast, clear out that wave. As DSG overloading that side of the map will be able to grab a dragon and slow that stack down. The Weaver's wall comes through, but just a split second too late. Calmy can't block that charge. That was delivered by Jose as Kryra on the side, getting a nice little chunk down on Core, and will push TL back. But Yon now finding opportunity, stepping forward here onto Calmy. Calmy gonna get rooted up. In comes the CC onto Yon, and Yon is just knocked down, couldn't react with the ultimate in time, gets burst down in a hurry. Jose tries to disengage, but there goes Sajed, and Sajed has to flash away as Quid stuns him up and almost bursts him down. Lives with a sliver of health there, as he went in with the killer instinct. Now Calmy hunting for him, but that is risky. The Sonic Wave does not connect on to Calmy. Calmy still hunting for him. Jose going to be spotted now by the minions. DSG chasing after him, but there's still more members here coming in from TL to reinforce. Sajed trying to be involved, but he has no health. Sajed trying to get back over there, can't quite do it. Kryra looking to finish him off. The seismic shove will finally do it. Jose does fall, and now Castle has arrived. Knocked back right into the queue from Kryra. Quid is going to get taken down. Great setup there on the roam from Castle.
It's a disaster for Team Liquid. DSG capitalized massively on the fight. Jose went for the home run swing and definitely struck out. It looked like that first empowered recall in the bush could have gotten him to safety, but he canceled it and went for the kill. But at the very beginning of this play, it's Jan who tries to go for the big play. Remember, no phase rush on the TLAW. It's been removed from the game. So when Call Me steps up, Jan decides to step up and retaliate, saying, I have R, I can stop it. Doesn't press it fast enough because of the flash ult from the Vi, ends up getting one shot. And then Jose, at the back end of this fight, probably can't escape. Quid stuns up Sajed, nearly kills him. Jose gets a little bit of health off the Raptors and could actually have made it out, but he thinks, Call Me's on a ward, I can kill him.
Nice, nice. By showing.
TL still feeling pretty happy about that. That must have been the initial kill, I would think.
Yeah,
as,
it's not the end
Spawn
of the play.
not as happy as the players. That is for sure. You can see how much damage Quid had there. Almost burst down Sajed. Sajed was at full HP, plus the Killer Instinct shield. Almost got 100-0'd anyway there by Quid. Definitely quite bursty. But that was a scrappy fight. Went on for a very long time. And obviously decided pretty heavily by the fact that Jan couldn't get the Featherstorm off thanks to that nice flash engage by Kryra.
And look at the scoreboard once again, 20 minutes into the game. DSG with an over 1,500 gold lead, and it's 1,900 on the Jace.
Yep, so Castle, it is time to get something done with that lead because, yeah, it's great that you're up gold, but you are the entire lead for your team. They're going to go with Weaver's Wall. They're going to try to find Core. The rest of the team from TL is split off. Core jumps back with the Battle Dance through the rocks, gets stunned once, but not the second time. Now Castle arrives here with the teleport. They're going to look for Morgan. Morgan, great body slam to interrupt the combo from Lions. And Lions lose a lot of health there as a result. 10 members top and no one going down.
Yeah, so DSG going to try to reset here. Team Liquid need to find a big play to really take control of this game because they're slowly bleeding gold on these side lanes. And their last few aggressive plays haven't necessarily worked out for them. That Weaver's Wall ended up just completely blocking the damage from Team Liquid after Core's engage.
Pretty reminiscent to last game, honestly, where DSG had gold leads for a good bit of it. But at the end of the day, TL still showed up, won a big team fight, and ended the game before 30 minutes. So if you only looked at the recap of the game, you looked at the post game, you say, oh yeah, TL won in 30 minutes. That's what I expected. But DSG was winning a lot of that game, and this time again, DSG really are in with a shot here against one of the best teams in the league. And it's been surprising to me that the early games have been better for DSG, really both games.
I agree, and I like the setup this game a lot more than the game one setup, because in game one, Team Liquid had the orange scaling, they had the Yone team fighting from Quid, they had Seraphine for just insane AoE heals and shields and fights, but here I feel like it's Sajed on his comfort pick. Kaisa, I think Castle is really cruising on this Jace, and there's just not the same level of scaling for Team Liquid. There's a really high execution burden to get one-shots off. Now, I'd still say Team Liquid probably has a slightly higher than 50% chance of winning this game just based off the reputation and their ability to play mid-late game throughout the split, but this is a much better chance than game one for DSG.
No, I agree. I mean, DSG is definitely in with a really good shot, but that being said, you misstep one time, all of a sudden you are kicked in by the Lee Sin, you're one shot by the Gragas, by the Annie, by all this burst. There's so much playmaking, so much engage on that TL side, as Lions will be sent running off of that little scrap, and now Call Me going to join the team. TL trying to reclaim some vision here as Morgan pushing forward, trying to reclaim some of that space. The Comet does connect as he gets a nice little chunk down over onto Lions. TL controlling that mid wave. Castle's going to go answer it, and now that means it's a 5v4 for TL, and they can push in.
Morgan is actually somewhat tank Gragas here. He's gone with Roa into Thimblewinter, but the Drake has been started. We'll see if TL can get in.
Quid, great side step from the Shock Blast on the side, and now he reveals himself. There's a flash forward from Lions. They're going to try to look for it. They're looking for Jan. This time he does respond. The Season Assist comes in. There's the instant charm on a Sajed as he Killer Instinct to the backline, trying to take down Jan. Can't quite do it. Everyone from DSG piles into the meat grinder. They get destroyed as this time Jan reacts perfectly and Core peels everyone.
Superior team fighting right there. You could see the call for DSG was kill Jan, but they couldn't layer the CC properly. Jan gets too far back. The whole team can't follow through. And then as you mentioned, Core JJ's quickness to charm them immediately was perfect. They got Baron off this play.
Yeah, that is a backbreaker for DSG. So they were in a pretty good spot. They still did not get the Dragon on either side, so maybe TL can just run out and try to contest that one more time.
We have a time. I can look Jade here.
I'm down.
No one can look Jace right now. We're trying to retake this.
Jace has no max. No flash, Alice.
Can you cut me?
Buy no flash, buy no flash.
I'm okay for now.
Have ulti, buy.
Can you help me? Yeah, bye. Kaisa as well. Kaisa.
Buy first.
Kaisa. Peran.
Nice.
We go Peran.
Yeah, para.
Yeah, go
Can
Peran.
you...
Nice clear comms from Team Liquid right there. Underrated was Morgan's front line as the Drake is still happening.
Quid flashes in and bursts down Cryro with the help of Jose. Sajed's in trouble on the side as Quid's going to be chasing him. Call Me as well, getting chased down by the duo from TL. Core and Jose team up to take down another. It's a double there for Jose as TL, we go back to live and go back to them winning another dominant team fight.
Just a mild caster curse, I think. Just a little tiny bit of a caster curse when we said that DSG has a much better chance in this game because they immediately lose a team fight, lose Baron, lose another team fight as Team Liquid has now taken a 2,500 gold deficit to a 2,500 gold lead.
Castle still up 2K, but it just does not feel like it matters whatsoever. Jose 8-1-1 on the Lee Sin. Another dominant performance on his best pick, in my opinion. And TL just pulling the trigger in these team fights, forcing the hand of DSG, who just doesn't really seem to have an answer.
It's a good Lee Sin angle, and Jose wants to play it. You just let him play Lee Sin. Doesn't matter if it's in meta. If he feels it, you let him play the pick. 3 Drakes now onto Soul Point for Team Liquid. Morgan's frontline, Gragas, looking pretty good in this case because he's arrived at the team fights. It doesn't matter how fed the Jace is if he's not able to get involved in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were calling it out in that replay before we had to go snap back to live, but yeah, his frontlining was really, really good. You don't always have to kill people or use the cask offensively. You can just knock people out. If you can knock their carries out with your explosive cask and make them waste their time trying to hit you, well, in the other side, your team is just killing their frontline. Well, that's a very easily won fight. And Morgan navigating that last team fight quite well, but really the star of the show this one has been Jose, and I feel like it's not even close.
Not even close. 8-1-1. GA on the way. The one death was because he was trying to be 9-0. Would have had that kill on Call Me with a slightly better aimed Q.
Nice sidestep there from Call Me. Avoids the explosive cast from Morgan. Very calmly just steps forward and dodges that. Morgan now level 18, so does have the max W where it does now get you a lot more damage reduction than previous. So that is that 8% flat, which is quite significant.
Pretty good defense so far, though, from DSG. Getting a lot of free plates and actually an entire objective bounty for Castle's Jace, who's just getting bigger and bigger. Team Liquid haven't been able to crack much.
My question is just, can you actually win a team fight, right? Because they've done a lot of good individual things here. They found some good ganks. They've pushed out sides. They've gotten big advantages for Castle. But can DSG actually win a team fight? That is the real question, and that's kind of been my question all game long. You know, even right from the draft, I talked about all the tools that TL have for counter-engage and disengage. And if you can't one-shot Yawn, I don't know if they can win the team fight, and it feels like as long as Yawn responds appropriately, that's a tough ask.
If Yawn just pops up into the air as DSG engages, usually Team Liquid will be able to rally around him and save him in that fight. So Team Liquid looking good.
Yeah, remember, after the broadcast, head on over to the Cloud9 YouTube and Twitch channels for the Key9 Kia's Champions Arena. C9 and TL players are going to be facing off in an ARAM Mayhem show match with fun challenges along the way, and even I Will Dominic going to be getting involved there.
Yeah, subbing in for Blabber. If he does well, who knows what happens next week with C9.
Hey man, Dokla was a coach first too.
He was?
So then he subbed back in for Sniper. Maybe
This is
Dom's on his way.
Dom's plan.
This is his way in.
To coach,
if he
to
just,
jungler.
first step, just have to do well in the ARAM Mayhem show match. As there's going to be Jose now looking for Castle, and Cryro's just going to complete the base. They do not think they can fight this, and if you can't take a 2v2 with your top laner who is up 2.5k, what fight can you take?
I mean, they're just not synced up enough. I know they're trying to set a trap, but if they could actually get the jump on a 2v2, they'd have a chance. But that's their gold lead just assassinated instantly by Jose.
Yeah, and Cryro's still just staying in the brush. He's canceling his base. I mean, I'm not even really sure what he would be waiting for at that point. If you're not going to fight with Castle, who would you be fighting for?
Where are my camps?
I took it.
He's got 9 kills!
Yep, and Jose will be reporting Yawn at the end of this game.
He's the carry. Jose is the carry.
Almi looking on the side to try to find an angle, but until Castle's back, they can't really do anything. Lion's going to throw a combo down onto Jose, but no way you're really taking a committed fight. until he is back up. And just look at the experiences advantages really across all the roles. Even Castle's up 2K is down 2 levels. Jose's up 2 levels.
Wow.
Mid lane is down a full level. Bot lane, Yon's almost 16. It's 14 for Sajed. Lions is down a level. You know, that is so much more stats worth of gold than is even showing on the UI.
Absolutely, and it's one of the ways the Team Liquid has continued to improve here in the Spring Split as compared to Lock-In is in their mid and late game, not only are they executing their team fights better, but they're also doing little things in between the team fights that Demonte was doing a really good job pointing out when he was casting Team Liquid a couple of weeks ago, but they just show on the right wards, or they bluff enough to keep you interested, and they find these little picks here and there, and they're looking for the end of the game here, actually.
Morgan with a deep TP, and Quid finds Sajed. Sajed is dead, and Morgan now going to be behind Castle. Castle in trouble, going to get knocked back by the explosive cast, but hit against the wall, so does not go too far. Core now looking for Krybra. Jose going to go in. He likes every fight he can find. Has Calmy looking for the seismic shove, but cannot connect it onto Morgan. TL pinging onto the Baron. 1 kill was enough. They want the objective.
It's likely going to secure them the Baron, and then they're going to have to rush over to the Cloud Drake to try and get the Soul as well. It's been a little tricky for them to actually break through the base with that top outer turret still being open, but Team Liquid is still extending the lead fairly steadily.
Yep, up about 5,500 gold and 10 seconds until that potential Soul for them. Sajed will be respawning, but where's the vision? They can't see anything in that area of the map. It is very scary. Krara trying to move down. He is 6 levels behind Morgan at this point as the jungler. That is not your support. That is your jungler. As there's the seismic shove landing on the Core, but Core is going to pop the quickness look to try to turn and fight. Morgan hunting in the back line. Sajed is back. Lions is falling. He's the first to fall. They're going to be looking for Krara now. Castle getting involved. Yon's in trouble. Yon incredibly low. Flash is back. Finishes off Krara. In goes Sajed. Does get a kill back, but there's the flash body slam for Morgan, and that is going to be enough to finish off Sajed. Castle and Call Me have to run for it here as they are the only ones standing. They do kill Yon, but it is 3 for 1 for TL, and that has got to be Soul.
Team Liquid has super minions in mid, but no AD carry, so they're going to take this one slow, take Soul. They open up their lead even more, and their team fighting just seems so lethal. They seem to be able to pick off one person before DSG even is able to start the fight every single time, and DSG just cannot get a clean engage onto Yon.
I mean, it's just so difficult for them. They're walking in blind, they're walking in late, and look at all the playmaking. TL have 4 champions that are great at engaging. It is very tough to be walking blind in these situations, and DSG did find a way to kill off Yon, but with the Feather Storm, with the Flash and the Ghost to kind of create some space, well, it's a one-way trip to kill off Yon.
Jose being 11-1-3 is just the funniest thing, and then Yon stealing all his camps as the one kills eye. I understand Yon's frustration, though. He's the one that everyone is trying to kill on DSG over and over again, and DSG just overcommits, and then Team Liquid ends up winning the fight. So now, Baron with still a minute left, Cloud Soul completed. Missed Gragas Hoffman up on the top side.
Krara vault breaking in, maybe getting a little bit frustrated. Now going to be CC chained, hit by the quickness, hit by the kick as Calmy comes in with Weaver's Wall, trying to protect him. That was kind of just a pointless vault breaker. A little bit of frustration from Krybras. Yeah, you got 100 damage down on Core and you give your life for it. As he has just been starved out of this game, down about 4,000 gold to where Jose is, and I think he's getting frustrated.
I think he's a little tilted. I don't think there's many good plays left for what it's worth, but that's definitely not one of the plays to go for.
Not many good ones, but there's a lot of bad ones, and that was definitely one of them. As TL now pushing forward here. Good sidestep from Castle. As Lions tries to flash in, but the immediate Feather Storm there from Yon. He's going to be CC'd up and knocked down. Jose goes legendary with TL pushing in and looking to close this one out here. Kryer going to be respawning in 5 seconds. Quid tanks the Shock Blast, put pretty low. There are 3 members here from DSG trying to defend. Sajed goes back to the base to heal back up. Kryer is now here, but TL has the Baroned up minions. Has this one tower down, and now they're going to look for the kick. Jose flashes in, knocks back Kryer. Call me with the stasis, but it's only going to buy a little bit of time as TL run over the fight, lose no one, wipe up DSG in the base, and they want Castle too. Castle flashes the cast, but in comes all of TL. They are hunting for these kills. Castle can get nowhere. There's nowhere for him to run, nowhere for him to hide, and now Lions is back, and TL look like they want to try to kill him off as well. They are just fishing for fantasy points at this point. They're diving the Nexus. They get the ace, they get the base, they take the series 2-0 over DSG.
A little bit of fun at the end there for Team Liquid. They move to 5-0 and set up dates with Lyon and C9 to see if Team Liquid could finish a perfect spring split. My goodness, Azale, they ended that one in a fun way.
They did, man. They are farming kills. Maybe not so fun for DSG, but a fun way for TL and their fans. And Jose was on one in his Lee Sin game. To me, he's the clear player of the game.
He is.
I feel like there's almost no other consideration.
Core's 1-0-15, but 13-1-8, 21 of 22 kill participation. And so I do feel like there was definitely a few times where he was making sure he got the last hit by activating his resonating strike at just the right time, which he's very good at, but he was creating those plays. You can't fault him for being involved in 21 of the 22 kills. That's insane.
That is absolutely insane. Now, a champion that not a lot of people are playing these days. Again, setting up for that match next week where they are going to be going up against Lyon. Jose versus Inspired, going to be incredibly exciting. As Castle, unfortunately, does drop another game. And, we were talking earlier about that Mark trying to not have the least wins in the first 100 games of the LCS history. A lot of rumors surrounding him and if he'll be with DSG much longer or be going somewhere else. But now we have Raz here who is standing by with Morgan for an interview.
What's up, everyone? I've got Lord Morgan, first interview with you in the LCS. First of all, congratulations on the win and being 6-0. How does it feel playing with Team Liquid and playing as a team so well?
Yeah, I'm feeling it's good, but both game top lane phase was quite hard. But we are still strong on other lane, and we are won this series. So yeah, I'm happy.
That's perfect. I know that a lot of top laners in the league, like Dignitas and all of them, they say amazing things about your lane. They say you're a great laner, a great top laner. How does it feel playing against a lot of LCS top laners?
To be honest, it's not hard because when I was in HK, my against like Gin, Zeus, and Heist, like top laner. So I don't think my lane phase is really good. I just focus to my job. So, but thanks for thinking that. Yeah, thanks for thinking that.
A lot of people think that. I think a question I would have is, because you talked about what your job is. What do you think, and what does the coach say your job is? Because you play Gragas, which I imagine is very hard in a lot of matchups. But what would you say your job is on the team?
When I pick whatever champion, I just think if I pick this champion, I can make like something situation. So when I ask my head coach or coach, they thought is if they think my same page is okay, let's go. So yeah, I can do this. So I have a lot of confidence on many matchups. So that's why I can make good happen. Yeah.
What do you think? What is something that you want to work on that you feel like is a weakness? I know that it's probably communication is probably going to be one, but what's something that you feel like you want to get better at?
First of all, I'm still think my English level is not good.
That's pretty good.
No, so I'm just trying. What do I job this team? So first of all, learning English, and then second, keep doing well, something like that. So I just think about what is my job this team. So
I mean, for me, your English is really good, but I mean, everyone's gonna have a different perspective. Last question is just for the English fans, the North American fans, or all of your fans, right? What is something you want to say to them, either your Korean fans or your English fans that know you as Lord Morgan?
Yeah. I'd like to say, like, first of all, thanks for cheating us and cheating me. But I really want to say, when I came to the LCS, I really gonna in international league.
Yes.
So unfortunately, we lost EWC. So we have to win this series. So and then go MSI and go EWC. So I really want to see you on international league. So please waiting me or waiting us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Morgan. I appreciate it. That's amazing for you to do an interview without like a translator or anything. Once again, thank you. Congratulations on the series. And we'll send it straight back to the lounge.
It's great to hear from Morgan. I think he's underselling how good he is a little bit.
Yeah.
Very humble in that, despite the fact that, again, we've talked about how Castle is such a huge part of any success that DSG has had, and that laning phase did look a little bit trickier for him in these games.
Yeah, taking the tank side of all these matchups and trying to be, he kept on saying, I got to ask myself, what's my job for my team?
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes it is tank job. However, Jose's job was not to be the tank. Jose's job was to kill everyone, and he did that job really well. Player of the game is JoseDeodo this time. We got it this one.
Yeah.
And everybody
Unanimous
voted for him. Yeah, just absolutely popping up on the Lee Sin. Yeah, killing everyone.
I mean, there's a reason why. I was actually also surprised to hear him say Ivern in his Player of the Week interview because I was like, it has to be Lee Sin, right?
I like the hair, though.
That's the champion he's most well known for. And you have Jose getting the majority of the vote. Some shout-outs to Morgan and also some shout-outs to Core from that. So when is expected, kind of. Dig got their second win.
Yeah.
A game win
they
against.
keep on getting individual game wins.
And that's why you see XU there winning that game 2, player of the game against C9, and then Vulcan and Blabber taking it for the other 2 games, and then Core and Jose taking it for both of Team Liquid Alienware's games against Disguised. What do we think? Did we learn anything about these 2 top teams today?
I feel like we got basically what we expected. Me and Flyers were talking about at the beginning of the day, but like, yeah, I mean, both these teams are, the blue teams were at the top of the standings, and they remain at the top of the standings.
Wow,
as you're going to be able to see, they are both still undefeated for Cloud9 and for Team Liquid after their series today. This also drops Disguised and Dignitas even lower at the bottom of the standings. Disguised still has the chance if Sentinels and Shopify, of course, drop to their series as well. Still very competitive down there. Dignitas really, time is running out though. They need to get some wins on the board, Emily.
Yeah, and things don't get easier for Sentinels either because they're kind of in the middle of going through some of the tougher matchups where you have them at 1-3, but they've been getting a lot of game wins. It's been kind of a lot of 1-2s for them, but they still are at 1-3 going up against Lyon, our other top team, whose only series loss is to C9. And then Fly Shopify, how do we feel about these 2
It's my
teams?
match of the week. Is that what's your match of the week?
Let's go.
Looks
match
competitive.
Of the week. We will see if there's maybe a little bit more upset potential tomorrow. Maybe?
I mean, yeah, the last game, Fly, Shopify, you can definitely make arguments for either side. I think probably the majority of people will favor Fly at the beginning, which is how Shopify are looking, but I expect that one to be a banger, to be close.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams will take risks, so look out for that. Kobe, do you want more North American League of Legends?
Oh, I do, Emily.
Okay, well then you should check out the NACL. So there are 2 weeks left until playoffs. These are the current NACL standings, and we have some really interesting matchups coming up this week. I kind of have my eye on potentially, I mean, I've been following NRG more than any other team, but more importantly, OQ registration runs from April 24th to May 10th, so you still have some time. If you have 4 friends and a dream, you can sign up for open qualifiers. So check out the NACL X account for more information, or head to draftly.lol/registrations/NACL to sign up today. You gonna sign up, Kobe? You're gonna reignite your potential pro dreams?
I mean, it might be time.
It
Dom's
might be time.
playing in the show
Yeah,
match.
exactly.
Maybe it's my time to get
It's
back
a new
in
season.
too.
It's your
Oh,
time.
you're
I
one of my
believe in
friends.
you.
You're gonna
Yeah,
join my
sure.
team?
Do you want a bad 80
Raz
carry?
is one of my friends. We can get Raz to join. He's usually gonna pop out of the back of this and throw stuff
Yeah,
at us.
I have to like.
I'm
I
ready.
didn't see him sneak back there, but I'm like always on edge now. That is it for us. We will be rating Cloud9 for the C9 Kia Champions Arena show match with players from Team Liquid Alienware and Cloud9. And Dom, their coach, is playing courtesy of Blabber. Raz and I will be casting that. We will be back for more LCS tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Lyon versus Sentinels. We'll see you then.
Bangers.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 5 of the LCS. It is a day of yellow and blue.
2 seconds, guys. Yeah, I hit recon. Zion ulti, Zion ulti. Yeah, I'm watching 5. Stun. Yeah, I'm going over here.
Zion, flash.
I'm going Victor,
Zion,
go Victor,
flash.
go Victor, go Victor. Come in 2 seconds.
Guys, Zion, door,
Zion,
do
flash.
flash.
Come in 2 seconds, guys.
Okay,
Cut back a bit, cut back a bit. I look sound side. I'm fighting left side. Yeah, just play with Ian.
Zion, door, do flash. Yeah, I'm looking Zion, guys.
I barrier.
I'm looking Zion, guys. Zion here.
Come in 2 seconds, Ian.
Yeah.
I can block. Okay.
I'm okay, look Zion.
No, that.
I'll kill
Baron's
Victor.
up, Baron's up. But we
Yeah,
should kill him.
kill Victor, go.
Come in 3 seconds. Oh, there's 2 people here.
2 points, touch him. I got Victor.
Yeah, you got both. Oh, you flash?
Yeah.
5-0 now. They're loving where they're at in the league.
Feels good to be on top, Flowers.
Try to retake this. Say no max.
No flash, Ali.
Say fight me.
Buy no flash, buy no flash.
I'm okay for now.
Have ulti, buy.
Can you help me? Yeah, bye. Kaisa as well. Kaisa.
Buy first.
Kaisa. Beran. We go Beran.
Everyone from DSG piles into the meat grinder. They get destroyed as this time Yon reacts perfectly.